संगति बोधि गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति
check 3 2 check hello check
पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा
Tashidele, good morning everyone. Before I proceed, I would like to request everyone to kindly switch your mobile phone to silent mode or aeroplane mode to avoid any interruptions. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Pem Padun and I am the Deputy Program Coordinator at Tibet House, New Delhi. On behalf of Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our guest speakers and Director Venerable Gido Damdullah. I would also like to welcome our all the participants and those who are watching from Tibet House live, YouTube live, from the day two from the day two of conference, perspective of mental experience, neuroscience and psychology, series 9. Now I would like to invite our chairperson, Professor Renuka Singh ji, and Dr. Ajay Kumar Nair, Mr. Lokesh Jindal, Professor Vibha Sharma, and our Director Venerable Gido Damdullah to kindly come up on the stage and lead the wisdom of light. Thank you. Now I would like to invite our chairperson, Professor Renuka Singh ji, Director of Tushita Mahayana Meditation Center, New Delhi, and our esteemed speakers, Dr. Ajay Kumar Nair, Scientist, Center of Brain and Mind, Department of Psychiatry, Nimhans, Bangalore, Mr. Lokesh Jindal, Engineering, and students of Nalanda Buddhist Philosophy, NMC Tibet House, Professor Vibha Sharma ji, Department of Clinical Psychology, IBAS, New Delhi. Before I hand over the session to Professor Renuka Singh ji, please allow me to brief introduce you. Professor Renuka Singh is a renowned sociologist who has taught at the Center for the Study of Social Systems, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. She is the director of Tushita Mahayana Meditation Center, New Delhi, chairperson of Punjabi Sahit Sabha and the Center for Social Research, New Delhi. She has been taught research fellow at Oxford University, UK, as well as UGC senior research scientist. Professor Renuka Singh has lectured at numerous foreign universities, has authored and edited over 15 books in gender studies, diaspora, and Buddhist studies, most which have been translated into several languages worldwide. Now I request our Professor Renuka Singh ji to kindly lead the session. Thank you.
Good morning. A very happy new year to all of you. I think I'm really grateful not only to Tibet House for organizing this 2-day seminar here, but also to all of you that you've braved through the Delhi fog today and you're here listening to all the speakers to increase your well-being. You know, today in the morning in Indian Express, I don't know how many of you have seen it, there is this latest report about the research which was done at the University of Cambridge and Fudan University, China. So that deals with exactly this topic, you know, of our conference here on mental health and well-being. So researchers have found that loneliness and social isolation can impact the levels of proteins that are associated with various diseases and even death. So there's a clear-cut correlation between morbidity and mortality in terms of the isolation and social association. So I think Tibet House has done a wonderful job to always attract people, young people, and bring all of us together. So thank you very much, Geshe-la. And also, yesterday when I was going through the sessions, I was reminded of my student days, because at LSR I also studied psychology. And I'd forgotten so many things. So it's a good way to also refresh your memory and brush up your knowledge. And secondly, talking about, you know, clinical psychology. So I was again reminded of my association with Professor Sudhir Kakar, who was a very eminent psychoanalyst, and he was one of my teachers at JNU. So a lot of new insights I got from yesterday's sessions. So thank you very much, Geshe-la, and the staff of Tibet House for organizing this. Secondly, I want to mention that indeed, you know, we are very fortunate that this 2-day conference has been organized here, and His Holiness the Dalai Lama is in town in Delhi. So I think from a distance, His Holiness just knows that we are doing this on behalf of Tibet House, and I think he's blessing us. So we are very fortunate. And thirdly, I want to also mention my gratitude to His Holiness the Dalai Lama for introducing me to the Mind and Life dialogues. It was in 1992 when in Dharamsala, around 10 to 15 scientists and philosophers were discussing the theme of sleeping, dreaming, and dying. And I think that was my introduction to the science and spirituality dialogues. And after that, I think I attended over maybe 10 more conferences. So this is very inspiring to bring this interdisciplinarity which Geshe-la was talking about yesterday. We know that the reality is multifaceted, multidimensional, and it can only be understood through an integrated approach. So we are amidst scholars from different backgrounds, and I think it's going to be a learning experience for all of us. The other thing I want to mention is that, you know, in universities, I have experienced it at JNU as well. You know, there are these clear-cut boundaries, even though there is an interdisciplinary approach. For instance, in sociology, you know, we borrow very heavily from social psychology and social anthropology. Yet, the sociologists there are very, very strict about the boundaries. And I want to mention, until and unless you don't expand the boundaries of a subject, you know, new knowledge will not be generated. So I think it is very auspicious that, you know, we are following this interdisciplinary approach here. Before I say something about the Buddhist psychology and the Buddhist philosophy, I want to just comment on a couple of papers from yesterday, because I think it's very important for me and maybe it'll be helpful for the students. Yesterday, Professor Rajinder Kumar had mentioned about the breakdown of the family, because I'm a sociologist, so it deals with my subject. And I think if students are interested, they should really have a look at the work of Émile Durkheim, the sociologist, the French sociologist. He has talked a lot about the social breakdown and the anomie that exists in society, which leads to suicides. He talks in terms of egoistic suicide and, you know, altruistic suicide. Secondly, when Professor Rajinder Kumar talked about the brain capital, you know, in sociology, we talk about the cultural capital, and especially this French sociologist again, Bourdieu. He has done a lot of work on this. So I think we need to also take into account the cultural capital in the creation of our mental well-being. And then Professor Kutty had talked about self-referential thought process in the mind wandering. Ma'am, I would like to know from you, how can we foster thoughtlessness? So maybe when you're speaking today, you can address this question. We find that today a widespread sense of ethical disarray, terror and destruction, depletion of natural resources, and psychic catastrophes have resulted in a pandemic of suffering, not to forget the human vulnerability to disease, old age, and death. Our critically sensitive consciousness denounces the fetishism of the market and technology, and fortunately legitimizes subjective freedom. If modernity is seen to induce meaninglessness through the global dominance of the new religion of money and materialism, then, according to Goodchild, The most urgent and fundamental political problem is to restore to people an insight into the power and freedom of their attention. For a world of excessive mediation, attention is captured by image, spectacle, and glamour. If it is demanded by economic necessity, it is reduced by flattery of greed, lust, and ambition. It is compelled by fear and leaves segmented, isolated, and fragmented individuals enclosed by the walls of their own thoughts and desires. In such a condition, nothing is more needful than the redemption of attention. In fact, the possibility of turning toward that which matters in our life. Buddha taught us to develop our minds as he had done and paved the path to enlightenment. He points to the three types of practitioners: the wise, the wiser, and the wisest. The wise ones strive for happy future lives, whereas the wiser one will attempt to attain liberation from the cyclic existence. The wisest, however, will opt to realize the ultimate goal of enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. And it is very interesting that we were talking about the Buddhist psychology, and I was reminded of this very famous kind of, you can say, a fact or a belief or a story, that Lord Buddha actually gave this teaching of Abhidharma to his mother in the Tushita heaven. So since I'm associated with Tushita, I always like to bring up this fact. And it is also said that his mother Mahamaya, who had died shortly after his birth, was reborn over there. And it is also said that Lord Buddha taught Sariputra, about Abhidharma. So this, as we know, deals with epistemology, cosmology, psychology, karma, rebirth, and constituents of the process of enlightenment and the path to salvation. Abhidharma, for me, if I look at it, it is seen to be a prepositional compound. Abhi also means the highest, or Uttam in Sanskrit and Hindi. So this is called the advanced dharma as well, or something that pertains to dharma, in short. And finally, I would like to just give a personal note in terms of my own life and journey through Buddhism. And I'm just going to read an excerpt from my book, The Path of the Buddha. And I think for your own mental well-being, this path has been very fruitful for me. Maybe it'll help you too. So in brief, I just want to give you the gist of what it's all about. For me, the middle path is the Eightfold Path, which is divided into three groups: wisdom, morality, and concentration. Under wisdom is the right view and right thoughts. Morality pertains to right speech, right action, and right livelihood. And concentration deals with right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. The aim of Buddhist meditation is to purify the mind and finally lead to the attainment of wisdom and enlightenment. Shamatha meditation helps in developing one-pointedness of mind and concentration, while Vipassana enables us to attain intuitive insight into the nature of reality and leads to the realization of enlightenment. Buddha's teachings also reveal that all living things exist in total interrelationships, and nothing in the universe remains static. Interdependence, or the law of cause and effect, is the fundamental precept of Buddhism. Theories of consciousness, karma, and rebirth are also derived from this understanding. Hence, one can overcome one's suffering when all negative karma and worldly attachments have been eliminated. Impermanence and the unsatisfactory nature of all the conditioned phenomenon Selflessness and nirvana as tranquility have been taught to help people understand the true nature of reality and free them from samsara, the wheel of suffering. And I wish you liberation and deep meditation in your life. So I'm going to request my speakers today in this panel to impart their wisdom. So our first speaker today, the theme of the session is mind wandering and well-being. Our first speaker is Dr. Ajay Kumar Nair, and briefly I'm going to read out his bio. Dr. Ajay Kumar Nair is a scientist at the Center for Brain and Mind, Department of Psychiatry, NIMHANS, and an honorary fellow at the Institute on Aging, University of Wisconsin-Madison. Ajay studies brain structure and function using neuroimaging in the context of mind-body environment interactions to promote brain health and well-being. His doctoral work examined neural correlates of well-being in long-term meditators. His recent research investigated risk and resilience factors for healthy aging and dementia from 3 large longitudinal studies: the Midlife in the US, the Wisconsin Alzheimer's Disease Research Center, and the Rush Religious Order Study and Memory and Aging Project. His current research at NIMHANS investigates brain health across 5 cohorts of patients with severe mental illness. Prior to his research career, he was a meditation teacher for close to 20 years and worked in the IT industry in companies such as Siemens, Microsoft, and Talisman. Ajay has a BTech in Electrical and Electronics and College of Engineering from the College of Engineering, Trivandrum, a PhD and postdoc in neurophysiology from NIMHANS, and a postdoc in psychoneuroimmunology from University of Wisconsin-Madison. Wow. But I have a question for 2 speakers today. You are from the technology background, and you have come to Buddhist philosophy, or your interest in understanding the nature of mind. So I would, if you can include why the shift and how the shift, I think it will be very interesting for the students. Thank you very much. May I now invite Ajay to come and make his presentation. Thank you.
I'll come to you.
Good morning, and thank you, Renuka ji, for that kind introduction. And I thank the organizers for this invitation. Dr. Bindu also was very kind to invite me into this program, and I'm grateful for that. So today I'll talk on this topic of altering mental experiences at will, with reference to our topic of mind wandering, including meditation and well-being. So I'd like to start with bringing your attention to this figure, this image, and if you can reflect a little bit on what this could mean. So, as I'm sure you'd agree, we encounter life situations, and even though we may be going through a common event, we may process things very differently. So, one person might, be very attracted to what's happening in the here and now. Another might be occupied with something else, their future goals. Another might be distracted by other people's reactions. So we all respond very differently, even though it's the same event. And so a question comes, and I don't know if you'd agree with this, do we live in the same world? So our mental experiences make our worlds very different. They color what we see, they color what we experience. And so it's remarkable how mental experiences shape our world, what we perceive the world to be. And so the question is, can we alter our mental experiences at will? And in that sense, can we change our world, right? People say, let's change the world, but we can certainly change our world, our perception of what's happening. And in this group, I'm sure a lot of us are familiar with meditation as an attempt to change our perspective, our mental state. And as anyone who has started to meditate will promptly realize that when you start to meditate, you don't necessarily meditate. You also think about many other things. The mind wanders pretty quickly into many, many dimensions, whether it's family or friends or work or whatever. And so where does the mind wander, and why does it wander, right? As you can imagine, there's a very vast array of possible thoughts. I mean, you could potentially think about the surface area of Pluto, if you're a astrophysicist or something, right? But that's not what occupies most of us. And so there's a lot that we could think about, and yet the mind typically drifts towards some specific things. It doesn't randomly go here and there. It tends to go towards a few categories. One of them could be our sense of identity. Who am I, and what bothers me, how do people perceive me, and so on. Another could be the goals that we have. I'd like to research on this topic. I'd like to learn psychology, or something of that kind. Could be with the social world, who are we connected with, or who would we like to be connected with, and so on. And it could be also about our recent past, our future. So there's a few categories that sort of attract our mind, and our thoughts tend to drift in that direction. So here's a model. It's a busy slide. I'd walk you through a little bit of it. But here's a recent model that has been proposed about where does our mind wander. And so if you were to take the input, which is our current thought and a few recent thoughts, and the closer the thought is, the stronger the influence. And then it is weighed by the context of that thought. So there would be some valence, what positive or negative, what kind of episodes we have been thinking about, what kind of emotion is involved here. So there is a content of thought, but there's also the dynamics of thought. So suppose we've had just a bit of anger or something, then that would sort of dominate what our next thoughts are. Or how much detail is involved in our thinking, that sort of determines what thoughts we're likely to have in the future. And all of these sort of are weighted together into the next thought that happens. So our next thought is not randomly something that's happening, but it's a function of what we've been thinking and a lot of the content of our current thoughts, and that together sort of predicts what the next thought is likely to be. So that's a model that has been used. And so what you I'm sure agree is mind wandering is a fairly heterogeneous state. There's a lot of different things that we are putting together as the term called mind wandering. So it's not one thing. And therefore, the neural basis of something like this is also quite diverse. If it could be emotional, it could be very cognitive, it could be, about past, future, and so on. So what we associate with mind wandering and well-being is complicated because we're not talking about one thing. It's many, many things that we're talking about. So how does mind wandering relate to well-being? It depends on what the mind wandering is about. So is it intentional or unintentional? So, suppose you're doing walking around generally relaxed, your mind wandering may be about something else. Whereas if you're trying to do some work and your mind is wandering, that might be more problematic. Is it constrained or unconstrained? So unconstrained is where you could, you're allowing your mind to go anywhere, but in some cases, like someone has severe depression, they may not be able to go to any random topic. The thoughts are going towards a specific topic again and again, and it's sort of ruminative. It could be, if it's not task related and you are wanting to focus on a task, it might impact your learning, it might impact your performance. On the other hand, as Dr. Bindu was yesterday pointing out, it's very important. It's involved in creativity. You would have heard about, you might have experienced this yourself. You're thinking about a problem, you go to sleep, next morning you're taking a shower, and suddenly the solution is there, right? So it connects. And so there are many aspects to why these processes happen. And people have argued that there is an evolutionary advantage to mind wandering because that's why our species tend to do so much of it. About half the time we might mind wander in contexts where it's okay. So how is all this related to well-being? And as I like to point out, this is a challenge because well-being is also an umbrella term. There's many, many things that are put together in this thing called well-being. So one aspect is subjective well-being, where people think about more positive feelings, less negative feelings. That's well-being. Another is a cognitive way of looking at it. What is life satisfaction? How satisfied I am with my life? That's a cognitive way of looking at well-being. That's one angle. Another is psychological well-being that Dr. Carol Riff and others have promoted about purpose in life and connection with others and so on, self-acceptance. There's life regard. There's another way of looking at well-being, which is about what's the framework we have about what is life and how much are we moving towards fulfilling those, working along those frameworks. Yet another definition that WHO has come across has a whole number of things, including spiritual angles, awe, wholeness, and so on. So, well-being is fairly complex, as I'm sure you'd agree, in terms of a construct. And there are many things that are not well discussed, like equanimity or identity and values, which all influence well-being in some way. So it's fairly complex. So when we say mind wandering, well-being, meditation, we are talking about very, very complex things together, and we may not be saying the same thing, right? And so how do we switch to meditation and well-being? There's a lot of literature talking about the benefits of well-being. There's a systematic review, over 3,000 studies, where they found a lot of positive effects. Another one which focused on meditation, again, found a lot of medium to large effects in emotional and relationship issues particularly. In fact, the government of India initiated this Satyam initiative, DSG Satyam, which focused on yoga and meditation and enhancing human well-being. And as yesterday someone pointed this out, and I think it's very important to consider, there are systematic reviews looking at the harmful or adverse effects of meditation as well. And this is under-recognized, under-reported, but I feel fairly important. So meditation, as you probably get the drift, is also an umbrella term. And this also subsumes many, many things. So there's contemplative approaches where people might focus on a concept. There's a focused aspect where someone might focus on a breath or on a mantra or something of that kind. It could be mindful awareness, non-judgmental awareness on sensations or thoughts. It could be guided with commentaries, or visualizations. Could have loving compassion aspect, and so on and so forth. You could meditate alone, you could meditate in a group, and these have different impact on our brain states. Also, whether it's eyes open or closed, if it's some people have a dancing movement kind of meditation. So there is a variety of forms of meditation and a lot of different traditions. We're not talking about one thing. That's important for us to recognize. Specifically, when we're looking at the neuroscience of all of this, because the brain and what we are processing actually depends on what we are trying to do. So they're not all the same thing. So our question then is, can we flexibly switch between meditation and mind wandering at will? Which is how we would change our mental states, our brain states. So that's the question that we're looking at. And how might this ability be associated with well-being, however we are defining it? So I'd like to walk you through this figure very quickly, and I'll just point to some focus areas. So there's an area called the insula, which is quite involved in, associated with visceral processing, what's happening in the different parts of the body, also mental processing, and it's fairly important in switching states, brain states, and maintaining brain states. There's another area which I think Dr. Ravindra pointed to quite a bit yesterday, called the anterior cingulate cortex, which is important in maintaining states, and especially in conflict monitoring. You know, if there are different kinds of things that are pulling at us, being aware of that and then maintaining state is this area is activated quite a lot. The striatum is another area which is involved in the reward circuitry, and it's very important for habit formation and maintenance. So these three areas have been implicated in this. This is a beautiful Nature neuroscience paper by Tang et al. And so how does this relate to our young meditator who's trying to somehow get to start meditate and change their brain states? So in the early stage, meditation might be effortful. So we want to get into a particular mental state, and we have to pay concentration and try and avoid distractions, and it's quite an effortful thing. But as we move along, we are able to get into that state more easily, but the mind wanders and then we bring it back. And so there is this conflict monitoring, there's a bit of attention, there's a meta-awareness, and then bringing things back to the state. And the advanced stage, where it's more effortless in the sense you want to get to a state, you can get to the state, mind wandering will still happen, but it's far less frequent. And so this is sort of a progression along meditation. So our question was, can you take a minute, if you were able to flexibly switch your mental states, can you do this? A person comes with some stress, takes a minute, okay, now I'm just going to calm down and have a minute of meditation, switch their brain states, and then move back to doing whatever they're working effectively without the stress. And so they're more effective. So that's sort of the goal here. And we call this just a minute meditation. So we did this work, we published it, and basically what we are looking at here is, can a person have rapid, reliable, and reversible state changes at will? So can we command this? I want to get into this state and out of this state at will in a reversible manner, right? So that's the goal, and we were looking at long-term meditators. So as I mentioned, that we need to define what meditation we are looking at. So this particular group was the Brahma Kumari's Raj Yoga meditation, and they have a variety of meditation forms. So that's also another context that is important to consider. They might do early morning meditation at 3:30, they have early meditations, and so on and so forth. They have a contemplative form where they're looking at many, many different themes to meditate on. So it might be on values, it might be on some spiritual concept. And they have many experiential forms of meditation, which is like a witness state, a compassion state, a love state, and so on. And for this particular study, the focus of interest is this interesting thing called traffic control, which is like if you are in traffic, if you're on the road and you see a red light, you stop. You don't just proceed. You're doing whatever, but you stop there, and then you wait until it's green. And so the idea in this concept is you stop your mental traffic and get into a meditative state no matter what you're doing. And so that's very relevant to this particular study. And that's what we're looking at. And so we had 3 groups of meditators, one who had 10,000 plus hours of meditation experience, another with 1,000 hours plus of meditation experience, and the 0 term is non-meditators. And what we did is ask people to get into this mode of switching between rest and meditation with eyes open or closed with 1 minute each. So you have an instruction in 1 minute, now do this. You are at rest, do not meditate. Then close your eyes, do not meditate. Now meditate for 1 minute with your eyes open, with eyes closed, and so on. And then we challenged them with a task which was quite engaging, and also where they made a lot of mistakes. So where they're forced to make mistakes, right? So it's kind of complicated. And after that, we asked them to do this thing again. So here's a person who's generally peaceful and so on, and now has made a lot of mistakes, and so they're processing all of that, and now you have to meditate on demand. And so overall, there were 16 conditions. And in summary, in this EEG study, what we found is long-term meditators could easily shift between rest and meditation in a open and closed eyes before and after the task. The short-term meditators shifted only in eyes closed, and only when the pre and post task were taken together. So not necessarily state shifts in a quick way, but overall there was some state shift effect. And non-meditators could not really do this. So yes, the long-term meditators could do these rapid, reliable, reversible state changes. The short-term meditators could do something, but not necessarily rapid or reversible. And the non-meditators sort of couldn't make the state change. So our other question that we were interested in is what really contributes to this meditation and association with well-being? Is it just the number of hours that people practice, or is it proficiency in practice? Because this is sort of conflated in today's literature. People just assume people who have done a lot of meditation are experts. You know, that's not necessarily the case. So we were very interested in proficiency, and so we determined derived a tradition-centric proficiency scale, and in this particular case, Raj Yoga practice, which has these 4 subjects, you know, whether it's knowledge or meditation, practices and service and so on. And I won't go into the details. But in essence, the proficiency of practice predicted progress in well-being quite strongly, versus years of meditation experience was predictive, but much more weaker association. And so what I'd like to leave you with is this PD model that I think is very relevant. It's just the proficiency, duration, and ease of well-being maintenance. So the x-axis is proficiency of practice, the y-axis is ease of well-being maintenance, and the z-axis is the duration of practice, short-term to long-term. And so if you were to look at the size of these circles, the smaller one is lower well-being, the larger one is higher well-being. And so here's that star is a non-practitioner. They've just started meditating, and they become a new practitioner, and their well-being hasn't really changed much, right? And if they don't really focus on proficiency, you know, getting deeper and developing expertise in a conscious way, they might have some increase in their well-being over time, but it would still remain effortful. So this is a person who is, you know, is a casual meditator. You know, I do it sometimes, you know, 2 minutes once in a week, or, you know, 5 minutes. I like to meditate, and they feel good about it, but they're not really serious about it in some sense. Whereas another meditator might want to go into it quite, you know, in a focused way, and might go and have some rapid well-being gains. It's still effortful. They are new. It's effortful, but they can get to higher well-being. But if they maintain that for a long period of time, it becomes effortless, and which is what we see in this rapid state shifts that they are able to accomplish. And so I'd like to summarize these findings and suggest that I believe you would agree with this, that mental experiences are fairly complex and mind wandering is very common. And that we can gain skill in flexibly managing states. It's possible, and people are able to do that. You do need proficiency and long-term practice for mastering this well-being initiation, to at will get into a well-being state and to maintain that in an extended way. But in terms of needs and future directions, I would suggest that we do need a lot of nuance and care in research design. Because well-being, meditation, mind wandering, these are all fairly complex states. So if we just put everything in one bucket and say this is what we did and we found some brain changes and alpha went up or something, that doesn't really mean much. We need to be quite nuanced. And what is proficiency is a very important area. And the other thing which relates to a question that came up yesterday is we do need individual specific, some sort of tailored understanding of where the practitioner or this person is, so that we avoid harm, mitigate harm, and then help them on their process much more effectively to personalized training. And with that, I'd like to acknowledge the research team, including Dr. Bindu, who's here, the members of the Center for Consciousness Studies, the meditation tradition Brahmakumaris, and the group for logistics, and the funding agencies. And I really thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Let me just speak. Thank you very much, Ajay ji. Just a couple of observations for you. Is there a discrepancy between subjective and objective well-being in the context of mind wandering? And number two, when you talk about this flexibility or the shift from meditation to mind wandering, would you say that it's a simultaneous process, a parallel process, or is it a result of societal repression that this kind of mind wandering emerges? So, because I think we need to look at it from a societal context as well. Why does it occur? And why 50% of our time we are wandering all the time mentally? So I think we need to look at repression in our society and in individual lives. That was my... Would
you like to address now, or would you like after?
Now? Is it okay? Can you respond now or later on?
You're the chairperson, so...
Maybe quickly?
Sure. Yeah, thank you for your thought-provoking questions. So in terms of subjective and objective measures of well-being, so very clearly self-reports are subjective, but there are different aspects of it that can be measured. So when I mentioned subjective well-being there, that's a specific scales that are used for life, satisfaction with life, as well as positive and negative affect scales, where they're looking at what you feel, in terms of subjective quality. Am I feeling happy versus sad? So that's affect. Whereas when we are looking at psychological well-being, that's also self-report, but that's looking at more, different psychological constructs, something like purpose in life, or you're looking at environmental mastery or relationship with others. That has some measures that can be looked at objectively in terms of how many social connections you are, how engaged you are with them, and so on. The other objective measures are something that you can look at quantitatively with an external instrument, and that could be in terms of autonomic function with heart rate variability, with looking at EEG, and so on. So there are different measures, your respiration rate. Yesterday Dr. Ravindra mentioned about how physiological changes can impact our mental states, and so that's one way in which you can objectively measure how brain states happen. So in my particular study, I looked at EEG, and I looked at, my primary interest was to see, are there statistically significant quantitative markers in state changes. So if you're doing rest, you're doing meditation, you're shifting back and forth, can you detect that only with EEG? Not looking at asking them. So we've asked them to do something, but we're looking at that EEG and we can see that quantitatively there are different distinct states. So that's a very objective and does not involve the practitioner's verbal information. So that's one perspective. The other question you had was in societal repression. And I don't think, so that definitely contributes. I think society, environment, these definitely contribute. But it's also evolutionarily, our species is quite prone to mind wander. It's part of dreaming, as Dr. Bindu was mentioning yesterday. Even in our normal day-to-day functioning, we go through a lot of mind wandering, and that's not negative. A lot of this can be positive as well. So which is what I was hoping to share. There's insight, problem solving, so there's positive aspects, but there's also maladaptive aspects, which is to do with depression, which is to do with rumination, and so on. So they're both sides to the thing. There's a lot of nuance that is needed based on the context.
Thank you. Thank you. Now may I invite Mr. Lokesh Jindal to present his paper, The Journey of a Black Elephant, Mind Wandering and Well-Being. Mr. Lokesh Jindal is a student of philosophy and has been studying Buddhist philosophy since the last 10 years. He is enrolled as MA student of philosophy at the University of Delhi. He has studied Buddhist philosophy primarily through various programs taught at Tibet House, including the Nalanda Master's Course. He is an engineer and MBA by education and has worked extensively in corporate sector in Japan and India for 25 years. His professional specializations include finance and general management and engages in independent consultations. Lokesh ji.
Good morning, everyone. It's such an honor to be here. We have Venerable Geshe-la here. He's been my teacher almost for all Buddhist philosophy. Everything that I know is due to his kindness, and other great teachers, His Holiness Dalai Lama and others. And it's an honor to be here in this kind of a platform, Dr. Anika ji and Dr. Ajay, who, by the way, has done 70% of my job by giving an excellent presentation. Probably some of my slides will look exactly like his, but he has done it much better than I could have done because he's been working on it for a long time. But I'll take a kind of although the content is probably similar, I'll take a interactive approach to it, if you permit me, please. Right? I guess as an academician, we go through a lot of deep diving into topics, but then we get removed from what the general public or general audience thinks about things. And Buddhist philosophy teaches us to respect conventionality to the deepest possible way. And that's why I would like to kind of make it interactive and see what you mean by well-being, for example, what you mean by wandering. And is there a connection that we can draw by talking to each other about these things, yeah? So please help me by interacting. And I'll keep it short because there's not much content I have. It's just basically some pointers to the conversation that we can have, yeah? So please help me do that. So we'll cover it in 3-4 sections. First is we'll talk about what a wandering mind is. Really, I think yesterday some people have done a very good job of it, and Dr. Ajay has done a wonderful kind of exposition on it. But we'll try to take your view on it, right? What is a wandering mind? Second, we'll say what is well-being for you? And third, we'll try to spend some time on why is it that I can't develop a good meditative practice, or why you can't develop a good meditative practice? What are the kind of scientific view about it, what do Buddhists think about it, and see, can we, after thinking of it, can we really get ourselves energized enough to practice, really? And the third one, and the fourth one is basically the steps of cultivation, where I'll draw heavily on Lama Tsongkhapa's work, and just talk about some of the constraints that we think we have, but we probably don't have, right? So it's a pragmatist's approach to the topic rather than an academician approach to the topic. Yeah? So wandering mind, like you see the pictures they are from the Taming the Elephant painting, which is very popular in Tibetan culture as well as in Indian culture. And this picture on the left says the elephant, the black elephant, represents a mind which is a kind of lax mind, doesn't want to work, and is distracted by the monkey, who is black too, who basically is the attraction, so the distraction that we have. So it's being pulled by that monkey. Yeah? So a wandering mind. Let's just be neutral for the time being, right? let's not value judge whether a wandering mind is good or bad to start with. There are some people who might think that it's actually good, it's relaxing or something like that. But let's see each. Is it a default state of our minds? Or do you think it is cultivated? It's a default? Well, I can cultivate my mind to be more wandering, by using much more mobile phone, flipping through videos or chats, right? There is a little bit of training that I can do in a kind of a bad way, but you can be more wandering mind than you are through training. I guess the reverse is true too. You can be less wandering through training, because if you can be more, then you can be less too. I guess the nature would endow you with that kind of flexibility of your thought, right? What do you think? Is it required for creativity? And this is a deeper question. I think some people have explored it before. What do you think? If some of you who have been in creative kind of fields, you think it is required? So if you're painting something, right, you are kind of deeply involved in doing whatever the nice painting that you're doing, a flower, for example. Do you think you're wandering there? Your mind is wandering at the time. Is it? So what kind of wandering is it? Can somebody who's a painter tell me about it? So when you're painting the flower, there are new ideas about how you should paint or what paint you should use, what shades you do through that process.
Even before painting that flower, the idea of painting that flower originated from that area. And if I'm not following a stencil, I'm just following what my mind says, then it's the mind wandering that's helping me.
But are you kind of, when you're thinking of what color, for example, of the flower you should use, do you think it's actually a wandering state, or is it a reflection on what I should do next? There is a goal to it.
So sometimes it's both. But if we want to go down that path, that it's just mind wandering, we can enter that trance state and we can harness it.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. Anybody else who thinks that creativity is actually a kind of a effect of?
Yeah, I think that to. Yeah, I think so. To some extent, it is there, but sometimes we just want to find the solution, and or we are just specifically want to find a solution, and then we are looking for the probabilities from what we have gathered.
Right.
But sometimes there is a thing that that is not we are not selecting on something. It's just there. We cannot explain that. That she has mentioned trance, that only creative people can understand. Oh, I got this from nowhere. I don't know from where. We are not consciously
aware about that. You're talking about kind of inspiration
that.
kind of thing, right? You got an inspiration where you don't know where it came from, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
I would call it focused wandering, When I write, it's very focused, but it is wandering at the same time.
So I guess there is a, oh yes, there, please. I'm loving this session already.
Dialogue,
yes.
So what I feel is कि for example if I am painting a flower, मेरे को अगर कोई normal flower बनाना है तो it's okay, but अगर मेरे को कोई golden flower बनाना है and मैंने कभी golden flower नहीं देखा तो what my mind will do कि वो एक flower को लेगा and वो एक gold को लेगा, then वो उन दो ideas को associate करेगा. For example David Hume का जो concept है association of idea, तो वो उस तरीके से करेगा and then it will paint the golden idea. अगर एलिफेंट को भी पेंट करेंगे, अभी अगर देखें कि देयर इज गोल्डन एलिफेंट एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता, बट देन वी विल पेंट गोल्डन एलिफेंट क्योंकि हमारे पास एक गोल्ड का आइडिया है, देन वी हैव एलिफेंट, देन हमारा जो माइंड है उन दोनों को साथ में जोड़ेगा, देन इट विल पेंट अ गोल्डन आइडिया.
What if I to narrow this discussion down a little, what if I say by definition a wandering mind is the one which doesn't have a goal to it, right? So we are not collecting information for a purpose of painting a flower and looking at what are the options of colors or what I should paint or what not paint, right? And then letting your mind loose with the purpose of painting a flower in future, right? So actively searching for inspiration for a project does not qualify, for example, in this simplified definition, to be a wandering mind. Wandering mind is basically, in that sense, let's call it involuntary. I guess that's a question that we'll ask later. But if it is involuntary, do you think it is required for creativity?
Archimedes. Archimedes.
Epheria, what is that?
Yeah.
Eureka.
Eureka.
Yeah.
Wondering, and they found something.
Right, right. All right. So we have judgment out there. I don't know. My personal take on it is that I'm an engineer, so I can't think of these creative things. But there is a process of information gathering, which to me is wandering. But there's a process of processing and getting insights out of it, or conclusions out of it, or kind of an inspiration out of it, which is probably a much more focused approach. That's what my take of it. But it is open to debate, and we're glad that we're having this debate to, kind of deeper our understanding of what it is. One that we know is now that even the definition of wandering mind is not that clear, and he was very clear on it that it's a kind of involved concept. It's not easy to put your finger on that. It is this or it is that, right? But this discussion hopefully will help. Is it relaxing or stressful? Both, depending on the conditions, circumstances. All right. So you have done. Let's say you have a kid. I have a kid at home, and you put him to study for 5 hours of mathematics problems, and he's been focusing and being a good kid for at least that duration. And then you say, okay, now it's break time, and he jumps to the mobile phone and flips and right? And I guess he's relaxing then, right? And he's wandering here and there. So you would say that like wandering mind is relaxing in that sense, right? Because it's getting a break from hard work, energy-intensive work that he spoke about, and we'll speak about it later too. But do you think it can be stressful? Yes. In what kind of conditions do you think? Wandering mind, I'm lying on the bed. I have my phone in my hand. All my friends are chatting, and there's videos on it. What could be stressful about it?
Depending what the object is, like bad news.
Oh, I am watching the best movies possible, yeah. I have my friends talking, oh, hello, yeah.
Keep watching it, and you have a deadline tomorrow. You cannot do the deadline, I'm tired.
Yes. What else? Anybody else? Example of stress, yes.
Insomnia.
Oh, insomnia. Can wandering mind lead to insomnia? I don't know. I'm not in that field at all, but.
Like when your mind just doesn't stop working
Mm-hmm.
throughout the night.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem. Causes lack of sleep.
Ah, yeah. Good point.
It happens to many CEOs.
Ah.
Yeah.
I met two CEOs of big companies. I met two CEOs, big companies at different times. Both of them, their mind was just wandering like a monkey mind.
Wow.
They could not sit for 2 minutes. They have to stand up, think like this, so they cannot control the mind.
That is kind of a conditioning. That is what we were talking about. It is cultivate. We can cultivate mind in a bad way to be much more distracted through our work environment, through our habits and stuff like that, yeah? Anybody else?
No, but in schizophrenia, my God, the speed of wandering increases. So it's very dangerous.
Yes, very right.
Overthinking is also an example of that stressful situation. I do a lot overthink. My mind wanders like anything. All negative thoughts out of come blue, like from our past experiences. They hit us many times when mind wanders.
Yeah. Some more. Wow, it's a great session.
Actually, self-expectations are also a great cause of stress because I always want to do better in life. For example, I published a book, and next time if I want to publish a sequel, I would want to do even better. So this is my self-expectation which can cause stress.
No, but is it mind wandering?
Can be.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I do not paint, but I do write, and most of the time I would just take an empty page and a pen and I would just write whatever I'm thinking. Most of the time it's not focused, it's not about one thing, but about multiple things at once, and it helps me relax. So I can say that yes, mind wandering is very relaxing, but a very good majority of times, even when I'm in a relaxed situation, when I'm just watching a movie or like hanging out with friends, out of nowhere I would just come up with a situation or I would remember something, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be something that I have experienced or I might experience, like a deadline. It can be something I heard somewhere about a social situation, and from there it would just it would be a web of endless thoughts, and it's very stressful because, and then I would have to try to focus on relaxing. that, okay, I'm with friends, I don't need to focus on that right now. It's
Right.
not a personal situation.
Right.
And at that time, my mind wandering is a very stressful thing.
Right. Like he mentioned that there are a thought leads to another one, which is probably in the same contextual framework, kind of a thing. And if you're in a negative loop, then probably
And it's a rabbit hole. Like,
it's a rabbit hole.
I start
Yeah.
somewhere and
Yeah.
I end up
Yeah.
somewhere like completely unrelated.
Yeah. Wonderful. I have a much more simpler example of how I get stressed with wandering. Suppose there is no work to be done, there is no deadline, right? And I'm just thinking of relaxing by, again, flipping through my phone and doing things like that. An hour or two later, I'll find that I'm getting bored. And boredom is not a state that I usually like. 2-3 hours later, it'll probably give a sense of, I don't know, I experience this probably differently than other people, a sense of loneliness, a sense of not being related to the world or the people around me. Because the wandering is almost always an internal mental process without a hook, without a goal, so to say. It is tiring, then boring, then kind of a bringer of negative sets of kind of mental factors. This is how I experience. Even without having a goal, even getting stressed about what to do next or something like that, even in the absence of that, a long-term wandering mind is probably a source of more distress than relaxing. That's what you'll find. But at the same time, after you've done a lot of hard work and you want to chill, you chill, right? That you let the phone, take control, right? All right, next one. Is it voluntary or involuntary? I think that's a very key question for our Buddhist perspective of at least what we call wandering and meditative practices. Both, yeah? You can voluntarily wander. Okay. But if you voluntarily wander, is it purposeless or is it with purpose?
With purpose.
With purpose. So I go back. I'll call wandering purposeless by definition. Then is it still voluntary?
Can I make a statement?
Yes.
I think when it's voluntary, it's not that stressful. It's when it's involuntary.
Could you please speak loudly so that everybody could hear?
Okay. I think when it's voluntary, the wandering mind, like you put a focus on it to just let it wander, it's not that stressful.
Mm-hmm.
It's when it's involuntary, it becomes stressful. Because then you don't have control of your mind and it goes here and there.
Yeah, that's a nice point. You're linking the two, the stress and the voluntary part of it, right? So you would agree that involuntary is somehow linked to stress.
It's more stressful or can be because depending on where your mind wanders, because you don't really have control where it wanders when it's involuntary. But when it's voluntary, you can focus it.
So that's a very valuable point, and we'll keep this in mind for our future discussion here. The linking of stress with involuntariness, right? Let's go more. Is it desirable? Probably the last question.
So, I want to ask a question. Like mind wandering then?
Exactly.
Like I'm asking.
Yeah, so
we are bounding it with, with our thoughts.
Yeah.
So how we can call it mind wandering when it's voluntary?
My job is here not to give answers, is to ask questions.
So like
I think sometimes we forget. Questions are more important than the answers. What do you think?
I was just asking question. I mean,
What does audience think? Do you have anybody has answer?
I don't know, I'm not the one to on the subject. The answer to this question, what I'm thinking, I was listening to this conversation and what I was thinking, somewhere the overthinking is not the mind wandering. What the question is that how the mind wandering would be volunteer. So if I'm going through with some unnecessary overthinking process, and at that moment of time, if I am allowing my mind to wandering, that I think that would be the case, could be the answer. I don't know.
Yeah.
To avoid the overthinking.
the volunteer mind wandering would be working there. Am I making some sense?
Yes, you ask her.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you two can, why don't you have a discussion so that we have, we are already getting the 2 minutes left, and I'm already on the first page. So I'll skip and move on to what is the Buddhist view of mind wandering. It is basically, we say, yes sir, please.
Yeah. Sir, since you have been to Japan, and I saw a video, and in Japan, the primary education is different. The children are not given books or something like that. They are told to how to walk on the road and clean, and they sweep their own home.
That's right, yeah.
This is one part which you are aware of. But at the same time, I know the highest number of suicides are happening in Japan. It's quite contradictory. And what is your view on this? I am not able to understand.
I think, okay, how about we take this offline, because this does not directly relate to this.
Okay.
Because there could be other social factors to that.
Okay.
And we'll move on, make progress with this. So Buddhist view of mind wandering is, as you'd expect, fairly negative. It needs to be controlled. It needs to be worked upon to achieve the goals of life, spiritual goals, as well as the well-being goals, as well as the quality of life goals. Everything is related to that. So I quote here Acharya Shantideva from his book, The Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life, and 2 quotations. The person whose mind is distracted lives between the fangs of the afflictions. And the second is, wandering where it will, the elephant of mind will bring us down to pains of deepest hell. So there's no doubt that in at least Buddhist thought, a wandering mind is considered to be something that needs to be won over and not to be let loose, yeah? And there are kind of 3-4 ways that it is explained. One is this involuntary, it's like a push and pull by the objects, external and internal, which make you kind of like an elephant driven by a monkey. And it's like distracted. So you kind of, your ability to function, the mental ability to function properly, like an oil lamp in the wind. So you can't really read when the lamp is under the influence of wind and is flickering, right? So you want it to be stable so that you are able to read. So the functions of mind are kind of impaired when the mind is distracted, right? And third is it's very discursive. Discursive as in one thought leading to other, without control, which is another aspect of this kind of a wandering mind. Then I want to do a session on what is well-being, but probably it will take 10 hours if we start getting into that. So I'll just do this, and we can take up rest of it in the question answer. My take on it is very, very simple, and it comes from how Indian scriptures look at what is sukh. Sukh is basically su means expensive or wide, and kha means space, right? Similarly, dukh means sorrow, but which is basically, etymologically, it is saying that it's a contracted kind of a space, limited space. And it is symbolic of the freedom that we experience when we're not tied by the involuntary thoughts and perception of an unruled mind, to this point there, right? And Acharya Shantideva would further say that the insight possessed of serenity destroys the afflictions. Knowing this seeks serenity at the onset. So basically, the afflictions destroying function can only be worked upon once you achieve serenity, which is a focused mind, which is basically not a wandering mind. And the benefits of this, Lama Tsongkhapa mentions in his book too, is that one of the side benefits, byproducts of this is basically once you've achieved higher states of meditation, you're able to kind of, your bodily energies, chakras, I think they call it in Sanskrit or Hindi, a natural arousal of mental and physical bliss comes from this, right? Next we'll say, so what is so hard? How we can't develop this thing? So I'll take 2 views. One is the modern scientific view and what the Buddhist view is. And to keep it very, very simple, I've read some work of Daniel Kahneman, who basically worked, he's a Nobel laureate, and he worked on mainly how decision-making works in economic scenarios, but it can be extended to various other forms too. And saying that there are 2 kind of systems, system 1 and system 2, the mind works, and mind wants to preserve, due to some evolutionary reasons, the energy, and I think Dr. Ajay also talked about it a little, and it wants to conserve energy, so most of it is like thumb rule based kind of decisions or thumb rule based kind of perceptions that it works through, right? It doesn't want to engage in a deeper kind of analytical, deliberate or slow processes, because that means spending more energy, and it hates to spend more energy, basically. So this kind of thing makes mind to optimize for shortcuts, for wanderings, for easy to do things which we are already habitual of. That's why acquiring new habits requires effort in general. And acquiring a meditative practice, of course, requires a lot of effort too, right? Buddhists agree with this. I think in this painting there is a fire which is represented of the kind of energy required. How to cultivate the energy is also part of the teachings, but the kind of energy required to progress from one stage to the other. As you progress, and like Dr. Ajay also mentioned, the requirement of that energy becomes lesser and lesser. But in the initial stage, it's hard work, right? So we are not getting delusioned by, okay, it's easy because my teacher said that. It requires hard work. I mean, I think we should not be kind of confused with that, right? And the Buddhist view is that maybe I don't know whether we would speak in terms of mental energy required because it's easier or simpler, but we'll say that it is kind of imprints from past lives, bad habituations and stuff like that, right? Which is the cause of this. Then steps to cultivation. This is in the left hand, this is a full kind of painting where the monkey is there, elephant is there, sometimes a rabbit comes in, which is basically a subtler kind of a distraction. And then reaching to higher stages where you see a monk flying, which is basically a feeling of, I guess, bliss in a physical form. And then there are other representations, which means that the feeling of bliss in the mental forms, and then the union of the insight and serenity kind of things. But it goes through a process. We don't have time to work through that process, but I'll say that gathering precondition of serenity is something that we think, many people think we don't have, and that's why it becomes a reason for us to not practice. If we talk about, I don't have a quiet environment to do meditation, so how do I do it? There are many people who will find some valid reasons, some excuses to not practice, but here I wanted to say that Lama Tsongkhapa has kind of given these 6 kind of preconditions for serenity, which you need to gather around yourself in terms of living habitat or kind of focusing on kind of a few activities, not pursuing wide varieties of fields and etc., because they have to be kind of fuel to distraction kind of thing. When I look at these, I think if we have a comprehensive practice, not just meditative, but a spiritual practice comprising of many behavioral aspects of day-to-day lives, as well as meditative aspects, I think it is achievable, even in our city, urban lives. It's just that how dedicated we are, and how committed we are, and how convinced we are of the benefits of it, right? So one of the things that Lama Tsongkhapa clearly mentioned that before you start the session, which is I think in the next slide, once you start the session, you'll have to, in the prior to meditation, you generate strong motivation for it, which is by reflecting on the benefits that are to be had with just serenity. I'm not even talking about insight yet, just serenity, because super knowledges can come, and you can it gives you ability to cultivate insight later. Yeah. And then there are discussions about object of focus, and then, but in conclusion, I just want to say that if you really are serious about a Buddhist way of developing a meditative practice, please just go consult a good teacher, because we know that every individual has special circumstances which kind of we need to be taking into account and developing our practice. So I'll conclude with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lokesh ji. I think it was a dialogic process, so that was very interesting. And the only question I had for you was, what is the status of fantasy in your presentation? Maybe later on you can respond, because now we are running out of time, I think. Oh.
Well, I'm not a specialist in these fields, but but
okay.
I would just guesstimate that it is a part of a wandering mind.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
All right.
So may I now request Professor Vibha Sharma ji to make a presentation. She is going to be speaking on from mind wandering to develop creative and meaningful mind. Understanding from Neurosciences and Psychology. Professor Vibha Sharma is a postgraduate and PhD in psychology from Diyalbagh Educational Institute, Agra, and an MPhil in medical and social psychology from CIP Ranchi. She is a licensed clinical psychologist by profession. She's been affiliated with the Department of Clinical Psychology at the Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences, Delhi, for the last 2 decades, following her tenure as a senior lecturer at St. John's College, Agra, for 7 years. With over 25 years of experience in teaching, training, research, clinical work, and supervision, her achievements include 5 prestigious awards, approximately 100 publications in national and international journals, an edited book on clinical neuropsychology, and contributions to 20 chapters in reference books. She is frequently invited as a resource person for seminars, conferences, and workshops, and delivers lectures for various government and non-government organizations and universities. She serves as a postgraduate, MPhil, and PhD examiner for multiple universities and institutes. A member of 18 scientific bodies and the editorial board of 3 national journals, she has supervised numerous MPhil and PhD theses. Actively involved in mental health awareness programs, she is often consulted as a mental health expert by various agencies. Her areas of special interest include positive and spiritual psychology, neuropsychology, adolescent and adult mental health issues, women's mental health, and hypnotherapy. So, ma'am, I invite you to please make your presentation.
Namaskar. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude, sincere gratitude and thanks to the Tibet House, Jashila and others who have for having me, for giving me this opportunity to be here this morning with all of you. And sincere apologies, when I sent this, I did not know that you are going to read all the things. So sincere apologies for taking this time, because the time is already less. Coming directly to the topic, as you have seen, I come, also my study is from a university which is also oriented towards spirituality and consciousness. If I don't know how many of you are aware, I did my PhD and Masters from the Diyalbagh Educational Institute. It is also a sect, if what we call Radha Swami sect, though I am not a particular disciple of that particular sect or any other sect. But being a spiritual person, my interests are linking spirituality to the practical science and psychology and day-to-day experiences. So spirituality is something for me which I live every day. It is not that I can go and practice it for some hours. Spirituality is something which have to be lived every day in your every work, whatever you are doing. So that's my approach. I don't know how much right I am, but that's my approach, probably Karma Yoga or whatever you can call it. So coming to the topic of mind wandering, we are hearing from 2 experts, wonderful things talked about mind wandering, and the task given to me was to talk from Western psychological point of view, or we may say from psychological point of view. So the topic I took was, maybe again, it is from my mind wandering, that how we can use mind wandering to develop creative and meaningful mind. And before that, I would briefly, though we have already talked about it, so I would not talk in detail, seeing the constraint of time. What is mind wandering? We have already heard that thoughts which are unrelated to the task at hand. So if I have to define it simply, what I'm doing, if I'm not able to concentrate on it and my mind is going anywhere else, that's probably the simplest definition of mind wandering. It can be seen in the form of 3 different subtypes. Like one may be daydreaming, which is a positive, constructive type of mind wandering. Daydreaming, fantasy, as we can use for creative things. It may be negative in the kind of ruminations, guilt, fear that something may happen, Or it may result because of poor attentional control, when someone is trying to study or to focus on something and not able to focus. So, but it's not very unusual. All of us are mind wanderers, and a study says that our daytime or our waking hours, almost around 47% of the time we spend in mind wandering. Sometimes voluntarily, sometimes involuntarily. So it is both. So what does it mean actually? Why mind wanders? Though we have already heard that sometimes it may be just because the task we are doing is not very much demanding of our attention or not very interesting. It is just repetitive, like doing some mechanical work. You might have seen some drivers while they drive, their minds are wandering, they are thinking something else, they are engaged in something else, listening to music. Or those who do mechanical work, their mind often wanders. Or it may be sometimes used as a coping, just from a very challenging task. I may not be able to perform it, so my mind may wander somewhere else. Or it may be engaging in some kind of worries. So there's a lot of stress, and I just want to go out for some time from that stressful situation. I cannot go possibly out of the room, so my mind just wander. It may be something like boring, for example, sitting in a lecture. As a student, sometimes the mind may wander from the current lecture, and it may wander to wherever you want to. So it is not necessarily a very bad thing. It is a strong link between creativity and it may be problematic if it is hampering the attention, if we are not able to, if it is used too much, if it is being used too much, if it becomes involuntarily negative, then it is problematic. So when we should think that it is as a problem. So what happens, as just now my previous speakers talked, sometimes our mind just goes in a default mode. If in a default, we can say default mode network, as Dr. Ajay beautifully told about different parts of the mind, how thoughts generate and how different parts of brain can actually control different type of thoughts. So then it becomes a problem that then sometimes it just automatically shifts to default mode. For example, you are driving on a road. It's a busy road, and your mind goes to default mode. You might get into an accident, or you are working on a machine. Your mind goes automatically on default mode. You may get an accident, or you have to study. Your mind is wandering. Then it becomes a problem, because that network is activated and attention becomes disengaged. So though it is natural, but sometimes if the kind of thoughts, as we were talking about the context is important. So if the thoughts which are coming to the mind of our mind is wandering towards fears or negative rumination, it may be a part of some kind of psychological problems like depression, anxiety, or some other disorders like OCD. So it may be unhappy mind. So mind wandering can also lead to unhappy mind. So our goal through meditation or through whatever we do, it's not only to just get rid of wandering minds, rather it should be how to turn these wandering minds into a more creative and beautiful wandering minds rather than challenging. Because I know very seniors are here who are daily practicing meditation. I think it's very difficult to get into a state of thoughtlessness, and that too for a common person. And I think even meditation doesn't say to reach total thoughtless state, because practically it's impossible. So we cannot stop our mind from wandering. What we can do to take the mind towards the more productive, meaningful kind of thoughts, that is possible. So I think some of the questions are also I'm trying to answer, which our previous speaker posed. So how to know? I think all of us have discussed. If we are daydreaming, if you spend time in ruminating, there is a difference between daydreaming and rumination. One is positive, one is negative. Rumination in psychology comes in a negative tone. especially when we talk about negative ruminations in anxiety or depression. So if someone is ruminating about past events, why this happened to me, how this happened, I have been victim all over my life. So when we are thinking about past, all the time my mind is engaged in negative ruminations, it is sign of a depression. If I'm always ruminating about future, what is going to happen in future, how I will do in my exam, what will be of my career, how my child is going to be in future, so that causes anxiety and fear. So if going towards past, it may lead to depression. If going towards future, it may lead to anxiety. And such kind of distractions or ruminations may be very, very distressing for a subject. How, like we define, or sometimes it may be helpful, like if we were talking about problem solving, we can use the wandering mind in problem solving, or we can sometimes keep our mind also on autopilot if we are really doing something. For example, in household chores, if I have to wash clothes, if I have to wash utensils, it's not very demanding kind of task, so my mind I can use for some more beautiful thing of imagination or singing or focusing on music or something else. So what causes generally is, as we heard, that it is a complex term. It may be dependent on many factors. It may be difficult to understand what actually causes. It may be psychological things, it may be physiological, it may be social as well. So difficult to answer what causes, but may be easier to identify the triggers, and through triggers we may probably understand what causes the wandering mind. So triggers may be stress, triggers may be boredom, fatigue, external distractions as we talked about. So we are in traffic or we are in a situation where there are so many external distractors, social media, etc. Internal distractions like having a pain in my body, having some sensations in the body, having some physiological disturbances can also lead to wandering mind. Hyperactivity, having like ADHD kind of disorder, lack of interest are some triggers. So strategies to manage, these are very simple strategies, but I would like to focus more on the psychological techniques. So I would just read this and go shortly to the more psychological techniques. So we have heard about mindfulness exercises, and should try to go in a flow state. So going, just watching whatever is coming to your mind, not actually engaging in affectively or like emotionally to whatever is coming to your mind. Noting whatever thoughts are coming to your mind, refocusing your mind through body scan, emptying your thoughts through journaling, writing, and moving your body. I'll talk these techniques about later. Using grounding exercises like actually feeling your sensations, using your sensory inputs. Try equal breathing to feel more centered. Changing environment, connect with nature, prioritizing sleep, and dedicate specific time for mind wandering. Those who especially want to be using it creatively can also dedicate some time for mind wandering. In your daily routine, this is the time where I can actually sit easily in some natural environment and leave my mind for wandering. As I was talking about, that negative consequences may be causing depression or anxiety or even the OCD. We know there is a little difference in these disorders. I'm not talking about purely mental health here, but when we talk about ruminations, when we see in our patients, as I said, about two types. If someone is more worried about the past events, always getting negative thoughts about the past, it is more likely to be depressing thoughts. Worried about future, it is more about anxiety. And the third thing is uncontrollable intrusive thoughts, which are like obsessive thoughts. Person cannot control. So negative ruminations either about past or future can sometimes be controlled by some activities. But obsession where a person cannot control. Thoughts are just coming repeatedly, obsessively, without the control of the person. Even on ruminations, person can have some control, or the change or the difference between two, what we call is, like ruminations are sometimes ego-syntonic also, because they are related to our mood of that time. If I am depressed, those negative thoughts are again validating my depressed mood or are enhancing the depressed mood. While the obsessive thoughts are very ego-dystonic. Even I don't like to think, still those thoughts are coming to my mind. So these are ego-dystonic kind of thoughts. So all these kind of wandering minds thoughts may be very disturbing to a person. So my focus mainly is to talk about how to control or how to overcome the ruminations or the negative wandering thoughts. So in psychology, generally we can use three types of strategies: cognitive strategies, somatic strategies, behavioral strategies, and clinical hypnotherapy is just a technique based on, I can say, on all the three, involving all the three techniques. So cognitive strategies are involving like mainly to change the pattern of thought, topic of thought, and challenging the schemas. So here we believe that why we are having this kind of negative ruminations, because there are some schemas already made, some from our past learnings, from our past experiences, there are already made some negative schemas in the mind which are coming to the mind, and these can be changed if we try to change through cognitive therapy the schema, the pattern of thinking, the style of thinking of that person. So the person may change the content of the thought. So content of the thought can be changed by cognitive restructuring. So restructuring means we make the person know that this is the disturbing thought and from where it is originating. This is probably the problem in your style of thinking. So it can be replaced by a better thought or a positive thought. So that is what cognitive restructuring is. Person sometimes, as I said, ruminate because he's just ruminating about different problems of life, doesn't know how to solve. So if we consciously make him to learn problem solving strategies in life, so if person learns how to solve the problems, those negative ruminations can be decreased. And of course cognitive diffusion. Cognitive diffusion is again looking at the thoughts and detaching oneself, learning to detach oneself from the thought, detaching the emotional part from the thought, and making the person not to experience that kind of sadness attached to that thought. Okay, whatever happened in past has happened, gone. Now I should not always be sad about whatever has happened. I have to think about the present and plan for the future. So using all kind of cognitive techniques. Somatic strategies also are very helpful as they directly are related to the physiology of the body and mind. So somatic strategies may be like different types of relaxation practices. In psychology, we learn many types of relaxation practices, including deep breathing to muscle relaxation, progressive muscle relaxation, but here, like what is more effective is where autonomic nervous system is involved. So vagus nerve stimulation through breathing exercises or through any other type of exercises. Emotional exposure, sometimes it's good if there are too many like negative ruminations, you sit and you experience that sad emotion. Asking the person to actually sit and experience, let it go. Now you cry and let it go. Just sit for some time and experience. Somatic experiencing, like somatically, like physically touching things, experiencing things, our own somatic feelings which are coming from my body, like asking the person to focus where the pain is. For example, through because of the negative thoughts, I may have headache, or I may have heaviness in chest, or I may have pain in stomach. So asking the person to focus on that particular area, feeling that pain, and then giving relaxation techniques to use that let it pass. So those kind of techniques can be used. Mindfulness and self-compassion meditations. Mindfulness techniques are very, very helpful, which originate from Buddhist tradition. Just watching the thoughts and being compassionate with oneself is also very important, because that removes guilt and fear both. Okay, what has happened, even if I have done something wrong, I have to forgive myself. I have to learn to forgive others. I have to learn to forgive myself. So be compassionate for others, and at the same time be compassionate for oneself also. So being compassionate with oneself and giving some positive suggestions to oneself. So self-soothing exercises are also very important. Giving positive affirmations to oneself. Okay, you have handled many things, you can do it better in future. Let things come. Be ready to face those things. So there may be some emotional, some somatic exercises. Similarly, some very simple behavioral exercises from where we can start. A very simple behavioral technique we use is thought stopping. When thoughts coming, patients say, I am not able to control. So one simple exercise is learn to say no. Say it loud, no. You can practice it at home. We ask the patients, just move from that situation. If you are sitting in a chair trying to study, you cannot study, mind is wandering, thoughts are coming, say no, get up from the chair. I usually ask, go to the kitchen, have a cup of tea, go to the garden, just take a break from study or whatever you are doing, what is stressful to you. So simple like thought stopping technique, simple distraction techniques. These are very simple behavioral techniques. And communication skills development. Sometimes even like a person like me, ruminate, if I have to go and talk to my boss for something, I prepare for 2 days the dialogues in my mind and then keep brooding on those. I'll talk like this, I'll talk, though at the end of the day I may not talk like that, but this happens. So you need to have better communication skills. So sometimes if we are doing healthily for some time, it's okay, but if a person has to do it every day to even talk to the family members or in the office every day, then it becomes a problem. So sometimes simple learning of problem solving skills, learning of communication skills, taking action, because this also leads to procrastination. So if person learns to take action on whatever is there, the negative thoughts, the negative mood will automatically go. Physical movement is very, very important. Exercise, walk or any form of exercise, yoga, helps in concentrating and dealing with your wandering mind. And of course, mindfulness-based stress reduction and opposite action. Opposite action may be like thoughts are, no, I should not get out of the bed, I'm not feeling good, I should not go out, I'm not worthy of it, I'm not worthy of doing this. No, say no to you, get out of the bed and try to do just opposite what your mind is saying to you, what your mind is feeding to you. So that helps in controlling those kind of negative ruminations. So approach should be tailored to the individual, and there cannot be a generic approach which can be suitable to everyone. And these components contribute to overcoming ruminations and obsessive thoughts. And the way, because I tried to use the psychological methods in very short and brief to just tell about how to control the wandering minds. And the ultimate aim is that Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Vibhaji. You have very clearly highlighted the negative and the positive aspects of mind wandering, and also told us how to control our mind. In fact, all the speakers in some way, I find, have highlighted the fact of training our mind or taming our mind. So it's open for questions now. So we have 5 minutes. Yes, please.
Question to Dr. Ajay. A very good talk, Dr. Ajay, very informative.
The speaker, please. Just, yeah. No. They're going to get the mic.
a very informative talk and a very good talk, Dr. Ajay. I just have one query. You said from the beginning to the advanced stage of meditation, what is the time frame that one requires to move into this advanced stage? Is there any research carried out? I'll tell you why I'm asking this question after you respond to this.
Sure. So there are two parts to that question. The first part is advanced in terms of proficiency of a practice, and that's a very tradition-specific part. So if you recall what Lokesh ji showed in the elephant, the path across that, so that's a journey of proficiency. And similarly for Raj Yoga, that particular study, we had derived a proficiency-based scale, so that you can rapidly achieve proficiency in practice. But maintaining a well-being state is a different story. Getting there, and then that needs long-term practice. So getting to depth and clarity is one part, but the second part is consistency over a long period of time, which is where mastery comes.
Taking all these aspects into consideration, what is the time frame? I mean, I'm asking in terms of weeks or in terms of months?
No, it's typically in terms of years.
Yeah.
So you conceptually might understand pretty quickly, but that's a far thing than
the reason why I
experiential.
ask this is because as technology has made inroads into many sectors, even in our neuroscience and psychology, it has made inroads. That is the EEG neurofeedback, which functions on the similar principles. Now, we did a study, of course, this is a clinical study, we did it in traumatic brain injury, where we looked at mindfulness meditation and neurofeedback. Of course, we had a lot of outcome scales, cognition, behavior, and emotion. And what the results showed is, this is a small sample. I'm not making a very, definitely, I'm not going to substantiate and say this is the empirical evidence. What we saw is the mindfulness meditation, they improved in behavior and emotion. Whereas in EEG neurofeedback, we saw cognition also improving pre and post. So that is why I'm asking, for a common person, if you know that you can't meditate, I know Dr. Vibha also said it's not so easy for us to meditate. I think it requires practice for a long period. So EEG is another, because it functions on the similar principles. We see the first thing that the patients report is they are relaxed. So that's why I asked this question. And I also wanted to, one small little clarification. You said to Dr. Vibha, emotion exposure, and is it like systematic desensitization that you're talking about?
It's not actually systematic desensitization. It is like allowing the person to feel that emotion. So asking the person to actually feel it, live it. It is like debriefing.
Okay.
It is more like debriefing.
Any other question? Oh, okay. Kaveri ji. Students, okay.
So, as you have said,
Yeah.
So can we see that mind wandering as a possibility of mind to, see different things, and we can use that thing and not see as mind wandering as a negative thing? And can we see it as a multitasking and see it as a possibility?
Sure. Actually, you again put multiple things there. So mind wandering, multitasking is sort of you're intentionally doing something there. Whereas in mind wandering, there may be one part where you're allowing yourself to move across multiple things, but another where you want to do something else, but this is intruding there. So these are two different things. But it has both positive and negative components. So when it's causing distress, you want to do something, but it's distressfully, your mind is shifting somewhere else. That's where it's problematic. Whereas when you're allowing facilitation, you're not constraining, that can be quite enriching. So you're going on a walk, you don't have an agenda, but your minds go in many different directions. That might be very leading to what someone talked about, insightful, creative ideation and so on. So that might not be directed, but you might still benefit a lot from that. And Dr. Bindu mentioned about dreaming yesterday, so that's a way in which the body automatically goes towards it. Dr. Vibha mentioned about DMN, the default mode. That's a way in which the body naturally gets into self-referential processing, which is also helpful in narrative identity forming and so on. So there are many components to it, both positive and negative. It's only when you can't handle it and it's going in a direction where it's, it causes distress, that's problematic.
So just one last question, because we are running short of time.
Sir, my question is to Dr. Ajay Kumar sir. Sir, in your presentation you talked about insula, the part of the brain. So this question is mere out of curiosity. So what will happen if we deliberately damage that part, and what are its influences on this damaged insula?
Yeah. So, usually you don't damage something like that, but you can lesion. And so in preclinical models, you can have lesions of that particular region. And unfortunately, the insula is, fortunately or unfortunately, the insula is more developed in primates. And so you can see that in many ways. So one is you have intracortical implantation. You can have electrodes implanted, then see what is happening. You can stimulate that region, then see what's happening. So there are many ways of exploring this question that you're asking. And the insula is also a diverse region. Some part of it is to do with bodily responses. So, for example, looking at visceral aspects of the body. And some parts are to do with disgust processing. So what happens in which region, it impacts what you feel, how you process things. It all depends on where the insult happens in that brain region. I hope it's sort of useful.
Now I have last question.
Well, there is no time. I have been asked to wind up the session. There are so many questions. So I think you can, interact with the speakers during lunchtime. That'll be the best. So I would like to thank all our speakers today for their very interesting and stimulating contribution. And I thank the audience for your patience. And at the end, I can only conclude what I have understood today is that mind wandering is contextual. You see, if a surgeon is operating upon a patient, the surgeon cannot afford to have this wandering mind. Or if somebody is fighting a war, the generals, they can't afford to be having a wandering mind. Whereas, if you look at the historical picture, how mind wandering became positive. Look at the Industrial Revolution, the technological revolution, okay? How did the novel emerge? So that is a creative process. So that is where, mind wandering has contributed a lot too, in terms of producing such great literature in our society. So let's move from here with a positive note that like Sigmund Freud used a free association for healing. So let's try and heal ourselves through mind wandering. Thank you.
May I kindly our chairperson and speakers to remain seated, please. We have now come to the end of this session. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chairperson, Professor Renuka Singh ji, and our distinguished speakers, Dr. Ajay Kumar Nair, Mr. Lokesh Jindal ji, and Professor Vibha Sharma ji. Thank you for your remarkable contributions and sharing for your profound knowledge and perspective with us today. It was truly an interesting session, and I wish we had a little more time to continue. So before we conclude, I would like to invite Professor P.N. Ravinderji to present a token of appreciation, traditional kata and the souvenir to our chairperson, Professor Renuka Singh ji. And our speaker, Dr. Ajay Kumar Nair ji. Mr. Lokesh Jindal ji. And Professor Vibha Sharma ji. Thank you, Professor P.N. Ravinder ji. With this, we can conclude the first session of day 2 of the conference. The second session will begin in 5 minutes. So I would kindly request everyone to remain seated and bear with us. My apologies. We will begin the session right away.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to request all of you to kindly be seated. We will proceed with the session 5 of the 2-day conference on perspectives of the mental experiences, neuroscience and psychology, series 9. May I request my colleague to kindly inform the participants to kindly come inside. We will begin the session right away. Is there? May I have your attention, please? Let me repeat. I would request all the participants who are outside the conference hall to kindly come inside. We will begin the session right away. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to welcome all the participants who have joined with us today for the second day of the conference on Perspective of the Mental Experiences, Neuroscience and Psychology, Series 9. Welcome, everyone. As we are proceeding with the session number 5, which is on Vipassana and equanimity, let me just give you a brief introduction with the theme for today's session number 5. Vipassana is one of the oldest meditation techniques originating from the Buddhist tradition, focusing on cultivating deep awareness and insight into the nature of reality. Likewise, equanimity is in the context of Vipassana, refers to maintaining a balanced and composed mind regardless of external circumstances. This combination of mindfulness and equanimity is not only the foundation to Vipassana, but is also a cornerstone for cultivating lasting inner peace and well-being. On this note, I would like to welcome all of you for session number 5, which is on Vipassana and equanimity. And I would like to invite our chairperson for session number 5, Venerable Gido, and our distinguished speakers, Professor Bindu Kutty from the neuroscience perspective, Dr. Priyanka Kakar who will be speaking from the Western psychology perspective, and Dr. Kumud Bansali will be speaking from the Buddhist psychology perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our chairperson for today's session, Venerable Gido, and our following speakers. Thank you very much, Venerable Chairperson and our distinguished speakers. Before I proceed, I would like to give you a brief introduction about our Chairperson, Venerable Gido. Right, so we'll skip the introduction part of Venerable Gido, and I would like to proceed the session number 5, for which I would like to request our Chairperson, Venerable Gido, to kindly take over the session. Venerable Gido.
Thank you, Kumud Bansali. So today, for this session, we are very fortunate to have 3 eminent speakers. The first, Dr. Bindu Kutty, who you see that if you look at the design of the whole thing, of the whole program, for today program, this is the design by Dr. Bindu Kutty. Because that Tibet House, we conduct all these programs like the neuroscience and psychology, and the next to follow would be the quantum physics and Buddhist philosophy and the universal ethics and so forth. As such that the Tibetans, we try to bring in the experts. So with respect to this, Dr. Bindu Kutty, I've been knowing her for all these many years through Dr. Ravindra, who I met, I think about like 10 years ago in a conference. And then from there, I came to know that Dr. Bindu Kutty is the supervisor of Professor Ravindra. And then from there on, we come to know that her expertise is something which can be a great asset for Tibet House. So this time, this conference is more like architectured by Dr. Bindu Kutty. And in fact, I'm very impressed, particularly Dr. Bindu Kutty would mind sitting here for the time being. So, you're in a hurry? If you're in a hurry, I'll let you speak last. Okay. So basically what I'm saying is that looking at the topics, I'm quite impressed that Dr. Bindu Kutty has, while her expertise in neuroscience, we see that she's also exposed to the various traditions, like meditation and so forth, that too from the point of view, from the perspective of the neuroscientists, with respect to the academic research. That is something which I'm particularly impressed about. And if you look at the topics which she chose and how she put them in order, so once I see that, then I see that there's no need for me to just reformulate this. So I kept it as it is. So having said this, there is a little bit of the introductory, no, not about you, introductory talk about the Vipassana and these concepts. For example, like say this is one thing which yesterday in my keynote speech I mentioned about how there's the evolution in the Tibet House conferences with respect to the audience. So earlier, I think about like 15 years ago, when I first joined Tibet House, the audience, they were all gray-haired, like myself. And that time, I was the youngest. And then later now, I see that all very young people. This is very inspiring. Particularly, I would say the young people, they should be exposed. They should get the opportunity to these conferences, to meet with the experts from the different traditions. So in this regard, they are the multifaceted. This conference will help us to become multifaceted with respect to what you are analyzing. Although I do know that many of the students, you're from psychology background or from Buddhist studies background or philosophy, mostly from psychology. And because of this, that it is not just one side or psychology all the time. Psychology is actually it is blended with many other disciplines. For example, like in the talk of Dr. Ajay, we see that the complexities were all what he highlighted. So these are things that we need to remember, that there are complexities involved, multifaceted. So what is Vipassana? This is the first question. So oftentimes people have a very naive understanding. Vipassana means just the 10-day program. So this is a part of it. Vipassana has many connotations. So before we really plunge into this, because the psychology students, you need to learn about the psyche, how the mind works, and how when the mind is let loose into excessive wandering, then it takes us to damaging the youth. So this is actually the asset of a nation for the world, the youth. But the youth can go damaged because of how many suicide cases are happening and how so many cases of the domestic violence happening. And if people are going into drugs and so forth. So thinking of these things, we see that a great resource of the nation, of the world, is going waste. So how to protect this? So there, the mind decides. The mind decides. Neuroscience, yes, of course. But neuroscientists will not come after each of the individuals. So if you teach how to manage your mind, and this is something, although you don't see your neurons, you don't see the insula or amygdala and so forth, you don't see what kind of synaptic connections have been created in your brain, but you do know your mind, how you are destroying your mind just after the gadgets, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, initially meant to be just, okay, relax, wandering for 15 minutes. 15 minutes turn into 4 hours. And then you have so many deadlines are there. And then you will say, I have no energy, I'm tired. And then next day you regret. So this is how we waste our time. This is how we waste youth. So with this in mind, one thing in the first place, why Vipassana? Why meditation? Vipassana is one aspect of meditation. Why do we need meditation in the first place? In the first place, with meditation, without meditation, if the youth is protected, if we don't, we make sure that the youth of the nation, of the world, is not damaged, is not wasted. And that is the purpose. For this now, the meditation is seen as one of the very important aspects, to save the youngsters from going to waste. Because this is a big treasure of the world. It's a big treasure of the world, the youngsters, the youth. So, with this in mind, is to manage your mind. When you see that your mind is not managed, then it can go haywire. So, how to manage the mind? This is a question. So, only when, for example, the neurologist, neuroscientists, psychiatrists, when do they come into our life? Is when you already go damaged. Then you go to neuroscientists, you go to psychiatrists. So see curative, how we can be preventive, how we can go for the preventive measures, that these things, we don't have to wait till the damage occurs. So with this in mind, meditation is one of the aspects. And meditation, although it seems to be attached with the religiosity, but the reality is no, it can be very secular. It can be very secular meditation. And of course, in the academic institutions and the common masses, amongst common masses, the concepts in secular context needs to be introduced. So, meditation is to manage our emotions, manage our mind. Say, youngsters, therefore, for example, in IIT Delhi, in many other places as well, the youngsters, suicide cases are so immense, depression, anxiety, and now the counselors are needed more and more. Why? They don't know how to manage the mind. So, to manage the mind, one of the aspects by which you do so is known as meditation. And meditation, there are two kinds. People talk about in the West, there is mindfulness-based meditation, and so forth. This is just one aspect. So the one question which I was on the verge to ask, but I didn't want to ask at that point to Dr. Ajayji, was that the students, I want to give more chance to the students. So because I restrained my question. So in fact, the question is about managing your mind, meditation. When I speak about meditation, so is the number of hours, duration, and then the quality, the proficiency. When I speak about proficiency, again, proficiency has many aspects. For example, broadly speaking, we see that with respect to proficiency, there are three aspects. It's not just one aspect. It's not just, okay, I'm just observing my breath, observing my senses, observing the bindu, the flame. No, there's just one aspect. This is known as cultivating the gravity of the concentration of mind. This is one aspect. Cultivating the gravity of the concentration of your mind. This is one aspect. Number two is cultivating the expansiveness of your mind, which is the universal compassion. Universal compassion. Number two, for example, say just the youngsters, you have your own experience. The oldest mean the elders, you already had the experience. You still have. Youngsters, now you are having them new. For example, let's say that you go to a new university or academic, say college or whatever. There we see that everybody is very competitive. Your mind feels stressed. Your mind feels congested. And the moment you see your mom, your dad, your brother, sisters, and so forth, your mind expands. Why this is so? Which is better for you? Your mind restricted, constricted, or where your mind expands? Your mind expands is known as relaxation. It's not wandering. This mental relaxation. So you want this. This is healing. That heals your immunity. That strengthens your immunity. So this relaxation, why this relaxation happens when your parents, when your relatives, friends, you see them. Why this relaxation happens? Because of the love and affection, feeling of the closeness. So there is a technique by which to cultivate this expansive compassion. Not only just mindfulness, but mindfulness associated with the content of the compassion, universal compassion, number two. Then number three is that why, say, for a small trigger can trigger anxiety in youngsters, and for elders it's not a problem. Why? Elders experience. They have broader knowledge that this can be tackled like this, tackled like this, tackled like this. Broader knowledge and deeper knowledge. That manages your emotions. So there are three ways. One is to build the gravity of the meditative concentration. Number two is to expand the circle of your compassion. Number three, to bring about a cognitive transformation. Cognitive transformation to get access to the profound reality of interdependency and the vast reality of the interdependency. Profound and the vast. So all these aspects are required. For one, if you really want to be 100% sure that you don't have to submit yourself, surrender yourself to mind wandering as a resource. Rather, with controlled, you have a total expansiveness of mind. So this is where the Venerable Tenzen Champel yesterday, she talked about meditation is of two kinds. One is single-pointed meditation, where you build the gravity of the concentration of your mind. This is one aspect. Mindfulness meditation, mindfulness is all just one aspect. And there's another aspect, which is known as analytical meditation, which actually transforms your mind, which actually expands your mind to ease. This compassion will give you the ease. And this cognitive transformation of the profound and the vast array of the interdependency, this gives you the confidence. One gives you confidence, one gives you the ease and the stability to stabilize these two experiences. So in short, we see the meditation of these three kinds. So having said this, we see that we have the Professor Bindu Kutty, and I already mentioned about her, and we have two other speakers here. So first
although I said that Professor Bindu Kutty, I'd like to give her last, but she's already on her toes, so why not we invite Professor Bindu Kutty? Yes, please.
Thank you so much.
Mike.
Thank you for summing up the entire session so beautifully, Yashalaji. And also, I don't want to take the entire credit of, making the program. When Tibet House, the Jordan Laji, and as well as other interns, when they have contacted us, I have my team here, most of them. So we sat together and we have made this program, or helped him to make half of the program, not full program. Now coming to the session on Vipassana and equanimity, I thought I will just share with you some of the studies what we are doing in our laboratory, in our Center for Consciousness Studies, to understand mental experiences. And here also I want to disclose here that when we started our center, we didn't have any idea about mind. We are neuroscientists, we always look into the neural correlates of your behavior, mind. But as specifically what is consciousness, what is mental experience, we didn't have much idea. So we have contacted Geshalaji, and he has given us some sessions, online sessions on what is the true nature of the mind. And that really gave us a lot of impetus to understand and then correlate our findings with that. So that is a very good initiative, and we profusely thank Geshalaji for that wonderful sessions he has given us initially. Thank you so much, Geshalaji. So in this talk, before I start the equanimity, I thought so this is where I stopped yesterday in my talk, that I was talking about the experiential fusion as well as cognitive reification. So these are the two villains of your mind, and that actually draws, takes you to almost, you see the mental experiences in that box, low and high. So when you are fused with your thought processes, what happens? Your mental abilities are getting reduced, your psychological abilities are reduced, your awareness is reduced, your attention capabilities are reduced, because you are going to one corner, one aspect of the mind. Actually, mind has got a, you can see you can have a borderless mind, I can tell you that. So then there is enhanced expansion of the mind, enhanced stability of the mind, enhanced clarity of the mind. When that is achieved, definitely your awareness is increased. Then you are taking towards meta-awareness, and that is the beginning of the journey of the mind towards stillness and towards stopping all your thought processes. So we have to reach there, whether it is through meditation or through any other techniques. You should always remember that if you are fused with your thought, if you are thinking that your feelings and thought are these are the perception of the entire life, you should have that reality that these are the mental processes, these are nothing to do with your life, so that you can stop there and you can go ahead. So as the ancient wisdom says, thought identification should be removed from your mind. Now I have been listening to the youngsters, and I have seen that most of you have these thought identification, like experiential fusion or the cognitive reification. So we have to remove that, and we have to go about experiential diffusion and cognitive de-reification. If that process occurs, you are in the right path of achieving various things, various mental capabilities. So always remember, and this you can achieve even without any, like external inputs or external support like meditation, or even yesterday I was talking about the various neuromodulatory processes like cognitive behavioral therapy, RTMS, so many, other neuromodulatory approaches. But even then, see, today Ajay was talking about the traffic control. So when you realize that your mind or your thoughts are fused, or your mind is fused with your thought, or your self is fused with your thoughts, just stop there. Think that that is the red light. Then you only make the green light and go ahead. That these are all past events. I have to move ahead, I have to work hard, and I have to achieve all these. Okay, so all these capabilities are there in you, and you have to go ahead. So, we have just made this phenomenological matrix model using various features: meta-awareness on the y-axis, then experiential fusion on the x, and reification, cognitive reification. So, if your mind is on the extreme right down corner, in that square, that means that is dangerous. That shows that your mental activities, mental capabilities are all towards the low. Like you can see that your attention capabilities are very reduced, clarity is reduced, stability is reduced, and effort. Here what we meant is here the mind wandering. So mind wandering effortlessly you can do when it is low. Or awareness, if you think very effortfully, you have to take a lot of effort. So that is the state. Now how do we move towards the left? Now that left is the corridor for the well-being. Think that. Towards the left extreme, that zero object orientation, go towards the zero. So that means there is experiential diffusion happening, and there is enhanced meta-awareness happening, and that is the corridor for well-being. So always remember that whether you have any other supportive processes or supportive tools to go ahead, your mind itself is enough. You can use these thoughts as a tool to overcome that. Okay. So here now I will be talking about equanimity, how to reach that stillness of the mind. So equanimity, when we talk about, it is the sublime state of the mind. It is the highest state of the mind where you can have enduring happiness, enduring well-being. So you just see that just to change your mind, from a left extreme to right extreme of the mental capabilities. Now you can have enhanced well-being, and you can have the real blissful state of well-being. Okay, and this one of the tool that can be used is the meditation. That's all. I'm not telling that meditation is the only tool. One of the tool that can be used is meditation. And why meditation? This also I have talked yesterday. So meditative practices, long-term meditative practices. Always remember, we are all dynamic people. We are chemical people. Every time, every moment, these keep changing. So the brain and mind are highly dynamic. Brain is matter also highly dynamic. It undergoes changes. It undergoes neuroplasticity as per the experience. So here you see that long-term meditation can be used as a tool. We consider meditation as a tool for us to study the neuroplastic capabilities of the brain. So what this study has shown that long-term meditation practices enhance structural plasticity as well as the functional plasticity. So even the structure of the brain can be changed. Here those red dots, blue dots all indicate that there is enhanced thickness of the cortex. And enhanced thickness of the cortex is not indiscriminately the whole cortex is thickened. It is not that. The areas of the cortex that is associated with attention, emotion regulation, awareness, all are enhanced. So when there is enhanced activity of these, definitely the mind wandering comes down, the DMN activity comes down, and definitely that leads to the cultivation of meta-awareness. Meta-awareness is an enhanced awareness, and that reduces mind wandering, that improves your self-awareness, and that is the journey. So meta-awareness is the gate towards experience, towards understanding your mental capabilities. So as I said, meta-awareness is the gate. So from basic consciousness, now you are entering into a sustained state of meta-awareness through meditation. So this sustained state, otherwise definitely, even with the basic consciousness, you can also experience, or you can experience what is the process of consciousness, that is the meta-awareness, for a very short period of time in normal conditions. Whereas if you are a very ardent meditator, definitely there is enhanced meta-awareness, and meta-awareness definitely cause enhanced self-regulation, cognitive flexibility, experiential diffusion, cognitive de-reification. So that is the path towards non-duality, equanimity, de-identification. Now, how do we study? That is the major thing. Like, see, for example, what is the neural correlate of equanimity? It is not possible, it is quite difficult for us, for neuroscientists to see. So what we have done, we have carried out studies, neuroscience, EEG studies, and looked at, used various analysis, data analysis, and to correlate that data with that of non-duality, with that of de-identification. And using not only the neural, the studies what we have carried out, we have also carried out various psychological studies, psychometric studies, psychological studies, phenomenological studies. Then we have, we have correlated all these, and we come to know that, there is some kind of de-identification happening, there is some kind of a non-duality happening, and this we use non-duality and de-identification as the core feature of equanimity. Okay, so otherwise direct correlation, direct observation is not possible, but still we have got some convincing evidences. I will just give you briefly only explain these, our studies. So Vipassana, so that the session is on Vipassana and equanimity. So we have carried out studies on Vipassana meditation. These meditative techniques are being taught by S.N. Goenkaji. It is not the Buddhist kind of meditation practice we have studied. We have studied mainly the S.N. Goenkaji, as taught by S.N. Goenkaji for the laities, for the commoners, common people like us. So this is the structure of the meditation. Meditation starts with Anapana. Anapana is nothing but breath awareness, awareness of your breath. And so awareness of the breath is very, very difficult. See, for a layperson, for example, first time when you are doing it, it's very difficult. Your mind strays, wanders, let it wander, but still it comes back and observe. And, then if you continuously do that, you will be definitely seeing that the mind is fixed towards, experiencing the breath awareness. And what is this breath awareness definitely enhance. So this practice enhance your awareness, enhance your attention, enhance your concentration, definitely reduces mind wandering. Okay, then from the breath awareness you are, so in a 1 hour period or 45 minutes time, so we have used this same module in our laboratory, and so Anapana we have done for 5 minutes. Then Vipassana for almost 45 minutes we have recorded. So definitely Vipassana is, it is realizing the impermanence of sensations. So you are scanning your body, you are sensing your sensations coming and thought coming, arising in your mind, sensations of the body and how they come and go. So the impermanence. So the reality of impermanence, that definitely helps you to having that kind of disidentification of the self. So the self, there is a disidentification of the self, and definitely that enhances the mental balance with emotion regulation. So this practice helps in self-regulation and emotion regulation, and definitely the meditation, the session comes to an end by Metta Bhavana. Metta Bhavana means it is you are generating goodwill to yourself as well as to others. So it is an emotionally enriched state of mind. Generating. So that reduces negativity, enhances selflessness, and enhance a sense of calm and well-being. So you see that all these are happening. It is not that mind is static. You see that, so when you do a process, you see that how you are able to change your mind, mental experience. So when there is some experience, mental experience is happening, definitely what is the brain changes, brain oscillatory changes that can also happen associated with this. So this is what we have studied. We have looked at, we were able to dissociate neurophysiologically the changes that is happening during Anapana, during Vipassana, as well as during Metta Bhavana. So we have, we have published this. This is quite an old paper, 2018 paper. I will just give you what exactly we have observed. So we have used three, meditators of distinct, different proficiency. Some are advanced meditation practitioners having more than 10,000 hours of meditation experience. Some are seniors having the same kind of experience. Some are teachers who are teaching the practice. And also some are novices. Novice, they are just introduced into the meditation practice, and they have got more than, almost less than 1,000 hours of meditation experience. So you see that, so we have looked at what is the proficiency related changes that has been, that is occurring associated with during meditation. So the meditators come to our lab, they meditate, we hook them to our EEG system, and we record, and we look at these changes. And what we have observed among the advanced meditation practitioners is that during rest itself, we have seen an enhanced theta and alpha. So theta alpha oscillations, that is around 6 to 10 hertz. We have, so that the studies have shown that these are associated with the sustained attention and awareness, positive emotion, feeling of happiness. So this is a kind of mental, stillness of the mind. Thoughtless state, or even thought is the stillness of the mind. And during Vipassana and Anapana, we have observed there is enhanced alpha, because these two are actually cognitively intense practice, because they have to be aware of their breath, they have to be aware of the sensation that is arising. So it is cognitively intense, and we have seen enhanced alpha, that is an that is associated with the sustained attention, because you have to be very attentive, and selected object by blocking off the task irrelevant. So the other thoughts, the experiential fusion is not happening, because they know how to overcome that state. And then during Metta Bhavana, we have seen enhanced theta. Enhanced theta is an index of enhanced relaxation, mental quiescence, emotion regulation, and achieving that kind of enduring happiness like bliss, purposeful attention and engagement, conflict monitoring, and meta-awareness. So all these, we will just only use the term meta-awareness. So theta is associated with the meta-awareness. We have also looked at the network efficiency. So there is integration. Yesterday I have already mentioned to you all this. The three networks, they interact. So this network efficiency will tell about the mental flexibility and stability. So we have also looked at this, and we have observed that there is enhanced mental flexibility and stability among the teachers, that is the lower part, among the senior meditation or advanced meditation practitioners. So they have the experiential, the flexibility is very high, so that they can do meditation practice effortlessly. So this is an example of effortless. So definitely what is happening then, even if you are focusing your meditation, at times your mind distracts due to the DMN activity and all, but still there are areas like salience, insula and anterior cingulate cortex, salience networks, they detect this fast and reorient yourself to towards meditation process. So even if your attention diverts, there are mechanisms to bring it back and focus on the ongoing process, that is meditation process. So the dynamics are happening when you do the practice of meditation. So this is about Vipassana meditation. So in our lab now we study various, we study the meditation from various meditation traditions. This is because each meditation tradition use different meditation technique, and each technique bring various psychological experiences. So that shows the divergence of the conscious experience. So we have seen, see for example, even in Isha meditation, we have seen that you see the extreme left, the theta, alpha, beta, the red colors. That is an indication of relaxed alertness. So experienced meditators, when they are observing their breath, they are observing it with relaxed alertness. There is no effortful, focus. Whereas in the extreme right, you see alpha, beta, and gamma, blue. That blue is an indication of alpha and gamma. That is an indication of mind wandering. Definitely the controls who are not trained in meditative techniques, definitely they will be able to only focus their attention to breath only for a few seconds, then their mind wanders. So we have equivalent neural correlates to study these various aspects of your mental experience. This we have published very recently in Mindfulness Journal. And this also, there is something called the Shunya meditation. Shunya meditation is, you have to think of, there is nothing. The mind should not hold on to any of the thought. Then what happens? In the controls, you can see that it collapses. The brain power comes down. Whereas in the case of advanced meditators, definitely they have been practicing, so they have experience that they need not to pay attention to anything specific. You need not to have any anchor. The mind need not to be having any anchor. So that means mind is now equanimous state. It is not perturbed by external or internal factors. So that is the corridor for you to now think. You can go with the deeper dimensions of consciousness. You can now experience the deeper dimensions of consciousness. So there are techniques. You can make your mind still and you can go ahead with your processes. And we also try to understand equanimity using a technique called as ACW. ACW is an autocorrelation window. Autocorrelation window process information in such a way that it has to. So there are, see for example in this hall now many of you are sitting, there are different colors. I have to, my brain has to integrate all these information and segregate various information. Suppose if I am focusing my mind on breath awareness, and I can also think of these thought processes. So that means information processing of various stimuli, then integrating all this. So it takes time, and this is ACW is an indication of brain intrinsic neural time scales. So it takes time. Suppose if you have to integrate or process many information, whereas advanced meditators, they won't get distracted. So their thought process, their processes, information processing is only on breath awareness. They will have shorter ACW, and this shorter ACW is an indication of de-identification. That is, there is total, the mind is so experienced that it can de-identify the rest of the thoughts. It can only focus on the ongoing process. That is the thing. Okay, so and also we have also looked at the ACW when you are practicing your breath awareness, as well as at the same time you are also carrying out a cognitive task. Cognitive task, your attention is external, and so even whether external your thought process or concentration, attention is on an external process or an internal process, the ACW is very short. So that is an indication of, non-duality. Actually, there is not much difference of processing, whether it is an externally driven or an internally driven processes. And we have also reiterated using meditation depth questionnaires. We have also, got the same non-identification as well as non-duality. So these are all examples to show you that the mental clarity, mental stability, equanimity, meditation process helps in achieving all these. Like these are the summary of all our studies. We have seen in Isha, we have seen a trait effect of enhanced theta, that is an example of meta-awareness. In Vipassana, we have seen theta alpha, that is also an example of mental equanimity. Then state theta, I mean, you see that. So, like we have, Ajay said that he can rapidly shift shift from meditation to relaxed state. He has seen that there is an accompanying theta activity. So, enhanced theta is an example of meta-awareness. So, this is some of the, what you say that the summary of all our studies, and reiterating that equanimity is possible, even among ladies. Need not to be a monk, need not to be a person who is totally, dedicating life towards that particular profession. And also, so once the mind is calm, you are in a process of experiencing the deeper dimensions of consciousness. Definitely, you can convert your cognitive and an emotional brain to a compassionate brain. You can convert or you can transform yourself from an ordinary human being to an integral human being. So that is what I just wanted to convey in this talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Binduji. And you made things very easy, particularly with respect to what is meditation and so forth. And the shift of the meditation and so forth. The one thing that we all need to also keep in mind, those people who are going deeper into psychology and then later some into neuroscience, would be to just see how to go for the correlates of the workings of the brain and the workings of the mind. So workings of the mind is purely experiential. It can be seen on the brain scan. But then how do you correlate the two? This is something extremely important. For example, like what Dr. Ajay just said, that the mind, okay, we ask the person to switch from the meditation, non-meditation to non-meditation. So how do you know that he's actually doing this? This is a very complicated thing. How do you know that? The person not telling lies. It can be only done through personal report, not through brain scan. How do you know that? These are all very complicated questions, which is not really too relevant to the psychologist, but for the neuroscientist is very important. It's because of this. Yesterday I did mention about the Professor Mishra Kaku's book, The Future of the Mind. I mentioned this. So where the neuroscientists are making dictionary, what in the brain, the changes that happen in the brain, is correlated to what part of the functions of the mind. Okay, so this is one thing, and the whole point from what we see, particularly the presentation of Dr. Binduji, is that there's a great hope for us when your mind can become stressful or can be anxietic, but they're secure there when they do some secular meditation. Secular meditation is the best, the safest, and that it'll make you become very objective in your approach. Objective approach is so important. When the objectivity is missed, then you can become very biased and you will never come to the reality. So always better to go for objective or the secular meditative techniques. Okay, but it must be done in a very proper way. Because many people say that, okay, now learning all these things, I start doing meditation, and how do you do that? Oh, I learn it from YouTube. This is very dangerous. Meditation is actually playing with your mind. And if you don't know how to play with the mind well, it can be very dangerous. Mr. Lokesh in his talk, he said that make sure that you seek the help of a good, experienced teacher. Okay, having said this, next we have, thank you so much, Dr. Binduji, and the question and answers, we'll see if we have time at the end of the three talks. Next we have Dr. Priyanka Kakar, very interesting, the biography. is an associate professor at the School of Behavioral Forensics of National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar, and Gandhinagar. And since 2013, she is teaching and carrying out research in neuropsychology and forensic psychology. And she holds patents in micro-expressions tool for forensic investigations. She is a member of the core committee of Juvenile Justice Rules of Gujarat government, which is currently engaged in developing the preliminary assessment module. And she also imparts training to police personnel, judges, advocates, scientific officers, the officers of national and international departments, and she has received many awards and recognitions, and the extremely rich CV, and the youngsters should be encouraged, inspired to build your CVs. So this is very important. Thank you so much. So we have, please welcome Dr. Priyanka Kakar. Thank you.
Good afternoon. A heartfelt thank to Tibet House and the organizing people of this conference. Thank you, sir, for introducing me. As per the introduction, yes, I am from forensic background, but during my research work, I have found something very common which is required to be known to common people to understand why people are getting into criminal act and why there is no equanimity among ourselves. So it is not only about the crime that is happening, but also what we are doing in our daily routine life. Like sir has said that people are committing suicide, youngsters are getting into drugs and substance abuse, there is no harmony at home. So why this is happening and how to deal with that? There are painful triggers in our life about which we are aware or we are not aware. We are living our life with an awareness that yes, there are happy events, there are painful events in our life, but sometimes we have no awareness that our personality has been developed because of certain positive aspects in our life or certain negative aspects about which we have completely forgotten. So these painful triggers are influencing youngsters as well as everyone in terms of creating hate speech, in terms of creating domestic violence at home, substance abuse, or any kind of problem with the bosses at office, etc. If I ask you that which event of your life you can remember the best, is it the positive one or the negative one? Most of you will say that I remember the negative one because I have felt that pain in my life. And if I ask you further, can you elaborate more about that painful event? You will have a huge narrative to explain that negative event. Similarly, if I ask you a question that can you elaborate positive event of your life, you will be able to explain it, but not in detail that the way you can explain the negative event. But when we try to remember in terms of the remembrance of an event, the brain remembers both type of events, positive and negative, in equal manner. So it is us who is actually elaborating, exaggerating a negative event more by repeating and rehearsing that thought in our mind as compared to positive event. What about the memories which are recent as compared to the older events? Do we remember recent events better as compared to older events? We will say yes. Most of us will say that yes, because it has happened recently, so we will remember that event better. Yes, but when it comes to the remembrance from the brain point of view, we remember both type of events in an equal manner. It's just that we are not elaborating it in our conscious effort, in our awareness state. So these two studies were based upon BIOS profiling, brain electrical oscillation signature profiling, which actually measures a person's experiential knowledge. Just now sir said that, can we measure experience? Yes, we can. So this system can measure the experience of an individual if that experience is an impactful event. It doesn't matter whether it is related to a criminal act or not. However, BIOS is extensively used for forensic investigation, but in order to understand the deeper information about an individual's psychology, the system can be used to find out what are the painful triggers, events of an individual, and how to deal with that using the approaches like meditation and the another approach that I am going to emphasize on. A brief about the system. It is based upon neurosignature profiling, which tracks the neural processes related to memories and remembrance. We are governed by our memories and how we remember those memories. And this is how the neurosignature system works. When we hear a cue, suppose if I give you a cue that please don't remember a peacock, the moment I say what your brain is giving you as an image of the peacock. So even if we don't try to do certain things, our brain will respond honestly if the experience has happened with us. So what happens is when our ear hears a probe or a cue, it gets converted into electrical impulses, which transmit it to auditory region of the brain, and then it processes the electrical impulses to identify the word. These identification of word one by one gets converted into the sentence, and then these sentences derive a meaning. So if it has happened with you, it is part of the experience and you will understand the meaning of the sentence. And if it hasn't, then your brain will not respond to that, and that meaning triggers to the processing of the memory. So what BIOS does, it measures the experiential knowledge if a person has participated in an event or happened or learned something as part of the experience, and it is acquired by oneself. So something that has happened with other cannot be remembered by you. If it has happened with you, then only you will remember, and these memory gets stored in your brain as signatures. So like your fingerprint, like your footprint, these signatures cannot be changed over the period of time. How the system is administered, the subject is asked to remain silent. He just need to listen to these sentences, which we call probes. The subject sits with eyes closed comfortably on the couch. You can see that how the subject is sitting, and the results are generated by the system. This is how the system look like. The subject is sitting inside a room, which is a soundproof room, and he just listened to the probes, and at the other side, the experimenter or the scientific officer can see the responses. Now, research was done on victims of domestic violence. Usually, the investigation is done on the offenders. But domestic violence or sexual violence, sexual harassment, rape is something which has happened with the victim and which cannot be remembered better by the offender. Also, in case of domestic violence, how to categorize whether the person is a victim of domestic violence or not. If it is a physical abuse, if it is a sexual abuse, medical report is presented. But what about emotional abuses? How to prove that the person has underwent emotional abuse? And when the case is brought to the court, people argue that because she was abusive in nature, so I hit her. So that is the type of conversation that happens, and that leads nowhere in terms of completion of a case. So if we go by the law, there are, I don't know why this is into 4. There are 5 categories as per law which is considered as a person has underwent domestic violence: physical abuse, emotional abuse, sexual abuse, financial abuse, and spiritual abuse. So by law, if these categories are proved, that means the person has underwent domestic violence. So Bios was able to give category-wise that the person has underwent financial violence, emotional violence, or combination of all the violences. Similarly, when this research work was going on, males also approached us that we are also undergoing domestic violence and it is not gender based. So only females are not facing domestic violence, even males are facing it. So part of the research work we did study on the males aspect also, whether they underwent or not. Now the interesting fact is, sometimes we are not undergoing any type of harassment or violence, it's just that our mind just rehearses and enjoys the suffering, which we consider as a painful event. Like your boss has not said anything to you, but because you don't like him, in your mind you are creating story, an image, and then you are having a bad interaction, like wandering, and that is a negative type of hurting oneself. So that type of responses were also found, but in order to distinguish whether it was an event happened with the person or it was just an imaginary event because of which the person was feeling painful. And this is how the results we get. You can see the subject also. So because we are submitting these things to the court, so there we can prove that it is the foolproof technology where we have not changed the subject. So the person who has underwent domestic violence is sitting in front of us, and at the side we can also see what type of probes are showing that the person has actually underwent or experienced domestic violence. So these type of painful triggers affect our mind and also body, and equanimity is required to regulate these four aspects: to regulate emotions, to be non-judgmental, to foster healthy relationship, and to bring balance to life. There are various approaches. One ma'am has already talked about. There are other approaches. Neurofeedback is also one of the approach which ma'am has said. Today I'm going to focus on hypnosis as an approach for equanimity. How many of you have gone into trance? Have you ever experienced trance in your life? 1, 2, 3. We all have experienced trance in our life, because whatever work we do, if we are engrossed in that work, we go into trance. Whether we are reading Harry Potter book and then we start creating images, whether we are driving and then we are driving, taking right turns, but in our mind we are thinking about something. So that is the alpha stage where we start wandering. And when we try to anchor those thoughts, that entire process is known as hypnosis, where a therapist is required and he gives suggestions to change the sensations, the cognitive processes, thoughts, feelings, etc. These are the disturbed areas where hypnosis can work and can bring equanimity. Each study shows that hypnosis is different from wakefulness, and it is an altered state of mind, and there is no similarity between hypnosis and sleep. It is also found that the right hemisphere get much more activated as compared to left hemisphere, and that's why when you are wandering, your creativity gets heightened and you get lot of ideas during that state. The EEG study also shows that alpha and theta activity were high when the person was under trance. There are scientific steps of hypnosis. We start with the case history to understand what the problem with which the person has arrived. Then we form rapport. If there are misconceptions, we try to resolve it, like will I surrender myself, will I become unconscious? So these are the myths which we clarify, and then we decide a goal, what you want. So for equanimity, if there is a painful trigger about which the person is aware, very good. If not, through BIOS we can understand that, and then in hypnosis we can target that. There are different induction techniques, and I am sure you are only aware about the pendulum technique, that hypnotherapist is using pendulum and then hypnotizing. But then there are other techniques also, like eye fixation and breath watching, etc. Some more induction techniques. If you want, I'll explain it later. This is only to create an understanding about the concept. Then there are deepening techniques. So once induction is done, then to take that person into deep hypnosis, deepening technique is used. And later on, to bring the person back, post-hypnotic suggestions are given. So whatever goals the person has achieved during the trance, in post-suggestion, we give suggestion that it will stay with you. So if it is a relaxation session, so it will stay with you for a longer duration, and then we terminate the trance. A research on hypnosis demonstrated that a person can learn through hypnosis not to pay attention to certain aspects. So 2 tones were presented, and during hypnosis the experimental group was asked to not to register the tone 2, and for the control group both the registrations were suggested, and the results were P1 normal and hypnotherapeutic person. The sensory registration happened in both the groups. Attentional arousal N1 also happened in both the groups. Directed attention also happened in both the groups. There was no significant difference. But when it comes to recognition of the tone, the hypnotherapeutic group showed very less positive response. In another study, when a relaxation session was given to experimental and control group, where movement-related imagination and motor-related imaginations were given, people showed the baseline. You can see the activation level as compared to the motor movement. So the activation is high when the motor hypnosis-related suggestions were given, as well as the visual one. So the study shows that mental movements activates the same motor areas activated during the actual movements. So you can actually reduce the painful event by giving hypnosis, which is a very short duration practice for which you require a therapist, and once you learn the hypnotherapy, self-hypnosis is also possible. So to conclude, I would say that any approach used to achieve equanimity can have an efficient and long-lasting effects only when the painful triggers of the life is identified and targeted. And through integrating BIOS with hypnosis, this can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka Kakar. Thank you so much. And the message that we get from Dr. Priyanka's talk, one is about the triggers. What triggers, or what brings about, what factors are responsible in bringing about change within our personality? Somebody who's short-tempered or loving nature, or so in other words, the triggers, they play a very important role, and that is something extremely important. In other words, good influence is required for youngsters, also for the elders like us. We all require good influence. So in other words, be with good people. Don't be with badly influencers. And then talking about the memories, rumination and so forth, memories. So what your mind does, what your brain does, okay, these two, shown as different. Finally, that we do see that you ruminate too much over the negativities, you become negative. So one thing that particularly people who are not too experienced, the younger ones mostly, is bad things happen where there's a solution. You think about it. It doesn't mean that don't think about these things. Think about this, look for the solution, and where there's no benefit, just cut yourself from ruminating over the past bad experiences. So the moment you think about the bad experience, unpleasant feeling comes. This unpleasant feeling will drain your energy. Your mind will resist unpleasant feeling because you don't want this unpleasant feeling. Your mind will resist that. That resistance requires a lot of energy, It drains your energy, and you are left with no energy to go further. So, in other words, where unnecessary, then cut yourself from the thinking about, in other words, cultivating the memory of the negative events. And then next is about the equanimity. The Kakar so beautifully presented. So broadly speaking, we see that the equanimity has many connotations. One, overall speaking, it is a connotation of the balance, striking balance. Equanimity has an element of the balance, maintaining balance. When you say balance, again, it can work in many connotations. In the context of the feelings, say, pleasant feeling, you crave for pleasant feeling, and you shun the unpleasant feeling, the balanced state. That is, again, maintaining a balanced state with respect to feelings. It's again very important. When there is a high rise, the feeling of the ecstasy and so forth, when it falls, is very painful. So again, with respect to the feeling, that's number one. Number two, with respect to the mental application, meaning that, say, sometimes we are too lazy. They say we don't apply what is necessary. Effort required, we don't apply. That is one problem. That is the lack of the application of the effort. And the other one is over-exertion. This is again a problem. So maintaining balance. For example, when the child does not study, say if you are the one, how many had that experience when you were a little girl, little boy, and then your parents, they said, hey, study, 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 and you feel bored? Raise hands. Okay, good. So there, and suddenly you started to feel, oh, now the sense of urgency. Now my board exam is approaching nearby. And then you study and focus is built up. By the way, when do you learn more? Closer to this exam or further away from the time in exam? Closer to this exam. There the sense of urgency builds up. With the sense of urgency, focus builds up. With the focus, you learn more. Now the mother comes every 5 minutes to check on you. Are you studying? Are you studying? What happens? Your focus is distracted. You getting it? Distracted. This over-application of the mother's concern. So one is the under-application. Other one is over-application. There should be a middle way. This is known as the equanimity with respect to the application, the mental application. And third one is with respect to, for example, cheesecake. Cheesecake. I can see the smiles coming up. This is where your mind is involuntarily pulled by even the thought of the cheesecake. And your nasty neighbor. Yes, mentally you're pulled back. So this is aversion and attachment. Again, a balance between the two. Not be too attached, not be too averse. Maintain a balance, controlled balance. It doesn't mean indifference. People oftentimes confuse between the two things. Confused between being indifferent and having controlled balance in the affinity towards the object. Not too pulled, not too pushed. So maintain a balance. This requires a tremendous skill. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Kojarji. Your presentation is amazing. And particularly this is about the forensics, very interesting. Thank you. So next we have Dr. Kumud Bansali, and I know her personally from being in Tibet House, and her skill in teachings and charisma, the children's feeling great affinity, affection towards her as a teacher. These are all the hallmark of this Dr. Kumud Bansali ji. So she works in the Department of Sociology at South Asian University as a postdoctoral research fellow and is affiliated with the AMRR lab project. Kumud's doctoral research examines the narratives of new entrepreneurs that point to and are shaped by the rise of entrepreneurialism and entrepreneurial cultures in post-liberalization India. Her work explores the articulation of passion and being allowed different with an attention to the survival strategies of new entrepreneurs in Pune. And Dr. Kumud worked as an assistant professor at Symbiosis International University, where she taught courses in anthropology, introduction to research, and critical and academic writing in the undergraduate liberal arts program. She also founded the Center for Writing and Communicative Practices there. And Kumud is a student of the Nalandu courses by Tibet House and is currently enrolled in the Master's course, Batch 2, her emerging academic interest in revitalizing conversations in Buddhist economics through the teachings of Buddhist psychology. So here we have Dr. Kumudji, please welcome.
Thank you, Gisela, for that very kind introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, all the wonderful young staff members from Tibet House who have been so assiduously working towards making this event successful. And I also want to acknowledge my teacher from JNU, Renuka ma'am. It's so lovely to see you after all these years. Hello Venerable and hello Venerable Kavirla. I'm so happy to be here. I missed yesterday, I'm sorry about that. And the topic that I wanted to explore, and here I would say that I'm not really speaking as a scholar, I'm speaking as someone who's grappled with some of these things, someone who has tried to practice, and therefore your interventions, your comments and questions would be welcome. So the title I gave to my presentation, Developing an Analytical Understanding of the Mind for Contentedness. And when we say analytical understanding, we're taking various meanings of equanimity. As Gisela also mentioned, the meaning that I had in mind was the push and pull meaning, where the definition as part of the 4 immeasurable practices that we do is to abide in a state which is free of excessive attachment towards some, towards few, and aversion towards others. So that's what I take. And contentedness is what I am hoping for in terms of my practice, but feel free to substitute it with joy, tranquility, or something wholesome that you would desire. So with that, let's begin by understanding the definition of mind here, right? And I've taken this from the text Buddhist psychology. The mind is clear and knowing. So what do we mean when we talk about the clarity aspect and the knowing aspect? Clarity, non-material, space-like nature of consciousness, completely devoid of color, shape, or material dimension. And the quality of knowing is ability to cognize. So with these definitions in mind, I move to what I mean when I am talking about mind in this very context of my presentation, where I bring in a quote from the Dhammapada, which says that mind is the forerunner of all evil conditions. Mind is chief, and they are mind-made, which is the conditions are mind-made. With an impure mind, one speaks or acts, then pain follows, one even as the wheel, the hoof of the ox. And then there is the other part to this definition, well, not definition, but this sutra. Mind is the forerunner of all good conditions. Mind is chief, and they are mind-made. If with a pure mind one speaks or acts, then happiness follows, one even as the shadow that never leaves. So let's not get into and why I say this in this sort of way is like, as somebody who was trained to think very critically, I have, for the last 10 years, Venerable Geshe-la has known me, on some occasions I have questioned this idea of, but why happiness? And what do we mean by happiness? And why do we really need to be happy? But I think over years I have learned this, that word happiness could be replaced or substituted with whatever you would like. While we may philosophically debate on these things, the essence of all this is that we like to be in a state which is content, non-confrontational, at ease, right? So with that experiential sense of it, we move to the next bit. So now coming to Buddhism as a mind science. So going back to where am I coming from? As someone who studied anthropology, sociology, taught writing, where am I coming or situating myself in all this? And I would say that instead of psychologists, which is very precious, looking into some aspects of Buddhism and seeing what could be taken back into psychology, I'm doing a little bit of a reversal here, where I'm standing, at the same time I would say that when I'm saying I'm standing on the epistemic terrain of Buddhist psychology, I'm not very strongly grounded yet. I'm still learning, but I'm still standing on that epistemic terrain, and I'm viewing at some of the things that are being talked about within the discipline of psychology. So, that's where I situate this presentation as an encounter between Buddhism and psychology, which has increased in the last several decades, and therefore there is this rise in promotion of certain Buddhist practices within the discipline of psychology. Somebody mentioned mindfulness and other techniques, so which is once again very well welcome. But let's situate it then within the Buddhist context. So the Eightfold Noble Path, this is where right mindfulness comes in addition to the other 7 observances: right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, which is also one of the thematics I'm interested in, right effort, and then right meditative concentration, in addition to right mindfulness. Now, these are screenshots of 2 papers, and they are actually arguing for something very different. What the first paper does is says that when you take something out of its context and start operationalizing it, what does it mean? So for example, you take something like mindfulness out of its framework, which has its own practices, and then you just take that and start applying it. What does it do? There are opponents to that view who say that, well, the Buddha's words were not very specific about following lineages. What the Buddha was really interested in is taming one's mind, and whatever gets you to tame your mind. So that's one view. However, then there is a counter perspective that emerges within this conversation that's taking place, that okay, then we still need to think about some kind of compassion-based awareness instead of only looking at mindfulness, which within itself could just be bereft of a lot of other possibilities. So, and this is what this group at Hong Kong University is doing, that they are talking about compassion-based training. And I would encourage you to look their work, where within 7 weeks, it was found that when you were meditating on compassion, and here once again, what was the precise nature of in terms of where this idea of shunyata, for example, was coming from, or where dependent origination was coming from in terms of knowing reality, and then how that was used to make sense of how to be compassionate to other beings. That entire framework, of course, it's more complex. There are various tenet systems, various traditions, but let's broadly agree that we are talking about compassion here, and we are talking about compassion which is a wish that wants other beings to be free of suffering and the causes of suffering. Okay, so we take that definition of compassion, and it is once again based on certain understanding of certain knowledge of reality. So now I come back to how do you know then that knowledge of reality that we were talking about. So the first 2, which is right view and right thought. that is where I'm going to share a little bit about what are the various analysis-based trainings that are possible, and that what one could do, and also what others have spoken about. Dr. Vibha Sharma gave a very elaborate list of things that one could put into practice. But what I am here doing is supplementing that by saying that how do we develop a certain kind of framework to then put those things into practice? So right view and right thought. So then the question comes, why study the mind, right? We would all agree that we are nothing more than body and mind, right? Is there something third, something else apart from body and mind? Yeah? No responses? Yes, there's a third, what is that? Consciousness? Who said that? Did you say body, mind, consciousness? So won't it get subsumed under either of the two? Think about mind. Or the other way around? No?
I don't know much about it, but I feel consciousness has mind in it and not the other way around.
But if you look at the definition of mind as clear and knowing, then where do you think consciousness would come?
No idea.
Okay, so you need to enroll for Buddhist psychology. Then.
I am already doing it.
You're doing that? Okay.
Yes, diploma.
Okay. So, all right. So we are nothing more than body and mind. And then mind as the sole motivator of all our actions, which we also saw in the Dhammapada Sutra that I brought in at the outset. And then the mind as the interpreter of all that happens to us. And here the mind takes a certain subject position, right? Because the moment we talk about interpretation, it also means that there is some object with which the subject is engaging, and that's where the act of interpreting is happening. And then it plays a crucial role in our experience of happiness. And as both Bindu ma'am said and Priyanka also mentioned, Dr. Priyanka ma'am also mentioned, what we have to think about is, now I want you to go back to thinking about the reification, de-reification, positive and negative triggers. So keep these words in mind, and now let's think of how the mind plays a crucial role in our experience of happiness and suffering, which is by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, and the intimate connection between our mind and our actions. Okay, so these are some of the reasons I thought are essential for us to know in terms of why then studying the mind is important, because when we talk about action, it's not just the physical action, it's also the action that's taking in the mind, which manifests into speech and bodily action. Here, I would also like to draw some distinction between Buddhist psychology and what Western psychology does. The idea is not to create dichotomies. The idea is to harmonize, but so for example, from Buddhist psychology perspective, it's not about mere mental balance. It's not about finding that coherent self, that autonomous, consistent self. That's not the idea. The idea is to bring about a state of happiness and an end to suffering, and we'll talk about what suffering means. Also, it's about full development of qualities such as patience, tolerance, lack of attachment, and then seeing the deeper levels of subtlety of the mind. How this can be empirically demonstrated, that I would leave up to the neuroscientists to figure out, but in terms of from a practitioner's view, the idea is to eliminate all types of suffering. And we'll come to all these, we'll unpack all these in a bit. So here I use the pathological sort of side, and this is taken from Geshe Tashi Tsering's text, where the Four Noble Truths are taken, and they each correspond to it being, responding to a kind of illness, which is our conditioned existence. So the truth of suffering is the illness. The cause of the illness, that is the truth of origin of suffering. That's where we understand the cause. And that in the truth of cessation, we understand that a complete cure is possible. Pay attention to complete cure. We are not talking about temporary cure. We are not talking about immediate cure. And then there is the truth of the path that leads to the cessation, which is the complete cure itself. So coming to what is the ultimate goal of then studying the mind? So there are two things. So it's not to say that the immediate and the short term is not important, because that is, you need to be a functional person in the short run to be able to attain a long-term actualization of that goal. So while the longer process, which is complete freedom from suffering, is the ultimate goal, there are immediate therapeutic reasons as well. And both the goals are not completely shared when we talk about psychology and Buddhist psychology, but there are some overlaps that could be explored. So the question, of course, is how, and I can see that I have only 4 more minutes left. So we take the 3 baskets or the Tripitakas, which has Vinaya, Sutra, and Abhidharma, where we talk about concentration, wisdom, and ethics. And these are quite foundational to how then one goes about developing the mind, but before developing the mind towards that what is wholesome, to understanding the mind. And within that, then there are 2 perspectives, and I think this is something which I find, for me personally, has been the most difficult, but also the most meaningful, because when you're trained in the kind of discipline that I'm trained in, it is quite possible that one can develop very sharp, logical understanding, but the process of developing a good, compassionate heart could be replaced by a cynical heart. I mean, at least that, in my case, that happened, but I think where your pedagogy, and at least in the context of Buddhist psychology, it has been such that where there is a constant sort of reiteration of striking balance between the wisdom side and then also looking at how do you develop a compassionate heart. And then there is the third thing that Geshe Tashi Tsering mentions in the book, which is, I thought was very important and is also extremely useful to think about in terms of not thinking of intuition and emotional as all of it, or thinking of it as something to be completely dismissed, but I would think of it as something that has to be then put through the process of interrogation, inquiry, analysis within the wisdom perspective. So how do we analyze? Right? We first classify mental states into wisdom minds and deluded minds. And what are the deluded minds? Attachment, anger, ignorance, these would be the deluded minds which are considered threat to well-being. And why is this classification necessary? What's wrong with attachment? A lot of times the question comes, mother's attachment for the child, and so on and so forth. I'm happy to take those during the Q&A, but let's look at why classification is necessary. If you have to study something in a systematic manner as if you're trying to understand it as knowledge, then you need to have some kind of way of delineating certain mental states from other mental states. And there this classification is extremely useful to develop an analytical process to classify the mental states, to sharpen our appreciation of what needs to be developed and what has to be abandoned. And how do we do this? And I go back to the 3 baskets where you think about awareness, concentration, wisdom, prajna, discipline, vinaya, that to know, to analyze, to act, and somewhere at the intersection of knowing, analyzing, and acting is where one has the potential to then change the mind. So how do you do it? Like, what should be the practice around it, right? What does one need to do in concrete, in a concrete sort of way? And I have some, so I'm not really going into the 50, Arya Sanga's 51 mental states, because I think that would require a presentation of its own. And I inserted that and then I took it out because I felt like I won't be able to do justice to it in the given time frame. But how about, some of you mentioned you write, journaling was mentioned by Vibha Sharma ma'am for getting your thoughts out. So how about, taking some of that and thinking of it as thinking of it as a remedy, as an antidote for your initial examination, for mitigating something which is happening and to address it in the immediate short term for therapeutic effect. So for instance, when you feel lack of energy, I often feel that way. I also think of myself as an extremely lazy person sometimes. Or you feel very restless and anxious, right? Or confused, or waiting to hurt someone, which is ill will, and sensual desire, excessive attachment. So these are corresponding to certain mental states, but I'm not naming those mental states. I'm talking about how do you feel them when you experience them. And there, what I have done is, like, you can have an initial examination or analysis, and then there can also be some kind of sustained systematic examination and analysis. And initial examination through journaling, through free writing. So Renuka ma'am mentioned, like, this combination of, when you are writing, your mind completely, wavers in this mind. Focused attention. Focused wavering. So Peter Elbow talks about free writing, where you write without any kind of thought about writing. You just let the pen move, and whatever comes to your mind should go on the page completely unfiltered, just to see what emerges in the process. And Robert Frost said, no tears for the writer, no tears for the reader, no surprise for the writer, no surprise for the reader. So in that way, I think journaling can be extremely meaningful if you do it as a short, either time-bound activity or something that can be very useful to create an outlet for what you're experiencing, feeling. And then I think this is more important, and this is extremely meaningful in the context of where I'm coming from, which is Buddhist psychology, is through studying the mind and constantly reflecting. And through systematic studies, you understand the precise map of the mind, and then what are the various, so there are the omnipresent mental factors, there are the wholesome factors, there are the virtuous factors, there are the root afflictions. So to have that sense, and then to watch your mental state, where then you can become your own therapist. You can be the person who is guiding oneself from a state of not, that you are, so as Bindu ma'am said, the reification followed by de-reification. But how about a state where there is no reification? What would that state look like, right? And that's the state which is deconditioned from all that you have experienced, where there won't be any triggers. So that would be the state where you would know this map of the mind, along with Buddhist epistemology, where you know what is the, what do we mean when we say reality, right? And ontology, of course, as well. And a combination of all this together would create what I said at the beginning, a sense of contentedness. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumudji. Thank you so much. You encourage all of us to become be your own therapist. So how to be our own therapist is to perform therapy, learn how to practice therapy on your own mind by with two means. One is learning how to control your mind, and other learning how to keep your mind proactive. In other words, that what she's advising us is, say, don't let the mind become like the mind of the CEOs. CEOs, their mind is thinking, wondering. Their mind is, I mentioned the example of two of my friends whose mind is totally out of control. Even in the dream, their mind is wandering like this. So scattered, wandering, moving around. Other one is, at the same time, oh no, control the mind, be in the present moment. Be in the present moment like this. The problem is that if you cannot become a surgical doctor, you cannot be in the emergency. In the emergency, you have to do everything so fast. You don't be in the present moment. No, you should act so fast. So there's one practice meant to build the stability of your mind. Another practice required to learn how to be proactive. Both are required. So when people talk mindfulness, this is primarily dedicated towards building the stability of the mind and not the proactivity. Whereas you should become a self-therapist by learning how to be very proactive when required. When not required, how to remain stable. So we require to build both. So for the first one, there is what is known as the single-pointed meditation. And for the proactivity, we require the analytical meditation. These two meditations, if you make sure that you incorporate these two things, at least in a secular context, that will be very helpful to make you a complete self-therapist. Okay, with this note, since that we don't have much time, and I see that young ones, they have so many questions, I may invite two questions from the students. Okay, if the students, you don't have questions, then we'll stop here. Students. I know Lokesh is student plus. Okay, student, young students, no one. Young students, raise hands. Okay, the girl over there. So perhaps the new hands, girl over there. And another hand. Okay, anyone else? Okay, those who did not get a chance before? Only one hand. Okay, so the rest of you who raised your hands, please, the speakers will be available during the lunchtime. So the first and last question.
Sure. Thank you so much for the opportunity to ask you a question. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm from Delhi University. I'm Sabina, and I literally enjoyed everything which I have watched right now. And my question is to Dr. Priyanka. Actually, the thing which you said that you will tell later, I really wanted to know about induction of hypnosis.
You want to know induction
process?
Process?
Yes, you just said we will talk about it later, so I just really wanted to know that.
So you want to discuss it now, not later?
Okay, if it's possible later, to yeah.
In brief, let me give you two-sentence answer. Induction is used to bring conscious state of mind into the altered subconscious state of mind through suggestions, and for that we use induction techniques like breath watching. So you can start watching your breath, how you are inhaling and exhaling, and during this process your entire body start relaxing, especially your brain. And when you are in this particular awareness state, your beta activity is high. So when you are doing some type of task, whether it is listening or doing some work, writing down, your beta activity is high. So we need to reduce that to alpha, and for that we use induction technique. Other techniques we can discuss later.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you all the three speakers, and thank you, your question. Okay, so with this, we conclude this session, and okay, moderator.
Thank you very much, Venerable Gido, for chairing this session with your beautiful summarization of their presentation in context to the theme Vipassana and Equanimity. And I would also like to thank our distinguished speakers, Professor Bindu Kutty, Dr. Priyanka Kakar and Dr. Kumud Bansali for your wonderful presentation on your theme. And I would also like to thank all the participants. And before that, I would like to request our Director, Venerable Gido, to kindly offer the traditional white scarf and the souvenirs to our speakers. Maybe have Professor Bindu Kutty from the neuroscience perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly give them a big round of applause. Dr. Priyanka Kakar from the Western psychology perspective. And last but not the least, we have Dr. Kumud Bansali from the Buddhist psychology perspective. Thank you very much, Venerable Gido and all the speakers. And with this, we have come to the conclusion of this session number 5, which is on Vipassana and Equanimity. And now we are going to have a lunch break for 1 hour. So I would request all the participants to kindly enjoy your lunch, which will be served next to the hallway at Gulmohar Bridge. And may I have your attention, please? I will request all the participants and the speakers to kindly be back in the conference hall by 2:30 p.m. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to inform you that we have a very wonderful session coming up, which is on cognition, neuroscience, and psychology. And then we have a very interesting student panel discussion. We have invited students from various universities who will be representing their universities. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with the session, post-lunch session. Thank you.
तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा संगति बोधि स्वाहा गति गति पार गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था
On the theme cognition, neuroscience, and psychology. On this note, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tenzen Champel. I serve as a
IT coordinator in Tibet House, at Tibet House, New Delhi. And it's my honor to moderate this precious session, which brings together distinguished scholars and experts to explore the fascinating interplay between cognition, neuroscience, and psychology. Before we begin, I would like to invite our esteemed chairperson and speakers to the dais. Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilji, non-resident senior fellow at Center for Excellence in Himalayan Studies, Shiv Nada University Institute of Eminence, New Delhi. Our speakers, Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran ji, Professor and Head of the Department of Clinical Psychology, NIMHANS, Bengaluru. Dr. Arun Sasidharan ji, Scientist, Center for Consciousness Studies, Department of Neurophysiology, NIMHANS, Bengaluru. And Dr. Pranu Samari ji, Indian Scholar of Buddhism and Assistant Professor, Nalanda University, Rajgir, Bihar. Thank you. I would like to please welcome. Yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So please allow me to share a brief about our chairperson, Venerable Kaveri Gilji. Actually, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilji serves as a non-resident senior fellow at Shiv Nada University, is an expert in development studies and political economy with advanced training from the University of Cambridge, United Kingdom. She has authored of poverty and plastic and focuses on refugee issues, particularly Tibetans and Nalanda Buddhist philosophy. A graduate of Nalanda Master's course at Tibet House, she serves as a principal of the Dalai Lama Institute for Higher Education, Bengaluru, from 2021 and 2022. With this, I would now would like to request our chairperson, Professor Venerable Kaveri Gilji, to lead us into this profound session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tenzen Champel. Once again, it's a real honor to be here. As Professor Renuka said in the morning, His Holiness is in town in Delhi, and this is a great fortune for us all here. I would like to thank Venerable Gido, Director, Tibet House, and my own teacher, and also all the esteemed audience. It's now day 2 of a conference. It's after lunch. It's Sunday afternoon. So if you're here, there's something interesting. Otherwise, normally, it's hard to expect such an audience. And of course, there's a lot of students here, which is absolutely excellent, and the purpose of such conferences. We often speak about interdisciplinarity and not just speak. Those of us from academia, it's something that I would say for the last decades now is stressed. But actually, when it comes down to it, interdisciplinarity is very hard to practice and follow. And I would say for 2 reasons. One, because we do like to think in silos, and we do like to think of expertise in silos. The second thing is the career track is often in silos, to be very honest, across academic institutions across the globe, I would say. And the third thing is that if you're really going to be truly interdisciplinary, you need to excel in all the disciplines rather than superficially engage with many. This morning and for the last day and a half, we have seen true excellence, I would say, by all the presenters and speakers and chairpersons. And I'm looking here at Dr. Ajay, and I was really thinking about his trajectory and journey. And there are many here. I won't name all because we don't have time. But really, that is true interdisciplinarity. in your study, in your practice. And what is also coming up here in these 2 days is a lot of hypothesis setting and testing. Both of these things, you need proper understanding of subjects, you need proper indicators, you need to understand what are the definitions, what are the areas you're looking at. So I would really say it's quite a landmark conference, as now Tibet House Delhi is known for, and this is something excellent. I will not stand between all of us and this panel because we are already running late. So this panel is going to be on it is titled Cognition, Neuroscience, and Psychology, and we have 3 excellent speakers with us. So I will introduce our first speaker. Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran began her academic journey as a faculty member in the Department of Clinical Psychology at NIMHANS, Bangalore. She currently serves as the professor and head of clinical neuropsychology and cognitive neuroscience center at NIMHANS, and is the faculty in charge of advanced functional neuroimaging at the Center for Cognitive Neurosciences. Formerly, she's adjunct faculty at NIAS, Bangalore, and also she specializes in clinical neuropsychology. She pioneered holistic neuropsychological rehabilitation in India and introduced neurofeedback training after obtaining certification from Brain Masters, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. She has supervised numerous students. She's a prolific researcher and a lot of research papers and projects and publications. And of course, she has received numerous accolades, and you can look more into those, into her biography. So thank you so much for being here with us today, and the floor is yours.
A very good afternoon to each one of you. At the outset, I wish to thank the Tibet House and the organizers for inviting me for this truly a wonderful scientific feast. By default, sometimes either I get before lunch or after lunch, my talk. So it's easy to manage before lunch. After lunch, I think there's a huge responsibility on me to keep you all awake. With this, my topic for today is creativity, cognition from a neuroscience perspective. Now, when we talk about creativity, I think from morning we've heard so much about creativity. Now, what is this creativity? I would call it as an enigma, because so much we talk about creativity. What is creative to me is not creative to you. So where is the line that we can draw in terms of creativity? Is it genetic? Is it intelligence? Is it environmentally fostered component? Or is it all? So none of us know what really plays an important role. And this has intrigued me for quite some time. The reason is my grandmother was a very well-known artist. My father was okay. My sister is a great artist. I do some painting, but I have 4 siblings where my brother, if you ask him to draw a straight line, he does not do it. So the idea of genetics gets beaten. So what is this creativity? So from that perspective, I wanted to look at the brain structures which mediates creativity. So we set out to do this study. I will go about it in the later slides. I would call it, again, a mysterious quintessence. The scientific study began in 1950s, but we do not have a conclusive evidence for anything. In psychology itself, we have more than 60 to 70 definitions. Suppose I ask you what is creativity to you, you're going to say, each one of you are going to say something else. Is it person? Is it product? Or is it a process? So in all, I think creativity is something which even when people look for a consumer product or a missile, they want some component of creativity in it. So we all look for some kind of a creativity in anything that we want to see, whether it is a product, whether it is a person, or what is this process that creates creativity. So the definition, of course, I told you, there is numerous definition. Some of it, I think, to put it in a nutshell, it should be thinking outside the box. What people have done, either I improvise it or I take that concept and devise a newer concept. That is what is creativity. So as I told you, these are all things that involves whether we are looking at a person, whether we are looking at a process, or whether is it a pressing need that I have to be creative in order to retain my job, or in order to shine my life, I need to produce something which is not done by anybody else. Or is it a product which is very new? All of us, the minute something innovative comes up, we all are drawn to that product. So there are different types of creativity. There are artistic, there are scientific creativity. Very clearly they have demarcated between artistic creativity and versus scientific creativity. So there is a continuum which, of course, we have, put it as mini C, little c, pro C, and big C. Now what is this mini C? Mini C is something that first time a child draws a flower. What happens, shows to the parents, shows to the teacher, they get reinforced. Now some of the children go on to develop that skill because some kind of a reinforcement they have got. Little c is, they are creative, but not to the extent of a big C. Many of them are in the pro C, but they have not come out in open, but they are creative. Big C is something like A.R. Rahman, M.F. Hussain, who have established themselves as creative individuals. So this is a model. I'm sure most of you have gone through this model. To summarize the whole thing, I'll just give an example. Now you want to give a greeting card to your friend. So you want to give something which is very, very personal, which you want to do it and give it to the person. So you're preparing. So you incubate on it. What does my friend like? Does she like animals? Does she like landscape? What is that she likes? Now you are incubating it. And then there is that phenomena, the eureka phenomena or the aha phenomena that comes, yes, when I was sitting with her, she said she likes this. So you start thinking, and this can go on for days to years. What is that I need to give? How do you think I have to prepare? Somebody said, if morning they were asking a question, I think one of the speaker was asking a question saying that, how do you create anything new? So you start illuminating it, the illumination takes place, and then back and forth you verify. Will she like this color? Will she not like this color? Will she like this flower? This whole process can go on. It can be just one day, it can be 1 year. So that is how this model talks about. There's another important model, which is called the Genipro model. There are two phases, the generative phase, where you imagine, mental representation is there, which is called the pre-inventive structures. Then you collect the properties according to it and promote creative discovery. The exploratory phase is the next one. These properties are exploited during the exploratory phase, in which you start interpreting it and pre-interpret it depending on what you want to do. Now, I'm sure you must have heard about all this also, divergent and convergent thinking. Now, if I ask you to say something about what are the usage of bottle, each one of you will come up. In this crowd, there may be somebody who comes, tells me very innovative way to use a bottle. Now, in this crowd, that person stands out as a creative person. Because first what we do is we exhaust the common usage. Now I have to tell you, think out of the box and give me what are the usage of this bottle. So that is the divergent thinking. The convergent thinking is, suppose I give you square, cardboard, and open, and ask you to tell me something that you can make out of this. What will first come to your mind? Anybody? Square, cardboard, and open? Box, isn't it? So suppose I tell you, think a little more innovatively. Then a lot of things you will come up with. So this is the convergent thinking. Now, creativity and intelligence, there have been a lot of speculation. Is all creative people, all intelligent people creative? No. All non-intelligent people are creative? No. So what is this? Does intelligent? Yes, it is the integral part of creativity. You should have a basic intelligence in order to prove yourself creative. So even in our own study, where we saw is they are all average to above average. They are not highly creative, even the creative group. So creativity and cognition, this was the first time that we thought we should include cognition to see if it fosters creativity. So we focused on creativity, and we took up some cognitive tests to see what are the structures that mediate creativity. We also looked at creativity test, which we gave both in the as an fMRI study as well as a behavioral study. So creativity and personality, we also know that studies have shown the creative people are more open, have openness to experience. So many of the studies have shown their personality is, when they have assessed their personalities from the psychological perspective, it was openness to experience. Now when we come to the neuroscience part of it, what happens is, because creativity is such a vast and not a very conclusive evidence that we have, there are people who have used for this study what is suitable for their own study. For example, they must have taken a divergent thinking, or they must have taken a convergent thinking, and there are no said tools available to look at it, so we don't have replication of these studies in very many. It's all isolated. So when we looked at the neuroscience, we did a lot of review looking at this neuroscience papers, and each one said something else. And they've used tools which suited their study. It was not a similar kind of tool. For example, if I talk about intelligence, we know there are set standards of test which we can use. But for creativity, it was not there. Though we have tests where Wallach and Kogan has done, and there are many tests available. So I'll just go through the conclusion of what we understood looking at the reviewing these cognitive neuroscience papers. It definitely has a potential to contribute a valuable perspective to creativity, but how is what is the question? How do we do it? And as all of us know, creativity is not dependent on any one mental process of the brain region. It is a collective output of the entire brain region. So over 20 different brain regions are implicated in each of these studies. There are a handful of studies. I think I've come across about 6 to 7 papers. So imagine 20 regions contributing to creativity. The reason why we also ventured into studying creativity, because I'm a clinical neuropsychologist too, so we do a lot of cognitive retraining for the individuals. So how do we devise the task? Should we also include the component of creativity to enhance their improvement? That is one of the reasons, and understanding a brain region, that this particular brain region fosters creativity, we can develop tasks for patients as well. So then there were wide range of tasks that was used in all these studies. The studies suggested what people think of as creativity involves a wide variety of cognitive process, each of which results in a distinct pattern of brain activation. So there was no consensus among all these studies. It gave isolated results. So how do you understand it? So this, in fact, intrigued us to carry out a study keeping everything in mind. So it is an de facto criteria. What I mean by that is in practice or actuality, but officially not established. So retrospective studies of eminent creative people they have done, the problems of defining creativity and identifying creative individuals, dearth of empirical evidence, and inconsistent results throughout all these papers that we have come across. So it was thanks to Department of Science and Technology where they funded this project, and I also thank my PhD scholar who also looked at the bipolar patients. I'm not going to present that data, I'm just going to look at creativity in creative as well as compared to normals. She has also included, because we know that bipolar patients are where creative are creative. So we went on to see, to identify which areas implicated creativity, compare the activation across two groups. One is a creative group and one is a non-creative group. I'll tell you how we screen them out, and creativity and cognitive functions in both these groups, and creativity and personality in these two groups. So this is the test which is standardized for our Indian population. We do have norms for all these tests. So we administered a gamut of tests to look at the different areas of the brain, both in normals as well as the creative group. So these are the functions that it measures on the left side, and these are the tests that we used. And this is taken from Wallach and Coggin test. They have some more items, but we took, since once we subject them for an fMRI study, we cannot keep them more than 20 minutes. So we devised test, we picked and chose this test, both from the visual modality as well as the verbal modality. Now what we also did was we only took 20 individuals from both these groups. They were individually matched, both these groups, on age, education, and occupation. It was one-to-one matching we did. So we subjected them to inside the scanner. We did the cognitive creativity test, and these individuals, once they come out of the scanner, what we also did a behavioral test. Same test was administered after giving them a rest pause to see what are the items that they generated. And we correlated the behavioral data with the fMRI data. Of course, the sample was not homogeneous. We had to take 30, so we took both from scientific as well as the artistic group, 5 from each we took. It was 30 people which we subjected them. As I told you, we matched them for gender, education, and occupation. And we also took, we did the intelligence test. So not that the normal group did have low intelligence, but if you see the gap is very less because the graph is a little bigger. So definitely the creative group had better intelligence than the normal group. Now this normal groups were scanned using a test of creativity with a particular score indicated that they are creative, and a particular score below the cutoff, they were not creative. So we took only those people who did not show any creativity in their lifetime. So the neuropsychological profile also showed that creative group were better than the normal group. If you see in most of the cognitive domains, attention, working memory, planning, set shifting, learning and memory, they were better. Creative, on tests of creativity also, they excelled. There was significant difference between the normal control and the creative group. So both the tests, this was the behavioral data where we saw them. They generated much more items than the normal group. Personality, our study also showed that their openness to experience was very, very significant as compared to the other domains. So in summary, when we look at yes, intelligence is important, all the cognitive domains are important, and our results also showed that creative group excelled in all this and also had openness to experience. Now we subjected them to fMRI. So this was also an active, it was not a default mode network. We gave a task there and asked them to generate and press buttons as and when they generated a word. But when they came out of the scanner, we asked them to tell us what they thought of when we gave this particular, for example, stone. What did they think of? So I know, that's why I'm rushing. So I'll just talk about the findings that we had from the fMRI study. There were activation in the bilateral medial frontal cortex, anterior cingulate. I'll go after this, I'll take another 2-3 more minutes. Anterior cingulate, bilateral superior parietal lobule, bilateral precuneus, bilateral superior temporal gyrus, bilateral occipital lingual gyrus, and cerebellum. Now, what is the function of a bilateral middle frontal gyrus? It is an involvement in attention, verbal fluency, working memory, episodic, long-term memory, self-reflection, and decision-making process. So this is the role of a bifrontal, medial frontal cortex. Anterior cingulate, it was implicated in creative individuals as compared to normals, and it is important component for cognitive control network that is involved in integration of information and selection of alternatives. Precuneus is majorly implicated in mental imagery concerning with self, with posterior areas being involved in episodic memory. Then superior temporal gyrus, which is also involved in bringing together remote unconnected association in functional and right anterior superior temporal gyrus when individuals are involved in insight problems. Occipital lingual gyrus, yes, it's reported that activation shows emotionally neutral pictures with no human faces and close-ups. Cerebellum, we all know, plays a significant role in creativity throughout the working memory. So with this, we came up with a model. How do these people do it? So yes, you should have some general intelligence. Will help you in efficient processing. You will focus on attention on a single task. Then retrieval of these, then generalization of many alternatives comes in. Better cognitive flexibility comes in. Retrieval of semantic concepts and integration takes place. Mental manipulation of these alternatives takes place. Better conflict resolution, and you arrive at a creative idea. So the future direction, yes, I would say, though we started off in 1950s, it's still at a very nascent stage. Now Nancy Anderson is replicating this same study on a larger population. When we think of intelligence, it took 100 years for us to come up with some kind of a uniform test to understand intelligence, both from the verbal and the non-verbal perspective. So I think creativity has just crossed 50 years or little more than that. I think youngsters like you all can pursue this field and see that we come up with some kind of a test which can help many of us become more creative than what it is. So thank you. And I know that all these consciousness, cognition, culture, creativity, in fact, I'm just exploring if creativity also occupies the same structure like consciousness, cognition, and culture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Rajeshwaran. You've really kept us awake after lunch. So I must say, speaking for myself, from behavioral forensics to this paper, there is so much learning. And just to raise just few things. Of course, what you talk about bipolar disorder and very intelligent, creative people. Even while I was at Cambridge University, the co-fellow of Queen's, Sir Stephen Fry, came out as being bipolar, and he's, of course, extremely creative. The second thing is you brought out creativity and intelligence, and you showed it to be synonymous in Buddhist logic terms. I would think it would be 4 modes. But my sister is a great photographer. My mother is an artist. So I think this data today, I'll keep it to myself. As an academic, you always feel that, so wonderful work going on, and thank you so much. And NIMHANS is an amazing institution. I think there's so much diversity of research going on, truly interdisciplinary. So our next speaker is Dr. Sasidharan. I'll just, sorry, gee, I just marked it. So, Dr. Sasidharan is a distinguished neuroscientist with over 14 years of interdisciplinary research experience, integrating cognitive neuroscience, neurotechnology, and traditional knowledge to advance mental health, wellness, and consciousness studies. With an MBBS from Government Medical College, Kottayam, and a PhD in neurophysiology from NIMHANS, his career bridges academia and industry as a senior research officer and R&D scientist at Asonext Bengaluru. He has contributed to developing cutting-edge neurotechnologies. And currently, he's a scientist at the Center for Consciousness Studies at NIMHANS, and he focuses on neural underpinnings of consciousness, exploring states like sleep, meditation, and music-induced entertainment through advanced techniques. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to thank the organizers to permit me present this. And so, without due wait, my topic is creating middle grounds. Creating middle grounds, exploring synergies between traditional wisdom, neuroscientific insights, and technology. So the aim is, this is something that I have been trying to do for the last 15 years, to stand somewhere in between what we do in neuroscience, which has a slight Western perspective, and study traditional methods which have Eastern philosophy imbibed in them. So today I will try to address 2 aspects of this. Okay. One is the why aspect, and I think it's not clear. And the second is the how part. So let's talk about the why. Why do we need a middle ground? So the reason is we have Eastern and Western, means the neuroscience is slightly biased. I think the screen is square. So the Eastern philosophical ideas generally have a subjective introspection as part of their primary ideology, whereas the Western neuroscientific ideas have an objective evaluation. And we know that if you want to study something like mind, consciousness, etc., you need both the subjective and objective aspects. So we need a combination, which is the middle ground. Similarly, qualitative assessments are given predominance in the Eastern philosophy, whereas quantifiable ideas are given more preference in the Western. And as you know, we need a combination of both. And holistic and spiritual, the connectedness with nature kind of concept is part of Eastern philosophy, whereas more reductionist, simplifying things to minimal aspects, and predominantly everything generating from material. That is a viewpoint that neuroscience has. And we know that we need a combination of both. All behaviors are holistic. They don't happen in one particular location in the brain or something like that. So this is the ideology part, but and you know that we need a middle ground, the combination of both, but there are challenges. Some of them mentioned this earlier. So one is that we have these ideas separated. Neuroscientists never think from a holistic angle many times. And there is a lack of common language. So there are languages like Atman, Brahman, etc., which may not have any scientific, it's very difficult to find a right correlate on the neuroscience aspect. Similarly, skepticism and bias are there on both sides. Eastern philosophy might view that science is too simple to describe something as big as mind, whereas in science, the philosophical concepts are treated as unscientific. And validation and standardization challenges are there, because meditation, yoga, etc., there is huge amount of diversity within them. Buddhist description of meditation is different from yogic description for that matter. And same holds true for science. We have hundreds of theories of consciousness, and definitions of cognition are itself varied from preclinical to clinical side. Technological limitations. This is a slight aspect of the Western neuroscience. Many of the techniques that we use are meant for lab-based studies, controlled environment, may not be relevant for something like behavior. And ethical and cultural sensitivities. So in Eastern philosophy, in many spiritual traditions, questioning the philosophical concept is many times not supported, whereas in science it's more about openness. And we lack shared framework and open communication, which is one of the area which many people who are trying to study consciousness from both these perspectives, they are trying to build something like this. So this is the challenge that is there. And we definitely need a middle ground, as I mentioned. So like as a neuroscientist working in this area, based on whatever I have gathered, I have found three main aspects which are required for this middle ground achievement. So one aspect is to have an integrative and inclusive research framework. So the framework need not fit into the existing norms, either the philosophical framework, Eastern philosophical framework, or the current neuroscience framework. We could actually come up with what ma'am said. Scientists have to think slightly creative. We have to find out frameworks which can imbibe both of them. So first-person perspectives are the primary strength of Eastern philosophy, and the third-person measurements are the strength of Western neuroscience. And we could have an integrative framework where both can be combined. So I'll talk about this later, but like something like neurophenomenology. The second aspect is cross-disciplinary collaboration. In fact, this event itself is an example for that. We have crosstalk between people from different disciplines, philosophy, neuroscience, psychology, etc. And mutual respect. We need to be able to listen to people from neuroscience or psychology. And finally, advances in neuroimaging and AI technology, for example. In the past, the technologies that are used in neuroscience had to be very reductionist in view. But with the advent of new technologies like artificial intelligence, they are by definition holistic. They capture multiple aspects of a behavior, brain activity, etc. into picture. So we should make use of that to study this framework. So in this view, Professor Bindu and Dr. Ravindra would have mentioned this earlier. Center for Consciousness Studies at NIMHANS has been working in this field, studying neurophysiological aspects of meditation for the last more than 40-45 years. But when this center got created 5 years back, we wanted to make use of this integrative middle ground approach where we can combine whatever we have done in the past and what all changes we can do in our last 5 years of work. So we had three main objectives in this aspect. One is that awareness itself is multidimensional in nature. We have cognition, consciousness, everything, attention, everything happen during sleep, during wake, during meditative states, and other states. And the aspect, many of these things are not isolatedly happening in the brain. In fact, there is a constant communication between mind and brain. Dr. Ravindra would have mentioned this in his previous talk. And thirdly, many of our research are limited to lab settings. So we need to devise protocols which can be applied either to the traditional side. So meditators can make use of the ideas that we gather from research, and clinicians can also make use of them in their treatment protocols. And in this direction, we had three approaches as an experimental approach. One, I'll give few examples on this later. A neurophenomenological approach where you collect brain activity, body activity, etc., simultaneous with first-person perspectives of what that happens, close enough. Not that you do a survey or you do a psychological evaluation before and after. But while the meditative state or the non-normal state is being achieved, that time you should be able to capture. And second is a multivariate approach. Most of our statistical methods, if you see, they are univariate. You take one variable, then compare, statistically evaluate them. You have multivariate approaches because brain doesn't care about single variable. Brain takes multiple aspects into picture before the experience is generated. And lastly, there are technologies which can take this, whatever we study, outside of lab. For example, if it's meditation, why not do it in the meditation center? Why not do it in the time when they actually do their practice? In fact, we do studies when they do Shirshasana too. Okay, so now that I kind of emphasize the importance of the middle ground, let me show you a few examples of how we do it in our center. Some of the work has already been mentioned multiple times here. So I'll try to collate some of them. And how we do, we measure brain activity using something called EEG. Some of you might be familiar with this. It creates waveforms, and there are hundreds of ways to interpret this particular pattern. But one of the commonest method is to find out the speed at which these patterns are occurring. And we define different frequencies called delta, theta, alpha, etc. And this could be thought of like a sound of the brain. So the sound may be a low-pitch male voice when somebody is sleeping, and it will be a high-pitched sound when there is a lot of mental chatter. And the fact that it is not produced by one region, it is an interaction between many regions. You can also study the interactions using something called connectivity. And besides this, we also look into heart activity through something called ECG. So basically, the signals that are given to heart to pump, which is captured by ECG, and the signals have an interval which is slightly random, and this is called heart rate variability. And it is interesting to know that these heart rate signals are heavily impacted by higher centers. So that means your mood, your emotion, your thought process, etc., can influence or can be at least reflected in the way these signals come. And people have studied this. If you are frustrated, for example, the variability is highly erratic. And if you are having a positive mindset, in this right side, you can see the patterns are very rhythmic. And similar is the case with respiration. You can look at the pattern. And when you are meditating, you have a very slow and synchronous rhythm. And when you are angry, it is highly erratic and fast. So basically, you can study objectively brain and body in multiple time scales. So that's what we do, and I'll give you a few examples of how we make use of it. So one is something that you would have already seen. Madam showed in the morning session that Vipassana meditators, when they meditate, if they are proficient meditators, you get a pattern like this. And this is a less proficient practitioner's EEG pattern. And the way we conventionally study is we take the frequencies that are present, and you can clearly see that the green trace is having bigger bumps, which means they have frequencies of a particular range, say theta alpha, 6 to 10 hertz, which are much more synchronous. And when I meant synchronous, it is synchronous across time. So across the entire meditative session, that pattern is repeatedly occurring. And the other way to look at it is it synchronous across the brain regions? So that is the connectivity pattern, and you can clearly see the proficient ones have a very, each line means those regions are interconnected and synchronously firing. And you can see the pattern is much more vivid in the advanced practitioners. So that means more synchronous across regions. But what is missing here is we don't get the phenomenological reports immediately after this session. So based on this, subsequent studies, what we tried is we tried to design in such a way that we can collect the phenomenological aspects. So this is one such study where these traces reflect the brain activity in a particular frequency. Here, for example, theta activity. And the red trace is advanced practitioner, green is novice, and this is controls. And this is across stage. So it starts with rest, then 2 meditative practices focusing on breath called pranayama, and then again rest. So we kind of bring it back. So if this increase is truly a meditative thing, once they come out of meditation and go to another state, the pattern should change. And then you have a cognitive task, an extroceptive kind of concept, then that pattern kind of completely disappears. So now we are sure that this is more of a sign of meditation. And you go into another meditative state. So this particular meditation in Isha Yoga, ma'am would have mentioned this shunya, where you don't have a thought or mental content. And that time you can clearly see the separation between advanced practitioners and controls. And the fact is that we have objective reports of what they felt immediately after this session as well as this session. So practitioners who are proficient in this, but when they transition from one state to the other, how their subjective quality changes and how it is captured by these objective measures. That can be studied. In fact, it's widespread. Many frequencies undergo that change. And this particular study indicates that the oscillatory activities are maintained only in the proficient people. So if you don't have any stimulus or thought, only proficient practitioners are able to generate those oscillatory patterns. The controls and novice actually are unable to keep that pattern. And this is another case where a single person, when they do rest, you have this synchronous activity between brain regions shown by these lines. So when they meditate, these connections appear. And this is in a particular frequency called alpha. And when they do a task, it disappears. Again, you do a meditation, it comes back. It partly stays when you are in rest, then again. And mind you, I'm changing the duration also. So these are what Ajay would have mentioned about quickly transiting into meditative state and coming back. So if it is long meditation or short meditation, so even for a 2-minute meditation, they are able to generate that pattern. So in this way, we can actually get their subjective reports and repeat. So we can be much more sure about this pattern being reflective of the meditative state. And in fact, in this particular case, though this person had a 20 minutes, he liked that whole meditation session. In fact, these 2-minute sessions, which was broken by task, that is when he felt that he was into meditative state better. And that's reflected by the pattern too. You can see more connectivity patterns after we intervene with task in comparison to when he had lavish time going into meditation. So challenge actually brings his meditative skill. Yeah. And the other aspect is, you already saw that state transitions actually help us understand the feature of meditative state. So we actually try to expand more states into this. And to study that, we have to think beyond the conventional measure of these frequencies. In fact, you would have seen this. This is the power spectrum, and this reflects the intensity in each frequency. But you will see a trend in this pattern, which is called 1/f, where low frequencies have higher signals compared to higher frequencies. This is called 1/f slope. And the part which is above this is the true oscillatory pattern. If the brain is repeatedly having a particular oscillatory pattern, that is captured only by this part. And the below part is the aperiodic activity. And it reflects the excitatory inhibitory balance or the brain noise. But the fact is that this noise part also has frequencies, and this periodic part also has frequencies. And you can actually separate that out and understand how it affects. So in this graph, the periodic activity, if it is faster, it will be here, left side. And if the periodic activity is faster, it will be above. So now see, each of this dot is from a single person, and the color represents the conditions. Like the blue is when an individual is doing a task. This orange is when the person is doing meditation, and green is when the person is doing rest, and this red trace is when the person is in light sleep. So we have meditators, we have a unique recording combination of, we have done sleep studies in proficient meditators. So we have their brain activity when they are in light sleep as well as in deep sleep. So here, one of the things you can notice is there is clear, almost like clear distinction. Task patterns are quite different. The periodic activity can be very fast, and the aperiodic activity is also fast. So both are fast. It's usually engaging with the environment task. Whereas deep sleep is when you have periodic activity also very low, and aperiodic activity also very slow. And meditation is somewhere in between, which means meditation is not sleep. You are neither light sleep nor deep sleep, so you are somewhere in between. And in fact, if you compare that with people who don't meditate, sleep is same, almost the same, but when they do task, they can be slightly meditative, some of them are sleepy. Similarly, when they do rest, which is green, they can be sleepy, or they can be in slight meditative state, etc. So it's all over the place. So this is one sign of proficient meditators, that for them states are quite distinct. And but there is one catch. This is Vipassana, but this need not hold true for every tradition. So these are other traditions like Brahmakumari, where you can clearly see task and rest are different, but rest and meditation are kind of same in both. Thank you. Yeah, so this can also be done. So other traditions like Isha Yoga and Heartfulness have everything kind of combined. So they are also proficient meditators, but states are similar. So state distinction need not be sign of proficiency for all tradition. You can look at individuals. There is a pattern called complexity, and if you combine and you look at during meditation, the complexity is between rest and task. And using this, if you try to categorize individuals, there will be individuals where task, meditation, rest are quite different, and there will be some other individuals where they are mixed. And these are both proficient practitioners of a particular tradition. So individual to individual, there are differences despite same proficiency. And if you do sleep and do multivariate patterns, you can extract out patterns like this. So this is a pattern of wake, this is a pattern of deep sleep. And if you now look at sleep, a wake stage also has some sleep-like patterns. This is wake-like pattern, but little sleep occurs. A sleep pattern can also have other stages. And in this manner, if you try to categorize the dynamics of the brain activity, you see that meditators have their sleep having much more complex pattern. That means they don't have a stable dynamics that we think of. Meditators during sleep have a slightly more dynamic pattern. In fact, the REM also has multiple patterns in between. So both NREM and REM sleep of a meditator has much more dynamics inbuilt in comparison to normal people. And we feel that it is to do with their higher awareness that they subjectively report. We did a study in this direction earlier, where if you put a sound during sleep, during wake you get a pattern like this called sleep ERP, but during sleep you get a green pattern. And when we studied, the meditators had that pattern bigger, which means they are able to react to the sound and yet stay in sleep. So if you become awakened, you will get a pattern like this blue. But if you have this green pattern, that means you stay in sleep. But if you generate a pattern with every sound, that means you are aware of the external environment. So, which is in line with what we found earlier. So there is more awareness during sleep in meditators. And if you look at heart-brain synchrony, this is interesting. So this blue trace is the respiratory trace, and red is the brain activity trace. So in some cases, you can see high coupling between brain activity and respiration. In some case, it is low. And now, if you look at meditators, when they meditate, the coupling between theta brain activity and respiration is like this, low, whereas controls have high coupling. And what happens is their theta activity is high. Professor Bindu already mentioned that theta increase is a sign of proficient meditation. Whereas when the meditators do a task, the coupling is less. So the coupling is more. So alpha couples more with respiration. And what is the outcome? The alpha activity comes down when you do a task, especially in meditators. So what is therefore happening is, meditators are able to decouple their brain activity from respiratory activity when they meditate. Because when you decouple, the power of that brain activity increases. Whereas during task, they have to decrease alpha. There, the respiration is able to couple with the brain activity. So this is probably part of their training. So the mind-brain training, and it can be studied, in fact. And we also looked at other patients. We can also look at brain and heart activity. And in fact, I'll just quickly glance through. Patients show less brain change when they have a conflicting emotional situation, whereas the heart activity is high. So, which in fact, and their performance is also poor, which means that when they have an emotional challenge, they are unable to properly interact their brain activity and heart activity. So they respond more emotionally, so heart rate variability is high. They use less of their logic, so brain activity. And we have been starting to translate many of these things into the field settings. So we recently started doing recordings in the meditation centers using some of these wearable devices. And the subjective experiences can be captured across the day using experience sampling. And this gives us a way to integrate both the first-person perspective at multiple time points and the objective measures in a more real-world settings. So in summary, there are challenges, but middle ground is possible, and we need to relook at the framework in which we study. And let me acknowledge the whole team who has been, so this whole thing is the work over last 2-3 decades. So I'm just compiling it to show how we are using this integrative approach to study them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sasidharan. Another very fascinating presentation. And I think this conference is obviously very cutting edge in terms of the people it's bringing together, the kind of research, as I was saying earlier. So I would just say one thing, coming from an economics background, where statistics and numbers, has the same kind of, in some ways, science is also sort of opaque for people who are outsiders. So my one observation and just comment would be that this, what you mentioned about first person versus third person, then, third person objectivity, first person experience reporting, but particularly because you've talked about doing multivariate studies, and they are clearly also cross-disciplinary. So my one thing would be that came out also in the morning, the high level from Dr. Ajay's presentation, of course, Professor Bindu Kutty's, everybody's, is research design. I think a lot of careful thought, and then definitions, because as Dr. Ajay said, meditation, for example, in the philosophical view, there's a famous controversy of Hashang, which was challenged by another great teacher, Acharya Kamalashil, about thoughtlessness, whether it is possible to have a mind without an object or not. And as you were saying, Professor Bindu Kutty, that maybe it's just the thoughts are a little more steady and calm as opposed to being completely thoughtless. But how you define that state of mind. Or for example, you've mentioned about brain and respiration. Now, in some philosophical views, it would be that the mind actually rides on the breath, kind of, but some of your results are showing something. So I think the definitions, of meditation, as you yourselves, many have brought up. And then I think interpretation would be so critical. Because as we know from good statistics, in some ways you can interpret the statistics to show a lot of things you may also kind of, if you're good. So I think similarly with the fMRIs, and you all know much more about this, I know zero, but I think that's something that's, just came to my mind. So with that, we turn to our last speaker of this panel. And it's a great pleasure to welcome Dr. Pranu Samari, who's an assistant professor at the School of Buddhist Studies, Philosophy and Comparative Religions at Nalanda University, Rajgir. His research specializes in the Mahayana Buddhist history and literature of Southern Asia and Tibet. He earned his PhD in history from the University of Delhi, where his doctoral thesis explored the dynamic relationship between sacred feminine imagery and Buddhist Tantra practices. He also holds a MA and an MPhil in Buddhist studies, along with a diploma in Pali from the University of Delhi. In addition to his academic qualifications, he has studied with Buddhist philosophical texts under traditional Buddhist masters for over a decade. Here's looking at Venerable Geshe-la at Tibet House and many others. And he has many varied research interests, historiographical issues on Buddhism and Tantra, Madhyamika. He has many publications, and he also related to UGC and other projects. So over to you, Pranshu.
PPT? Okay, it will come? Okay. So thank you, Kaverila. It's always pleasure to, come to Tibet House and get blessings of Geshe-la. The transition has happened. Earlier I used to sit there, now I'm here. So, whatever little things I have gathered through my last 20 years of research, so-called research, I will try to share. Thank you to Dr. Arun Sasidharan ji. He talked about the bridging the gap between philosophy and the neurological perspectives. In my presentation, what I would bring will be more sort of, the gap, the reason of the gap lies somewhere else, which I'll highlight in my presentation. And in addition to that, I'm using the term cognition here. So this cognition is not ordinary cognition. This cognition means perceiving the reality. So I have a more training in philosophy and less training in, science, and very least training in the psychology or biology. So I'll present the perspective from the new findings of physics, quantum physics particularly, as I have been also an engineer in my history. So cognition, and before I present, these are the Mangalacharan and also a kind of disclaimer that, when film starts, so it gives some disclaimer. So here is my disclaimer. This comes from Raghuvamsham, Kalidas, and he says, Athva kritvak dware vanse asmin purva suribhi. So Suri means here philosophers. So Kalidas says, my role is just to bring together, thread together the gems. And so they look connected. So I'll be connecting certain ideas. And in addition to that, the great Bodhisattva, he was from the ancient Nalanda, master Bodhisattva Shantidev, and in his Bodhicharya the second verse, he says that there is nothing new here that has not been said before. So whatever I'm going to say, it's already has been said by many scholars, because lots of new like young students are there. So earlier I thought I'll just speak my mind, but then I realized that I should bring some PPT slides so they get some idea of what I'm speaking. So philosophy, when you enter into any philosophy class as a beginner, you are taught that philosophy gets divided into metaphysics and ethics. So metaphysics is about ontology and epistemology. So these are again two technical terms. Ontology means the nature of reality. And it's a more sort of objective reality, like the solid physical outside reality. And then you have epistemology, so which refers to how knowledge happens, how we get to know the things, which is more related to so first, ontology is more like physical sciences, or epistemology where you can connect neuroscience to some extent. So it examines the process of cognition, or how we get to know things, how we see the reality. So there were these two branches, they converge. And when we study philosophy also, we discuss the limitation of knowledge, which I'll discuss more. And it is more of subjective reality. So there is objective reality and there is a subjective reality. And when we look into the scientific aspects, like here is Albert Einstein, I'm highlighting the dates there, 1934. So this is his statement he's making in 1934, almost 90 years back. Behind the tireless efforts of investigator, there lurks a stronger and more mysterious drive, and it is the existence and reality that one wishes to comprehend. So that was the 90 years, 100 years back. And now what has happened? So there is a huge transition in the domain of physics, and this transition, what you see now, Stephen Hawking, and he says that I don't demand the theory that corresponds to reality because I do not know what it is. So you see, earlier they used to think that there is a reality. Now they are saying we can't know. And why this shift has happened? So I'll just quickly I'll try to present briefly this overview. This is a slide I have borrowed from Christopher Fuchs, a professor of physics from university. Thanks to Geshe-la and thanks to Tibet House that I had a chance to travel with him and we spent in taxi. He's one of the leading quantum physicists, more than 15,000 Google citation he has. So you can imagine his, So I had a chance and we had a very good interaction when I had a travel. I traveled with him, and and he does not know anything about philosophy or Buddhist philosophy or Indian philosophy. And what he has presented in many of his conferences that when in a sophisticated quantum information experience, the lab equipment is part of the agent. So there is merging the physical reality is merging with the objective. So there is no difference between subject and object. These types of things are coming. And here at Nalanda we have a student who has studied with a student of Stephen Hawking's, and he informed me that most of you might have heard this Brief History of Time, this book. How many of you are aware? So many people. But before Stephen Hawking passed away, he asked his student Thomas Hertog that please update my research. And what he wrote in Brief History of Time, he refuted that. And this is the book has come last year, 2023, and the Origin of Time. So he has changed his perspective from what he wrote 20-30 years back. So there is a change. Science is always updated. Often I say in my classes that J.J. Thomson, he discovered electron and he got a Nobel Prize. He discovered electron as a particle, and his son also got a Nobel Prize. And he proved that his father was wrong, electron is a wave. So that's a scientific approach. So what is the physics, the problem of physics? Here Max Planck, he says, as a man who has devoted his whole life to the most clear-headed science to study of the matter, so I can tell you as a result of my research about atoms, this much, there is no matter as such. And then matter dissolves, so we think that, okay, it's energy, E is equal to mc square. So here, Richard Feynman, it is important to realize that physics today, we have no knowledge what energy is. Now, the mind sciences and philosophy. Please forgive me, I'll be a little critical. Again, this is not my thing. This is Donald Hoffman, a professor emeritus in Department of Cognitive Sciences at University of California. So what he says, again I'm quoting him from his book. Not only are neuroscientists ignoring the progress in fundamental physics, they are often explicit about it. They'll say openly that quantum physics is not relevant to the aspects of human brain function that are causally involved in the consciousness. They are certain that it is got to be classical properties of neural activity which exist independent of any observer. Spiking rates, connection strength of synapses, perhaps dynamical properties as well. These are all classical notions under Newtonian physics, where time is absolute and objects think absolutely. And then neuroscientists are mystified as to why they don't make any progress. They don't avail themselves to incredible insights and breakthrough that physics has made. Those insights are out there for us to use, and yet my field says, that means neuroscience says, we'll stick with the Newton. Thank you. We'll stay 300s behind our physics. So this is So what, again, this is not my statement, this is coming from a very renowned professor of cognitive sciences, that cognitive science, the bridge or the gap which Dr. Arun Sasidharan was speaking, it is not that philosophy, thanks to quantum physics, that now a Buddhist philosopher who has studied Nagarjuna can discuss with quantum physicists like Christopher Fuchs, but that gap is still cannot be bridged, and the region lies somewhere else. So again, here one of the very prominent Buddhist thinker, scholar, author, and ex-faculty member of religious studies at University of California, Santa Barbara, Dr. Alan Wallace, and he talks about it in his YouTube videos and in his book, that depression is #1 cause of disability worldwide. The risk is 32% higher in wealthy countries. So where you have lots of these all medical facilities and all, but the risk is 32% high there. And US GDP has increased 50 times, but the rate of depression has also increased 10 times. So these medical sciences has not done much. And of course, many reports are there, newspaper reports here. America top export may be anxiety, and US depression rates reaches new heights. And here is some statistical data reported by again a newspaper, that it is gradually it is increasing. So why? And then we have His Holiness Dalai Lama, of course, our source of inspiration and the ultimate source of compassion. And at a book launch of this second volume of Science and Philosophy, again, I'm quoting, he spoke in Tibetan, and Dr. Thupten Jinpa had translated it. So he says, in my recent conversation with the scientists, I have found that they have conducted excellent investigation into nature of objective physical world. But the Western science of psychology is in its primitive level. They are not able to distinguish between the sensory modes of consciousness and mental consciousness. Neuroscientists who present sophisticated explanation of the brain, they say that many kinds of conceptualization of the mind are all functions or specific parts of the brain. So they are not able to distinguish what is brain and the mind. And one of the examples is that it's like Aladdin ka chirag. You rub the chirag and zin will appear. So similarly, you give them some simulation to brain, and the cognizance or the perception will appear. So that kind of thing. So contemporary psychology is not up to the task. About 2000 years ago, single-pointed samatha and vipassana were used to develop the discerning intelligence. Nowadays, the physical sciences are quite good, unlike the mind sciences. And these are not religious matters, but academic topics for the sake of increasing our knowledge, and Buddhist texts are excellent resources. And because I come from a Buddhist studies background, and what I see that most of the neuroscientists, they go, there are two branches within Buddhist philosophy and Buddhist psychology. One is Abhidhamma, the Pali, and then there is the Mahayana, the psychology. One is more sort of dualist tradition, and there is non-dualism. And where this dualism and non-dualism, there is a paradigm, the change of paradigm is there. And wherever I see some correlation people talk about, they just, the neuroscientist or the psychology, their scope is just limited to the Pali Abhidhamma, the more sort of dualist tradition. And the excellent Buddhist sources which are available in Mahayana, that does not make sense to them. So that limitation is there. Now again, going back to, I'm here to speak about Buddhist idea, and I'll be speaking on the Nagarjunas and his successors in Nalanda. So again, going back to philosophy has metaphysics and ontology and epistemology, which I discussed. How our these Nalanda masters, starting from Nagarjuna, how they how they looked upon the reality, the cognition. So first, Nagarjuna's dating is around 2nd century BC or 2nd century Common Era, before Nalanda as a monastic university came into existence. So he has to debate with the Vedic philosophers, like there were Nayayikas, the very strong proponent of reality, realist. So these are the cognitivists, like they are Pramanavadins in philosophical terms. And their philosophical supposition was there is an object, and there is a prameya, and there is a subject, prama, and pramana. Through valid cognition, we cognize the reality. So that is how they try, Nayayikas define the process of cognition, and then there is a valid means of cognition. Of course, Nagarjuna refutes it, and he says that the pramana which you speak about, or the means of valid cognition, if you presume that pramana is like you have to take, these are presuppositions, then you are dogmatic. And if you don't have the presupposition that they are absolute truth, then it falls into the cyclic reasoning. So that way he refuted the early Nayayika, the cognivist. And then around 7th century, when Nalanda is in a big full-fledged century, I'm just jumping to Acharya Chandrakirti, who tried to bring some of these logical ideas into Buddhist, and in order to define Nagarjuna. So in his writing, which comes through the Acharya Chandrakirti's writing, Acharya Chandrakirti is actually critiquing, sorry, here is a mistake, it's a Bhavivek. So he's critiquing Bhavivek, Acharya Chandrakirti is critiquing, and I'll define this term Pratitya Sam Utpad, which means commonly we know dependent origin. The term has been beautifully defined. So prati means, so it's made of 3-4 words. Prati, tya, sam, utpad. Prati means something in front. So I talked about the subjective reality and objective reality. So object is out there, subject is my mind, or ontological reality, epistemological reality. So something is in front. So prati. And tya is something into motion. So that tya is, and sam means coming together, and utpad means the arising, something is arising. So utpad actually comes from two different terms. It means ut and pat, utpanhun and pat. So arising and passing away, arising. So that defines the momentariness or impermanence. Every moment things are arising and passing away. In Pali we have upajjitva nirujjanti evam bhupa samasukho. That is how Mahaparinirvana Sutta defines the reality, that it is constantly arising and constantly disintegrating. So this arising and disintegrating is happening, but how cognition is happening? So there is ontological reality out there, and there is epistemological reality within the mind. And when this mind or objective and subject, they are coming together, some means coming together, and this motion is there, then the production is happening. So that is how we are perceiving the reality, how the cognition is happening. So it is interdependent production. So what Bhaviveka, the way he defines, he says it's 50% from the mind, what I have learned from Geshe-la, that it's 50% from the mind side and it's 50% from the object side. And that is how we are, and modern scientists, they also agree that we don't see the reality the way it exists. Of course, evolution has made us to perceive the reality only to survive. So we don't see the reality. So the reality is interdependent productions. Okay, 2 minutes, I'll conclude. So it is interdependent production, and which is set into constant motion, and which we generally define as a dependent origination. So it is, according to Acharya Bhaviveka, it's 50% subjective and 50% objective. Now comes Acharya Chandrakirti, again another Nalanda master, and he says it's 100% mentally imputed. Cognition is non-intrinsic. And he gives in Madhyamaka Avatar verse, and he says, without the apprehender, grahak vina grahakata vyuktam. So apprehender and apprehended, subject and object. So without apprehender, apprehended makes no sense. and they both are empty and not independent. If the entity is devoid of both, how does it exist? So without apprehending it, you cannot say that it exists. So actually, in a way, this he's again following the lines of Nagarjuna, how he refuted the earlier Nayayika. Here he's also refuting that argument that it is the recognition is non-intrinsic, it is happening through mental imputation. And again, these are the old verses where again Acharya Chandrakirti says that it's species-specific reality. So when the ghost being and the human beings and the devas, the divine being, they see the same reality but in their own way, and it happens because of karma. The karmic propensities are creating the reality. So it is species-specific reality. Different species, they look reality in a different way. So, and that way again, going back to the way quantum physicists, they have reached recently, it's the reality is mind-made phenomena, which in Mahayana Sutras, which is called emptiness of phenomena. So, Chitram Manoram Sajitah Pushpak Swarnam. So, all the various delightful flower blossoms and sparkling golden stand alluringly, they have no creator. They are posited by the power of thoughts. Through power of conceptualization, the word is imputed. So, which comes into again the Tantra. And again, Tantra, we have lots of misconceptions about Tantra, but here, Hevajra Tantra, I often show this ruin. This is a Hevajra, a deity in Nalanda Museum, and you see in the state, it's in the ruins. Similarly, our great texts are also in ruins. There are not much people, those who know, thanks to Tibetan masters, they have preserved it. But in India, and here I'm taking that Sri Heruka idea, thanks to Geshe-la's compilation of the prayers in the blaze of non-dual bodhicitta, and here the Sri Heruka. So he is the selflessness of phenomena. So what we call dharma nairatmya. So there is no phenomena or emptiness of phenomena. Of course, phenomena exist conventionally. Ultimately, there is no phenomena. And emptiness of mind, which is source of everything. So mind is empty, but that's the source of everything. And it is imputed to be of causal nature. Ru is selflessness of the person, the pudgal nairatmya. The emptiness of self that is fabricated by web of conceptual thoughts. So the self web of conceptual thoughts that grasp at the self of the person, and Ka is the ultimate reality. Absence of dissonant duality between subject and object, and then the Sri Karam Advaya Jnanam. So that's the non-dual idea. The non-dual exalted wisdom, which abides in congruence with the emptiness of the object. Where does this, when realization of non-duality leads to? So there is a meditative practice called Tonglen. It is also there in the Bodhisattva Shantideva's Bodhicharya avatar. And when there is the realization of that, the non-duality, that there is no intrinsic object and no intrinsic subject. So when we, the idea of non-violence takes another level. It's not just, harming somebody. Ultimately, the self and other is not there. So Swatma Parivartan, transforming self to other. And then there is a self-sameness feeling for the other. So there where it leads to this type of, yesterday Geshe-la also mentioned that when we objectify the brain and the brain as a material thing, the empathy is not there. And here, through this type of realization, so this is after effect of realization of non-duality, that subjective and objective words, there is a sameness, feeling of sameness. And then Bodhisattva Shantidev, he concludes his Bodhicharya avatar, that yat kinchit jagato dukkham sarvam mai pachyatam Bodhisattva subhai sarvai jagata sukhamastucha. Which means, may all the pains of all living creatures, they come to me. They ripen, sarvam mai pachyatam, may I digest them all. And Bodhisattva subhai sarvai, through the might of Bodhisattva, may all bring may all beings experience happiness. So whatever little shubha or the auspicious merit I have gathered, let that be enjoyed. So there were this type of realization, the non-dual cognition leads us to. And this is the final concluding prayer of Bodhi's Charyavatar, where Bodhisattva Shantideva says, as long as space remain, as long as sentient being remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Panchu, and I will just be the argumentative chair as well, partly because that is our tradition as well. So there was a talk about no difference between subject and object, and just to hark back, as Lokesh Jindal brought up in the morning, that respecting conventions is something the Nalanda masters were known for, and I think in this context, particularly of each discipline. So it was a tour de force of physics to philosophy. And here I would just say a couple of things that I think when we talk about subject and object, of course, when we talk about convention analysis, there is an object, there is a subject, and they are very distinct, and they are very functional, and they are there. And therefore, I cannot imagine tea now at this point, much as I would like to. And then in ultimate analysis, of course, there could be non-dualism, and as Panchu mentions, non-dualism, and we've been hearing about it since yesterday. There are many types of non-dualism. Again, definitions are very important, like for meditation. I think on quoting His Holiness on Western science, I think that he is talking, when he talks about primitive level, he's talking about the internal world, not the external world, on which I would say, of course, modern science is unparalleled, because that's what its focus has been. And we all have to respect that as academicians, unbiased academicians. I think on valid cognition, again, a tour de force from Nyayikas to you cover Acharya Dharmakriti was one of the foremost scholars on valid cognition within this Nalanda master's tradition. And of course, you also cover Arya Nagarjuna and Acharya Chandrakriti's view of ontological reality vis-a-vis Swatantrika Madhyamika's view, Acharya Bhava Viveka's view. Here, I would just again make a distinction between valid cognition and mind, because yes, Arya Nagarjuna, Acharya Chandrakriti, all of them are arguing that the mind as well does not exist objectively, but there is the complete functionality of the world, and we go back to your opening slide on the role of ethics, therefore, because we will only pray that we stay till the last sentient being if there is a functionality of the world, and otherwise, of course, we go into the nihilistic view. But I think Arya Nagarjuna's is perhaps the most misunderstood philosophy in the land of its birth, also in terms of a nihilist perspective, purely because of this, I don't know the Sanskrit, four-cornered argument, and what does that imply or not? But I think here we have wonderful people also coming up with PhDs comparing Indian philosophy to Western philosophy. I'm looking at soon-to-be Dr. Lokesh Jindal, and this is a very, very rich conference and arena, as always, for interdisciplinarity. And I think just to go back on the thing that I would like to say as chair, that for interdisciplinarity, that we keep the excellence within each discipline and then cross boundaries. I think that's so important, just to have legitimacy. So with that, I open the to questions from the floor. Students, please, 2 questions. And if somebody who hasn't had a chance wants to, and then, yeah.
Hello, sir. It's a question to Professor Sasidharan, sir. So I would like to ask you this question, that in meditation there are certain experiences like the experience of light, or what the Buddha calls in Pali language as nimittas. And in other certain religions as well, for example in Islam as well, they do dhikr Allah, which experiences nur in a meditation. And also in Hinduism also they say that it is the concept of divya prakash or something like that. So in all the major religious traditions, there is this concept of light that is experienced in meditation. Some meditators also experience it, as I have researched about it. So what is your take that what could be the brain activity when there is an experience of light in a meditation? So do you have the answer? Or maybe I don't know if certain it is like that.
Yeah, I think many of these trance states, they have some common themes, and it's not limited to say meditation. Near-death experiences also have light as many their visualization. So one could be the common theme. Light is kind of energy, and it's also heavily blurred, and it's visual. So visual hallucinations also have lights. I think in psychiatric conditions also they have lights. So it's a common theme in the sense, as humans, as visual organisms, we have that as a source. But otherwise, to add context to that, I'm not very sure. That's probably one of the reasons why it's there across traditions. But otherwise, light itself, why is it like, the question is like, why is it light? And is light, is there a specific brain patterns linked to light? Is that the question? No.
There are certain meditations which has this experience of light. You know, they experience the light. Like I was listening to Srila Prabhupada's disciple, one of his disciples. So he said that there is a light, and he says that it is the light of God or something called Vishnu. So that is a religious perspective. I'm not going into that, but I'm asking you from the psychological perspective, that what could be the brain activity related to that or corresponding to that?
Yeah, so I'm not sure about the answer, but my understanding is there will not be a specific pattern for the light experience. It is like how we have dreams. It is when we generate something out of, means it's an imagination, it's a visual imagination. So anything which is common across visual imagination will be occurring in that state too. At least that's what I feel.
Hi. Okay. So I have two questions, but one is for ma'am. When we so I think creativity and intelligence are social and cultural constructs, and even economical constructs. So if we are seeing, there are studies which says that construal levels are low for people who live in poverty, and construal levels are high when people have wealth. Are we going towards a single theory of creativity or a single explanation of creativity for all minds? Are we even going towards it, or we consider these differences of these concepts?
Thank you for that question. That's why we wanted to look at whether these creative people are intelligent, highly intelligent. So when we looked at, there are several studies looking into creativity in artists, but there is no difference. Not that highly intelligent people are creative, not that low intelligent people are also creative. What is this concept? We are not looking at a continuum. Is this there? Intelligence definitely has to be there in order to be creative. In fact, now there is one more study that we have carried out in the neurological degenerative individuals. Just before they get into the degenerative stage, what they have not done, they have been very creative. This paper is published. You can have a look in the Google Scholar or ResearchGate, where these people have exhibited which they have never done in life. They've sung so well just before they get into the stage of creativity. So there is another concept looking into it, where these people, intelligence, where they're exposed to any kind of creative activities, all this is coming up. But for the question that you have asked, there is no continuum. We need to explore. I think all of you are there. Maybe look into each one of these concepts so that we understand creativity in a better form.
So with that, I think...
I have one question. Sir, you showed one chart where you applied did the experiment to the Isha Yoga people and different like art of living and different people performing the meditation, going to the Isha Yoga and all. So as per that study, which, the people following those groups are well, on top in terms of the, mental well-being?
Okay, so that is not a single study. It's a collation from multiple studies. In each case, the idea is to take the most proficient people in that particular tradition. So, though I had to skim through it quickly, the message is that you can have proficient meditative state with different brain patterns. Like in Ayurveda, you have Pitta, Kapha, and you have different combinations of that, and you can still be healthy. So in all combinations, you can be a healthy individual. So same way, meditative state proficiency can also be attained by different combinations, reflected by different traditions. That we can't say which is better, because in all case, well-being is high. Like some of them are from Ajay's study, so well-being is high. There are something from Isha Yoga. So all of them are proficient and show high positive psychological traits, but the patterns are different. So the thing is, there is no single pattern for proficiency. That's the message.
Ma'am, Thank you so much. I think if you could take that for tea, please, because we are just running a bit late. So there'll be time for discussion after with the speakers. So I would like everybody a big round of applause for our wonderful panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the speakers. And once again, may I request everyone to clap for our chairperson for graciously, chairing the session. So I would like to request Venerable Gido to offer our speakers a token of gesture of appreciation and respect for their talk. Right? So first of all, Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran ji. And we have Dr. Arun Sasidharan ji. And we have Dr. Pranu Samari ji. Okay, all right. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Venerable, and thank you all the speakers. So now I would like to announce our most exciting and most intriguing sort of I would say the session where all the future philosophers and neuroscientists and everyone. So here we have students from different sort of universities who are going to be here, presenting here, and the theme will be on the same, the perspective of the mental experiences, and my colleague, Mr. Tenzen Champel, will be moderating for that session. Thank you so much.
A very good afternoon, everyone gathered here. I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you to the most exciting session of today, which is student panel discussion. Our theme for today is the perspective of mental experiences. This is an immensely exciting evening for our institute. The actively growing participation of students from different colleges every year affirms the relevance and the meaningfulness of this profound panel discussion. And I hope that our young panelists are ready to share their insightful narrations and findings on their respective chosen topics. Without taking much time, I would like to welcome our chairperson along with 7 panelists. We have our chairperson, Venerable Dr. Pooja Debril, Assistant Professor, School of Buddhist Studies, Philosophy and Comparative Religion, School of Languages and Literature, Humanity, Nalanda University, Jangir. Along with that, we have 7 panelists, and our 7 panelists are Ms. Ashita Jaden. Her topic is Finding Balance, the Transformative Impact of Traditional Meditation on Mind and Body. Okay. And we have Ms. Jigmet Dolker, we have Ms. Kama Zomba, we have Ms. Sangamitra, we have Ms. Kama Siche, and we have Ms. Anshika, and lastly we have Mr. Tenzen Champel. Ladies and gentlemen, please accompany their footstep with a huge round of applause. Welcome Chairperson and all the panelists on this dais. Now I would like to introduce our distinguished Chairperson of today, Venerable Dr. Pooja Debril. Venerable Dr. Pooja Debril is an Assistant Professor at the School of Buddhist Studies, Philosophy and Comparative Religion, as well as the School of Languages and Literature, Humanity, Nalanda University, Bihar. She gained her PhD degree from the University of Delhi. Her doctoral thesis is titled Aya Nagarjuna's Philosophy of Emptiness and J. Tsongkhapa's Exposition, Descents in Two Prolific Periods. With the research focused on Madhyamaka philosophy and Buddhist psychology, she has published papers on the themes of emptiness, Shukyata, mind and cognition in Buddhist psychology, forms and substance in Buddhist philosophy, and so forth. Venerable Dr. Pooja Debril specializes in teaching Madhyamaka philosophy, Buddhist psychology, and Mahayana tradition and practice. She has also presented papers on a variety of topics, including the practice of emptiness, non-locality, and individuation in Buddhist philosophy, Buddhist perspective on matter and particles, Vijnanavada tradition, the mind of Bodhisattva, and Tathagata Gaba in Mahayana tradition, and so on. Venerable Pooja is proficient in Tibetan and German and has experience of teaching the latter of many years at the University of Delhi and other institutes. She is a long-term student of Tibet House Nalanda courses, and indeed Venerable Dr. Pooja Debril is an inspiration to many of our youngsters, and who else could be a better and more appropriate person to chair this youth panel discussion with energy and enthusiasm. I now request Venerable Pooja Debril to kindly take over the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopsanla. Thank you so much for a very kind introduction. And again, thank you to Tibet House. And as our moderator already mentioned, it's going to be a very exciting session after all these interdisciplinary sessions that we have already heard. And I, being a teacher, I always felt the most learning happened during the classes when my students' innocent but very challenging questions are thrown at me. So I am sure the experience is same with other academicians. So as now the spotlight turns to our young scholars, it gives me a great pleasure to actually chair this session, which is going to showcase not only the energy, but the innovation and the future scholarship that is going to be very meaningful for our nation and for humanity. And also it is very nostalgic. I might share that maybe this is the same conference on neuroscience and psychology that I have presented I've been a part of student panel here in Indian Institute of here in this hall, and this has been amazing journey since then. In fact, that experience gave me a very meaningful professional journey while not compromising the peace of mind and genuine happiness. One more thing which I learned as a student in those conferences that has been organized by Tibet House, all the series of neuroscience and psychology, that as instructor and also as writers, also as researchers, if we don't practice what we speak, it's not going to be very, very impactful. So that has been a great learning from those student panels where I have been given opportunity to present my views. So I congratulate all these 7 bright minds when they embark on this journey, and they learn from this, and also through their very, very challenging and insightful questions, when they make us question not only what we teach, what we share, but also are we really practicing what we are preaching. So without taking much time, now I would like to start with the first panelist, Miss Ashita Jaden. I would like to briefly introduce her to our audience. And I was so fascinated to see their backgrounds. They hail from different universities and different disciplines, and they have done a lot. Compared to me at this age, they have done so much better. So Ashita Jaden is a psychology student currently pursuing her MA in psychology. And also she has a great interest in she's an accomplished athlete, having won medals in national level sports competitions. So without taking much time, her topic for today's talk is Finding Balance, the Transformative Impact of Traditional Meditation on Mind and Body. Ashita, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that beautiful introduction. Good evening, respected guests and my dear participant. I am Ashita Jaden, and today I'm very excited to share my research on the topic Finding Balance, the Transformating Impact of Traditional Meditation on Mind and Body. In today's fast-paced world where stress and distraction often dominate our lives, the search for inner peace, balance has never been more urgent. Meditation, an ancient practice steeped in tradition, has emerged a beacon of hope for those seeking to navigate life challenges with resilience and equanimity. Let me begin it with a question. How many of you have been overwhelmed with the stress in past week? Stress with past week? Perhaps like many of us. Today I want to take you on a journey imagining stepping away from the noise, disconnecting from the world demands, and immersing yourself in silence, stillness, and self-reflection. This is the essence of traditional meditation retreats practice that have been cultivated for centuries and are now transforming lives around the globe. Let me share you with some fascinating insight about these retreats such as Vipassana and mindful-based stress reduction, which is MBSR, and their profound impact on our mind and body. Before diving into the science, let us visualize a scene together. Imagine yourself at a retreat surrounded by the nature, where your phones are turned off and your mind free from distraction for weeks, for days, for many days. Focus shift inwards. You learn to observe your breath, your thoughts, and the pattern of your mind without any judgment. Now, this may sound simple, even easy, but let me assure you, it's very transformative. At these retreats, participants often undergo a deep personal journey that reshapes how they interact with the world. The objectives. You might wonder what exactly we are hoping to achieve with these retreats, right? We are talking about these retreats from last 2 days, yesterday and today. The answer lies in the 3 key goals, which are reducing stress, fostering equanimity, and improving emotional and cognitive well-being. These retreat aims to cultivate mindfulness, emotional resilience, and profound sense of inner balance. I conducted a systematic review analyzing evidence from multiple academic databases, including PubMed, Scopus, and Psychic-Info. Our analysis includes randomized controlled trials, meta-analysis, and observational studies, focusing on both psychological and physiological outcomes. The research methodology was rigorously using specific keywords like meditation retreats, Vipassana, and stress reduction. This is the method which I use, systematic review. Let us come to the results of my study review. The psychological results, psychological benefits. The psychological benefits we discovered were remarkable. Participants consistently showed significant reduction in stress, anxiety, and depression levels. But what particularly fascinating is how these changes occurred. Think of a mind like a snow globe. Where we are stressed, our thoughts are like swirling snow, chaotic and overwhelming. Meditation helps the snow settle, bringing clarity and calm. Participants develop what we call emotional regulation, the ability to respond to life challenges with greater equilibrium. We found that people become more mindful, developing awareness of their thoughts and emotions without getting caught in them. This wasn't just about feeling relaxed, it was about developing a new relationship with their experience. Participants reported being able to face difficult situations with greater resilience and adaptability. Now let us come to the physiological benefits. The impact wasn't just psychological, there are physiological benefits too of meditation. We observed concrete physiological changes. The body inflammatory marks, specifically C-reactive protein and interleukin 6, showed significant reduction. These are important because chronic inflammation is linked to various health issues, including stress-related disease. Sleep quality is also improved dramatically. Participants fell asleep faster and maintained better sleep cycle. Think of it as upgrading of your body recovery system. Better sleep means better physical and mental restoration. What particularly exciting is how these physical changes complemented the psychological benefits, creating a positive feedback loop. Better sleep to lead better emotional regulation, which in turn promoted better sleep pattern. As yesterday, Dr. Ashima also told us about one US state where the crime rate is very high, and when the meditation practice gave to that each member of that state, the crime ratio decreased. Increasingly, that decreased. Cognitive and neurological benefits. Perhaps most fascinating were the neurological changes. Through neuroimagining, we observed gray matter density in key brain regions, particularly the prefrontal cortex and amygdala, which is the fear response. These changes weren't minor. They represented fundamental shifts in brain structure and function. Participants also developed what we call equanimity. Since morning we are listening to this word, many of you might not know the meaning of this word as well. It is the ability to maintain emotional stability regardless of the external circumstances. This wasn't about becoming emotionally numb. Rather, it was about developing a more balanced, measured response to life's ups and downs. In concluding speech, as we conclude, the evidence is clear. Traditional meditation retreats offer a powerful path to improve mental and emotional balance. These aren't just temporary fixes, they represent opportunities for deep, lasting transformation. Looking ahead, we need to focus on making these benefits more accessible, standardizing research methodology, and conducted long-term studies. The potential application in clinical and community settings are vast and promising. I invite each one of you to consider the potential of meditation in your own lives. Whether it's a retreat, a daily practice, or simply for a few moments of mindfulness, the journey inward is one worth taking. Together, let us embrace the wisdom of these ancient practices and unlock their transformative power on our own modern life. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashita. So, without interrupting the flow of their very wonderful insights, I will reserve my comments for the last. And now I would like to invite Ms. Jigmet Dolker. She is Master's in Forensic Sciences with a specialization in chemistry and toxicology. And she serves as the branch head of the Flowering Dharma Delhi branch and is actively involved in knowledge sharing activities. So now Jigmet is going to present her paper on Unveiling the True Nature of Mind, a Buddhist psychological exploration to unravel the intricacies of student life. Please welcome her.
Is it here?
Okay, in the meantime, while they're working on a PPT, let me invite our next panelist, Ms. Karma Zombala, also known as Tenzen Champel. So she holds a bachelor degree in psychology from the Dalai Lama Institute for Higher Education, affiliated with Bangalore University. She is currently pursuing the Nalanda Master's course and from Tibet House and serves as the Deputy Nalanda Coordinator at Tibet House, New Delhi. And Karma Zombala is going to speak on the intersection of cognitive and Buddhist approaches in mental health. Over to you. Please welcome her.
Thank you, Venerable. All composite things are impermanent. All contaminated things are of the nature of suffering. All phenomena are of the nature of emptiness and selflessness, transcending sorrow is space. Tashi Delek, and a very good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to thank my teacher, Venerable Gido, for his constant encouragement, and Venerable our chair, Venerable Tenzen Champel, for chairing this session. And of course, thank you to everyone present here today. So I can see many familiar faces. And today, this is my first time as a student panelist, and I'm feeling like it's my first day at school. So, yeah, before diving into my presentation, let's hear what His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama says about mental health. Just as we teach people physical hygiene to help preserve their physical health for a happy and peaceful mind, we need to teach people about emotional hygiene, how to tackle their destructive emotions. So today I'm presenting on the intersection of cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, and Buddhist approaches in mental health. Both approaches share common ground despite their different origins, so let's explore what they are. So the cognitive approach in mental health focuses on how thoughts shape emotions and behaviors. It helps individuals identify and challenges negative thinking patterns. For example, a person with social anxiety might think, if I speak in public, I will embarrass myself, leading to avoidance. In cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, the individual is encouraged to challenge this thought and replace it with mistakes happen and they don't define my abilities. This shift helps reduce anxiety and promote healthier coping strategies. And the Buddhist approach in mental health emphasizes mindfulness, meditation, and non-attachment to reduce suffering. Buddhism teaches that much of our suffering comes from clinging to things, people, possession, emotion, believing they define us or bring lasting happiness. The aim is to cultivate awareness and acceptance of life's impermanence. For example, someone struggling with anger might practice mindfulness to observe their feelings without judgment. Instead of reacting impulsively, they learn that anger is temporary, not an inherent part of them. By accepting its impermanence, they can respond with calmness and emotional balance. So the main topic, the common ground between cognitive behavioral therapy and Buddhist approaches. First, focus on the mind and mental processes. CBT helps individuals identify and challenges negative thoughts. For instance, someone who believes I always fail can reframe this as I have faced setbacks. I have faced setbacks, but I can learn and improve. Buddhist approach teaches that suffering arises from attachment to beliefs and emotions. Through mindfulness, individuals learn to observe their thoughts without clinging to them. The common ground, both approaches help people understand and transform their mental processes to improve emotional well-being. Second, embracing acceptance and being non-judgmental. CBT teaches individuals to observe their thoughts without judgment. For example, someone thinking I'm not good enough can challenge this thought and replace it with I have strengths and weaknesses, but that does not define my worth. This approach encourages accepting emotions without labeling them as good or bad. Someone with anxiety might observe their anxiety without judgment, recognizing its temporariness. And the common ground, both approaches encourage non-judgmental awareness to reduce emotional distress. Third, reduction of suffering. So basically, we all do not want suffering. So CBT aims to reduce suffering by changing negative thought patterns. For example, someone who always thinks I'm going to fail, especially the school-going student and college-going students, learns to reframe that thought and reduce anxiety. Buddhist approach teaches that suffering arises from attachment and craving. Through mindfulness, individuals learn to let go of attachments and reduce suffering. And the common ground, both aim to reduce suffering, CBT through changing thought patterns and Buddhism by letting go of attachments. Number fourth, impermanence and cognitive or mental flexibility. CBT promotes cognitive flexibility by teaching that thoughts and feelings are not permanent. For example, someone who thinks I always fail can reframe that to I have faced challenges before and learned from them. Buddhist approach teaches that the concept of impermanence, meaning that all things, thoughts, emotions, experiences are temporary. By accepting impermanence, individuals reduce attachment and suffering. and the common ground. Both approaches encourage flexibility, CBT through restructuring, Buddhism through understanding impermanence. Now, before I conclude, I would like to share a personal experience of how CBT and Buddhist approach helped me reduce anger. Although it has not been fully reduced yet, I'm actively working towards reducing it through my daily practices. So the scenario is when I was younger, I often got angry for no clear reason. And one day I looked at myself in the mirror when anger arose and realized how unappealing I looked with an angry face. And from then on, whenever I felt anger, I would look in the mirror and reflect on what caused it. This simple practice combined with mindfulness helped me reduce my anger over time. So finally, I would like to conclude my presentation with this slide. So actually, this slide is solely for the audience. Can anyone guess why I've chosen these celebrities? Any guesses, audience? Yes. Yes, you're correct. Thank you so much. So yes, basically they all suffer from mental health issues. Like you have mentioned, like Deepika Padukone diagnosed with depression, and Yo-Yo Honey Singh diagnosed with bipolar disorder and all, right? So most of them are, so actually all of them are suffer from mental health issues. So showing that mental illness knows no boundaries. So I will conclude my presentation with a statement. Mental illness has no boundaries. It can affect anyone, anytime. Thank you all for your attention and time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Karma Sombala. Next, we have Ms. Sangamitra Gautam. She is currently pursuing an MA in Buddhist Studies from the University of Delhi. She holds a BCom honors degree from the same university. And also she is learning Pali language and Tibetan language, Pali language from Delhi University and Tibetan language from Tibet House, New Delhi. She also holds many other degrees. One of them is B.Ed, and she has done many other primary and secondary certificates. As I said, they have done a lot for their age. So her topic for today's presentation is the Buddhist psychophysics, Nama Roop. Over to you. Please welcome her.
My name is Sangamitra. I pay homage to Buddha, to Dhamma and Sangha. Good afternoon, Namo Buddhaya, Tasha Dile to all. So my topic is the Buddhist psychophysics. The Buddhist psychophysics is intersection of Buddhist philosophy, psychology and psychophysics. It defines the relationship between mental process, which is nama or mind, and the physical state, rupa or body, and together they are constituents of personality. And this concept of psychophysics comes under the Abhidhamma. And what is Abhidhamma? Abhi means super or beyond. Dhamma means collection of Buddha's teachings. Abhidhamma stated in Pali commentary as Paramatha bhavena abhi visittha dhamma ethati abhidhamma, which means Abhidhamma contains the Dhamma beyond in terms of absoluteness. Hence, it is the psychological and philosophical analysis of Buddha's highest teachings. यथा ही अंग संभारा होती सद्धोरति इति एवं संतेषु खंडेषु होती सत्तोति सम्मुति इति. As with the configuration of the spare parts of the chariot, it gets its existence in the same way with the configuration of nama and rupa, a person gets its existence. So now let's come to the nama rupa theory. So what is nama? Nam, that is mind. Nama is patisandhi chitta, the resultant consciousness as determined by the past reproductive action, and It is also Bhavanga Chitta, the chain of birth and disease. Mind has two broader categories, unconditional consciousness and conditional consciousness. Unconditional consciousness divided into Vipaka Chitta and Kriya Chitta. Vipaka Chitta is resultant consciousness appears as a consequence of the bad or good karma or action acquired in the previous life. Kriya Chitta, karma is inoperative in its nature. Because of inoperativeness, no conditions such as greed, hatred can be attributed to it. And what is conditional consciousness? Conditions like greed, hatred are part of immoral consciousness, and greedlessness, compassion, they are part of moral consciousness. And what is Rupa? Rupa, that is body. Rupati situhanti virodhi pachayehi vikaranang appajati appadiyatiti va rupam. Rupa is that which arises dependent on conditions opposing elements such as earth, water, fire, air. It undergoes transformation and decay, dissolves and integrations. Rupa includes Mahabhuta Rupa and Upada Rupa. Mahabhuta Rupa includes 4 dhatus. Attano Swabhavam Dhareti Dhatu, which bears its own characteristics, which includes Pathavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayo, Dhatu. And the Upada Rupa refers to the secondary phenomena that arise dependent on the primary material phenomena, that is Mahabhuta Rupa. Yampi Ichhati na labhati tampi dukkham. What one desires but does not get, that too is suffering. Piyehi vippayogo dukkho, apiyehi sampayogo dukkho. Separation from the loved one is suffering. Union with the unloved one is suffering. Sankitena panchupadana khanda dukkha, the grasping of 5 aggregates which are impermanent is suffering. And what are the 5 aggregates? Rupa, Vedana, Sangya, Sanskar and Vijnana. So, as I've already discussed the Rupa, so the next one is perception, that is Sangya. Perception changes as our experiences, memories changes. And second one is feeling, that is Vedana. Feelings of pleasure and pain arises when our sense organs come in contact with an object. Third one is mental formatives, that is Sanskar. Chittanaham bhikkave kammam vedam, which means volition is action. Consciousness, Vijnana. Vijanatiti Vijnanam chinteti chittam, which means knowing and thinking, consciousness. And now how Buddhist psychophysics concept function in our life. It describes how mindfulness practice can recognize non-self and how it reduces the psychological distress. It leads to the positive psychological outcomes like it reduces stress, anxiety and depression. It helps in cultivating mental practice. Practicing mindfulness enhances the compassionate feelings towards others also. It includes cognitive, emotional, psychological aspect of human existence. It describes how its psychological impacts affect the reality, which is driven by cravings and attachment. And lastly, key principles in Buddhist psychophysics. The 5 aggregates, mindfulness and meditation. It aims to cultivate awareness of the mind-matter interaction, perception and reality, understanding perception and reality through psychophysics, psychology and neuroscience, the nature of consciousness and the mind-matter intersection, which can inform the psychology and neuroscience. And the last, the 6 senses. The 6 senses, eye, nose, tongue, ear, body, mind, are the interfaces through which we interact with the physical world. Buddhist psychophysics explores how these sense bases shape our experience and perception. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Ms. Karma Sichula. Okay, first we'll take Ms. Jigmet. As I mentioned earlier, she's pursuing Masters in Forensic Science with a specialization in chemistry and toxicology, and she is branch head of the Flowering Dharma Delhi branch and is actively involved in knowledge sharing activities. Her topic is Unveiling the True Nature of Mind, a Buddhist psychological exploration to unravel the intricacies of student life.
I prostrate to Gautama, who, out of compassion, taught the sacred dharma that leads to the relinquishing of all views. Kangi thuksengir zungne, tawa thamchas pangpechir, tampechos niston zatpa, Gautam dela chatsalo. A very warm greetings, everyone. My name is Jigmet, and I'm extremely grateful to Tibet House and especially Venerable Gido Damdula, our chairperson. I'm feeling so lucky that I got this opportunity, a platform where I can share my thoughts and views. And this is what I actually thought when I got the invitation, but I was wrong. Actually, the late realization was, it's about the journey. In these couple of days where I sat, where I learned, where I did research, and where I actually discussed with other seniors, at that time I realized that that journey was much more important in order to gain the knowledge. And I've got 10 minutes where, whatever I've gained, I'll try my level best to share with you people. So my topic is Unveiling the True Nature of Mind, a Buddhist psychological exploration to unravel the intricacies of student life, a human life basically. According to me, student is anyone who is willing to learn and who is willing to understand. So we have been hearing since yesterday that, why do you study the mind? What is mind? So before that, let me ask you a question. Do you have mind? How will you answer that? Can anyone quickly say yes? Because you think. Okay. Anyone else? People might be thinking, obviously I'm feeling sleepy. Obviously I have mind. What Jigmet is asking. Are you thinking that way? Are you thinking that way? Okay, basically, people say that, okay, I'm conscious, that's why I have mind. Then what about the people who are in coma? Think wisely once, okay? So the Dhammapada says, it's an ancient Buddhist text which explains beautifully about that the mind is the central figure. Do you also believe that? Do you believe that mind is the engine, which rule our life? Right. Yes, of course, in morning I was feeling so energetic, my mind was so energetic, but right now I'm so tired, I'm feeling sleepy. Jigmet, can you please take it faster? Is it something like that? All right, so the Dhammapada says mind is the chief and precedes them all. If with impure mind, with negative and impure mind, one acts or speaks, misery follows like a cart following the ox, right? And likewise, if with pure mind, with pure intention, one acts or speaks, happiness follows like a shadow that never leaves. So basically, it says that mind leads everything, our words, our actions, and our experiences. And Acharya Vasubandhu says that diversity of the world arose from the karmas, which in turn is the intention and its action. So he has stated that it has arose from the karma. So karma is the intention and the intention plus the action. So I'll give you an example. For example, in karma we have three forms, right? One is physical, one is mental, and one is verbal. Now, when it comes to mentally, when we think, when we do think, that is called the mental karma, right? So according to the mental karma, what it gives rise to the physical and verbal karma. So I'll give an example, like intending kindness. What is it? Is it the intention? Intending karma, the word itself has intending, right? So it is the mental karma. So according to that, it will rise to either physical or verbal. Now, for example, there is one lady who comes and asks me 50 rupees, could you please give me, Jigmet, 50 rupees? And I'm myself broke. I'll be like, no, I'm myself broke. Why will I give you 50 rupees? So that is one way of me talking to that lady, right? But then there can be another way, like, even I'm broke, but at least I have 50 rupees, I should be giving her. And I'll be telling, it's fine, you can take 50 rupees, I have it, like that. So that is me speaking in a polite way. So verbally also there will be two ways, like with pure intention and with impure intention. Then we have Acharya Chandrakirti. It was written in Madhyamaka Vatara. It is the mind itself that constructed the sentient world as well as the utterly diverse container world. So the Buddha taught that all the beings are produced from karma. Without mind, there can be no karma, as stated by many speakers earlier also. And His Holiness Dalai Lama believes that, the main two reasons why do we study mind is that mind is connected to karma or our actions, and our state of mind directly affects the happiness and our suffering. So what is mind? The mind, as Geshe Damdula has also said yesterday, that it is a clear and knowing agent. So the clarity aspect is basically the fundamental nature of mind that underlies all thoughts and awareness. It is referred to as a mirror that reflects. But then knowing, unlike the mirror, it has the ability to understand and perceive. So mind, it has, one is affective and one is cognitive. So affective is like the movement of mind, where we talk about like empathy out of compassion. But in case of cognitive, I'll take an example, like, when we feel pleasant or unpleasant. For example, me, who has come from Ladakh, during summers, it is very extremely difficult for me to bear with the climate. But at the same time, my friend who is from Kerala, she says that, oh my God, winter is difficult for me. So that is like pleasant and unpleasant feeling. That is a cognitive agent even, right? So this comes from the cognitive thought process. So basically mind, it is interdependent with the brain. So, when I studied Buddhist psychology, it is very vast, which cannot be explained in just 10 minutes, but I really found this important, the sevenfold division, in order to understand the reasoning, perception, and then decision making. Where first, I'll be taking it with an example. First is direct valid perceiver. In Sanskrit, we call it pratyaksh. It is like a known mistaker, knower from conceptuality. The word conceptual, what do you mean by that? There is this one conceptual and one is non-conceptual, right? So the conceptual, for example, take any Netflix series. Okay, take an example of your favorite actor. Shah Rukh Khan, let's take an example of that. Oh, Shah Rukh Khan, whenever I think of Shah Rukh Khan, it is like the generic image, right? Now, he is not here standing next in front of me and saying, Jigmet, take it faster. People are getting bored or something like that. No, this is the generic image of me thinking that Shah Rukh Khan is the person who's my favorite actor, something like that. So that is based on conceptual. But non-conceptual, free from conceptuality, is the one which is like the direct mind. So it is like, we call it ngonsum in Tibetan. So it is the direct valid. For example, I've seen someone, stealing a purse from a woman, and I have witnessed myself, oh, this person has stolen. So this is the example of a direct and valid perceiver. Then we have inferential cognizer. So here there is observation, then there is this reasoning. It is based on an inference. For example, in mountains, we are seeing some smoke. So what do we infer? A fire has come, that's there, fire is occurring. It is an infer, the fire is the infer. Likewise, we have subsequent cognizers. So apart from the direct valid, all others are subsequent cognizers, where we talk about the second moment, where the initial perception, then we have in memory, then we recognize it. Then we have, in this we have two types, where one is direct subsequent cognizer and one is conceptual. In direct we have, it's based on the sense, like olfactory, ears, eyes, skin, and inside the body as well. And then mentally also, and then we have self-cognizant, where the awareness of the first moment of sense perception. And then yogic, like through meditation and stabilization. Then in conceptual, it is based by direct perception or maybe by inference also. So correctly assuming consciousness, where we correctly assume, for example, Albert Einstein has given E equal to mc square. Now, in every numerical, we don't just sit and say, oh, why E is equal to mc square? We just, oh, this is the formula I have to put and I have to easily solve the question, right? So this is correctly assuming consciousness. Then we have non-discerning direct perception. So we have, as she has also said earlier, that we have we have four Buddhist philosophical schools, right? One is Vaibhashika, all right, Vaibhashika, Sautantrika, Chittamatra, and Madhyamika. And in this non-discerning, like we have various types again, like sense, mental, self-cognizant, and then we have doubting consciousness, a state of uncertainty or indecisive. And then in wrong consciousness, there is this mistaken cognition, misunderstanding the object. For example, there is this one rope, but in darkness, I'll be like, oh, this is a snake, but it's actually not a snake. This is actually the rope. So this is the wrong consciousness. So there is this twofold division where we talk about the mental and mental factors. I won't be going in deep about it. But then there is this Abhidharma's 51 mental factors, which are categorized into 6 groups. The first is the 5 omnipresent mental factors, 5 object ascertain or determinative mental factors, Then 11 virtuous mental factors, 6 root afflictions, 20 secondary afflictions, and 4 variable afflictions. So now, as a student, as a human, like why do we study the Buddhist psychology? I mean, me being from the forensic background, when I study forensic psychology, when we talk about lie detectors and any other things like any analysis, my one decision can bring injustice to the person, to the victim, right? So when I as a person, when I practically thought of understanding it, then it actually helps a lot in a lot of things, in understanding the ontological reality. And critical thinking, everyone needs critical thinking in this day-to-day life, and cultivating mindfulness and awareness, and especially ethical living and compassion also. And it basically helps in detachment and understanding the impermanence and practical problem solving in day-to-day life, especially the teenage students. And then this is the core principle which actually helps. This I have concluded in one chart, but this is not basically very small. This is a very huge topic where we talk about the impermanence, where the key insights are all phenomena, including our thoughts, our emotions, and all like our transient, right? And then about the suffering, that is the dukkha and its causes, which can be caused by cravings, aversion, and ignorance, jealousy. And apart from that, we have mindfulness, that is called sati, which involves non-judgmental awareness of the present moment, and non-self, anatta, and then we have dependent origination, where explains how all phenomena arise due to interdependent causes and conditions. So these are the references, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jigmela. Next we have Ms. Karma Suchula. She is pursuing Masters in Buddhist Studies at Rangchung Yeshe Institute. She is translating Lama Dakpa Shedup's commentary on the 3 principal aspects of path: renunciation, bodhicitta, and emptiness. Ms. Sucha aspires to make these teachings accessible to all while aligning her personal growth with her long-term goal of transcending linguistic barriers. She is currently the Nalanda course coordinator for the Nalanda Master and Diploma and the Certificate course of Tibet House. So please welcome Karma Suchula, and she'll be speaking on changing perspective through Buddhist ideals for a happier life. Please welcome her.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to begin by expressing my heartfelt gratitude for having this opportunity to present during the student panel discussion. It's truly an honor to share the dais with such an amazing and innovative students. And being part of the student panel not only allows us to share our perspectives, but also helps us to voice our perspective, concerns, and goals. For that reason, I would like to thank the moderators, our program team. We have Gungala and Pimbodinla, and IT staff Rabianla Tsidindula, and to all the Tibet House staff who have been working behind the scene to make this event possible. And especially I would like to thank Venerable Geshe-la for giving us this opportunity, for giving us this platform to be heard. So my topic for today is changing perspectives through Buddhist ideals for a happier life. In this topic, I have divided into 3 sections. The first one, I would like to discuss about the 2 key concepts in Buddhism, followed by sharing my personal anecdote in relation to my mental health, and finally explore how we can incorporate the Buddhist ideals into our daily lives. Buddhism teaches about many fundamental concepts such as dependent arising, compassion, loving kindness, equanimity, and true nature of our mind. All these topics on the outset seem very simple, but if we study them systematically, then we will unfold, we'll get to see so many nuances. For example, when we say dependent origination, there are different levels of understanding this concept. And when we say compassion, there are different levels of experiencing it. When we were born, we are dependent on our parents' love, and when we die, we are also dependent on on others' help. And in between, we cannot live in isolation. Therefore, we are again dependent on our surrounding. So in Buddhism, the concept of dependent arising is equated with the concept of wisdom of emptiness, and these two are considered two sides of the same coin. And on the other hand, loving kindness and compassion at its most refined form is known as bodhicitta. So bodhicitta is a Sanskrit term. It is a compound of bodhi and chitta. Bodhi in Tibetan means changchup. Chang means it is a state of removal of all the states of afflictive limitations, and chupa is the possession of all-encompassing wisdom. And sem means chitta. It is the mind which aspires for complete liberation, or in simple terms, we can recognize it as it is a state of complete fearlessness and maximum happiness. So for the time being, we, the mundane human, ordinary beings, we are not able to manifest our true nature, which is freed from the afflictive limitations and all-possessing wisdom. It is because we are our mind is tainted by the afflictions. There are three broad categories of afflictions, which are ignorance, aversion, and attachment. These three either pushes or pulls our mind towards or away from the object. So now I would like to shift the focus to the mental health. Mental health has been a topic of discussion ever since the rise of social media and the modern technologies. Our mind is the most beautiful thing that existed, yet often we experience misery, not because of the mind, but because of ignorance. Ignorance of seeing things as existing objectively and intrinsically real. Now I would like to share an anecdote from my own life. When I was younger, I used to have a fear of not being loved. As a child, I craved for my mother's love. Being away from our parents, to most of TCV schools, child can relate to this. We are mostly, part of our life, we were away from our parents. Like for 10 months each year, we are away, and we have to do everything on our own. And we have to deal, especially in my case, I had to deal with a very strict warden, and I felt like nobody loved me. I longed for someone who would make me feel protected. And I remember clearly when I was 12 years old, as I began to notice the changes in my body, I used to feel so terrified and worried about the idea of growing up, because I used to feel like if I grow up, my parents won't love me the way they do. So I was quite terrified about that, and these thoughts keep ruminating over all day long. I remember that day clearly. I went to the STD phone booth, which is in our school during our times. I used to call my mom and asked her, "Mom, do you even love me? When are you going to come and visit me? And will you give another birth?" Because I was also terrified by the idea that having a younger sibling in my family who would get all the attention. So this fear might seem cliche because all of us gathered here are grown up, right? But when I was 12, that was a lot. No. To this day, I still remember what she said to me that day. She said, "Sweetheart, you are the treasure of my heart. My world revolves around you. No matter what happens in life, as long as I am alive, I will always stand by you." After hearing this, I would used to feel relieved and feel comforted. Later, during my bachelor studies, I went through another traumatic experience. This time, I developed a strange phobia, the fear of forgetting. It led me to have intrusive thoughts where I would ruminate on this fear all day long for an extended period of time. But in retrospect, I noticed that about my fears is that these fearful episodes were triggered by my unprocessed past experiences. It is because of not knowing the root cause of my suffering. So therefore, on the path of recovering, the first and foremost important thing is in understanding the root cause. In my case, I was suffering because I was excessively attached to the idea of love, So I was too attached to things that were too dear to me. It was like holding sand too tightly in my hand. Too much self-importance created a major problem in my life. During those fearful moments, my ability to socialize with people, to learn new things, and to find motivation to do anything in life was very low. Basically, in essence, my dopamine level was at their lowest point. Over time, these fears completely changed my personality, and I became very indifferent to others' feelings. I lost the ability to love and think about others. The second important thing on the path of recovery is in acknowledging these destructive thought patterns. So instead of denying these thoughts, I think it is important, like my colleague Kama Zombala and all of said, to acknowledge these thoughts and be an observer. Try to detach yourself from these thoughts and see these thoughts as just thoughts, because at the end of the day, thoughts are impermanent. Another important thing on the path of recovery is to express the feelings. Everybody has their different ways of expressing their feelings. Some prefer to speak up, whereas some prefer to journal. In my case, journaling made a huge difference. It is a way for me to express my feelings and to understand my thought patterns and to understand what triggers me the most. Over time, I began to see my very narrow perspective, to see that my perspectives towards life was very narrow. It was self-oriented and was quite destructive. So it was through studying Buddhist philosophy that my perspectives broadened, and I began to understand that I'm not the only one suffering, because as long as we exist, we are in samsara, everyone is suffering. We are all victims of the three kinds of suffering, namely suffering, suffering of change, and the pervasive condition suffering. And it is through understanding this that I began to embrace others and think about others. And I remember, just as my mother's warmth made me feel relieved, I too could make others feel better through genuine care and concern. As His Holiness the Dalai Lama says, if you want to be happy, practice compassion. And if you want others to be happy, practice compassion. This brings me to my final point, which is how to incorporate the Buddhist ideals into our lives. People struggling with mental health issues often display low self-esteem. It is because they identify themselves with certain thought patterns and they limit their potentials to that thought. So that is why this blocks them from being creative in life. So I think the root cause is because of not realizing the fact that the seed of perfection is within them. They were so caught up in the net of this destructive thought that we tend to forget our true nature. The true nature of our mind is free from the afflictive states and holds infinite potential. The seed of perfection technically is known as Tathagata Garbha. The purpose of teachings on Tathagata Garbha is to instill confidence in us. This also helps us from our negative self-talk, which is fundamentally unreal. It also helps cultivate humility in us as we recognize that we all share the same true nature, that no one is superior to anyone else. At the moment, we are unable to manifest this true potential because of our self-grasping ignorance and its offshoot self-cherishing attitude. In Buddhism, there are many methods to uproot these self-grasping ignorance and the self-cherishing attitude. Two main methods are sevenfold cause and effect method and equalizing and exchanging self with others. So due to time constraint, I won't be able to go through each of these points in both the methods. So basically, these two methods are emphasizes the practice of loving kindness and compassion and the dependent nature of all that exists, which is the core teaching of the Buddha. And I would like to end this session, end my talk by quoting what His Holiness has to say about this. As His Holiness has taught, when we experience a certain degree of loving kindness and compassion, our gross afflictions begin to subside. So with this, I end my talk. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Karma Sichala, also known as Tenzen Champel. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Ashita Jaden. She is MA Psychology student at Galgotia University, where she also completed her undergraduate studies. Her research interests encompass neuropsychology and mental health, with a particular focus on understanding the neural basis of psychological processes. And our topic for today's talk is mind wandering and mental well-being, understanding the neural and psychological implications. Over to you, Anshika.
Good evening, respected guests and my fellow participants. I hope you're all doing good today. So this is actually my first time that I'm stepping on stage and willingly staying here for 10 minutes and also speaking for those 10 minutes. Okay. Yeah. So recently, I gained a lot of interest in this area of mind wandering, and then I started studying a few literature on it. And this PPT is all that literature consolidated in one place so far that I've read. Okay. So, have you ever found yourself reading a page of a book and only to realize that you have actually read a few pages but not actually have registered many things just because your mind was wandering elsewhere? And in the morning we discussed about the Eureka movement of Archimedes. Those all the experiences are examples of mind wandering. And actually these everyday experiences highlight the pervasive nature of mind wandering. Research by Killingsworth and Gilbert shows we spend astounding 30 to 50% of our waking hours engaged in these thoughts which are unrelated to our immediate environment. Mind wandering isn't just a random mental activity, it's a structured process that reveals much about how our brains work and how we process our experiences. We'll explore its nature, neural foundations, benefits, challenges, and implications on mental health. Let's come to neural basis. As Vibha ma'am already talked about it, the default mode network, or the DMN. This network was first discovered accidentally when researchers were studying task-related brain activity. And it has revolutionized our understanding of the resting brain. The DMN consists of several key regions working in harmony like a well-orchestrated symphony. First, we have the medial prefrontal cortex, located right behind our forehead. Think of it as our brain's personal storyteller, weaving together a sense of self and emotional experiences. It helps us understand our own thoughts and feelings, essentially creating a personal narrative. The posterior cingulate cortex acts like a brain's autobiographer, integrating memories with our current experiences. When you recall a past event or imagine a future scenario, this region helps connect different pieces of information into a coherent story. The precuneus, fascinating in its complexity, serves as our conscious command center, located in the posteromedial portion of the parietal lobe. It's crucial for self-consciousness and visual spatial imagery. Think of it as the theater where your mind plays out scenarios and memories. Research also shows that this is one of the highest metabolic rates and which is during the resting state. This highlights its importance in self-referential thinking. Finally, the angular gyrus, which functions as a mental time machine, allowing you to project yourself into your past memories and future scenarios. It helps integrate different types of information, making our internal experience rich and meaningful. What's remarkable is that these regions consume about 20% of our body's energy, even when we're supposedly doing nothing. This tells us that mind wandering isn't just a passive daydreaming, it's an active, energy-intensive process crucial for our mental functioning. Let's come to the benefits. The benefits of mind wandering are both surprising and significant. Let's start with creative problem solving. Research by, this is a confusing name, by Beard and colleagues shows that people are significantly more likely to solve complex problems during times of mind wandering. Ever experienced that aha moment, the Eureka movement we talked about? That's our mind wandering at work. Future planning is another crucial benefit. When our minds wander, we often engage in what we call the autobiographical planning. We might mentally rehearse an upcoming presentation like this one, or play out different scenarios or a difficult conversation, or plan our long-term goals. This mental stimulation helps us to prepare for future challenges and opportunities. In terms of self-development, mind wandering plays a vital role in identity formation and memory consolidation. It helps us make sense of our experiences and integrate them into a personal narrative. Think about how often you reflect on past experiences and learn from them. That's mind wandering serving an adaptive function. Finally, mind wandering enhances our social understanding. When we let our mind wander, we often think about people's perspectives, process our relationships, and develop greater empathy. This social cognitive function is crucial for maintaining healthy relationships and understanding others better. Although it has many benefits, it doesn't come with its own challenges. It does come. Okay. In academic and work settings, inappropriate mind wandering can significantly impact performance. The psychological effects can be particularly challenging. When mind wandering becomes repetitive or negative, it can lead to rumination, which is getting stuck in cycles of negative thoughts, which we talked about in the morning, overthinking, worry patterns or excessive concerns about the future events, negative self-talk, which are the harmful internal monologue, and catastrophizing, which is assuming the worst possible outcomes. Like I assumed that I would really mess this presentation up. Okay, Renuka ma'am in the morning session pointed this out that it's contextual. So I'm coming on that. Context matters significantly. In high-stakes situations, safety-critical tasks or important social interactions, mind wandering can have serious consequences. For instance, research shows that mind wandering while driving can significantly increase accident risks. We all understand that, I think. The workplace impact is also substantial. Studies indicate that mind wandering can reduce productivity by up to 47% during certain tasks. However, it's important to note that these negative effects are usually context dependent and can be managed with appropriate strategies. The key lies not in eliminating mind wandering, but finding the right balance. Research by Mrazek and colleagues shows that mindfulness training can help regulate mind-wandering patterns. Their studies demonstrate that even brief mindfulness practices can improve attention and working memory. Practical strategies include creating designated reflection times, structuring work environments to minimize unwanted distractions, developing awareness of our mind-wandering patterns, and using environmental cues to stay focused when necessary. Think of managing mind wandering like steering a ship. Sometimes you need to stay on course, and on other times it's beneficial to explore different waters. The goal is to develop the skills to do both things effectively. I'll be concluding now. As we conclude today's discussion, I hope I've helped illuminate the complex nature of mind wandering, not as a mere distraction, but as a fundamental aspect of our cognitive architecture that deserves our understanding and careful management. The challenge isn't to eliminate mind wandering, but to harness its benefits while being mindful of the potential pitfalls. Understanding this balance has important implications for mental health, education, and personal development. Future research continues to explore how different types of mind wandering affect well-being and how we can develop targeted interventions to optimize this natural cognitive process. So thank you all for listening so attentively.
Thank you very much, Anshika. Now next we have Mr. Tenzen Champel. He is the student currently pursuing Masters in Psychology at the University of Delhi. And Tenzen is particularly focused on bridging traditional Tibetan practices with modern psychological theories, aiming to make mental health resources more accessible and culturally sensitive. He is actively involved in mental health awareness initiatives and aspires to contribute to the field of clinical psychology with the goal to integrate diverse cultural perspectives into therapeutic practices. And the topic of his talk for this session is Buddhist Psychology, Integrating Ancient Wisdom with Modern Insights for Personal Growth and Well-being. Thank you.
Tashidile and Namaste. First of all, I would like to thank Geshe Tojidamdullah and the Chairperson and the member of the Tibet House for giving me the opportunity to speak on the stage. Today my topic is on the Buddhist psychology, integrating the ancient wisdom with the modern insights for the personal growth and well-being. First of all, what is psychology? Psychology is defined as a study of mind and behavior. In Buddhist psychology, it brings the insights and observation as well as experiences from the Buddhist tradition to bear on the human body and mind, emotions and behavior patterns. It is essential to understand the teaching of Buddhism revolve around the understanding of nature of suffering, which is dukkha, and providing us the pathway of anti-suffering. So the Buddha teachings offer us a practical framework for achieving the liberation, nirvana, through the ethical conduct, mental discipline, and the wisdom. The core principles includes the Four Noble Truths. The Four Noble Truths explains the nature of suffering, causes, end of suffering, and the final one, the path of end of suffering. The first one, dukkha, the truth of suffering. Suffering is inherent in our life. The suffering, which means the physical pain, emotional distress, as well as the dissatisfaction caused by the attachment and all. Second one is samudaya, the causes of suffering. The causes of suffering is a desire or the attachment and ignorance. The desire can be for a sensory pleasure as well as existence and the non-existence. The causes of the suffering will be there unless we live in the samsara, the cycle of birth, rebirth, and death. So the third one is about the end of suffering, nirodha. Suffering can be eliminated by the extinguishing of craving and attachments. So the cessation of suffering, nirvana, the suffering can be represented as a liberation. The end of suffering is the liberation and peace and freedom from the samsara. So the last point is the magga, the path of the end of suffering. So how we are going to end the suffering? There are some pathways which are known as a Noble Eightfold Path. The Noble Eightfold Path are divided into three categories, which are ethical conduct, mental discipline, and wisdom. First and second pathway comes under the wisdom, which is right view and right intention. Right view is the understanding of Four Noble Truths and the impermanence, independence, or nature of the reality. Second one is the right intention, that the intention, the personal or individual intention should be ethical, selflessness, loving and kindness, non-harming intention toward the others. The third, fourth, and fifth paths comes under the category of the ethical conduct. Third one is the right speech. Right speech refer to the while we are speaking to the person or anyone, the speech should be truthfully, should be kindly, avoiding the harmful speech. As well as the fourth one is the right action. Right actions that how we act toward the others. The action should be ethical, not harming, not stealing, and not killing to the others, and not planning to act on the basis of For own comfort, no, it's better not to, right action should be there to not harming the others for your own comfort. And the next one is the right livelihood. Earning for a living, we should ethically consider about ourselves as well as others. While for our own living, we shouldn't have to harm and think. We shouldn't have to harm others for our own living. For earning a livelihood, we have to focus on the ethical basis. Should mainly focuses not to harm the others. And the sixth one is comes under 6, 7, 8 comes under the categories of the mental discipline. Sixth one is the right effort. Right effort is the making of continuous efforts for cultivating a wholesome state of mind. And the seventh one is the right of mindfulness. Right of mindfulness, and eighth one is right of concentration. Both we can develop or improve through the meditation, as well as right of mindfulness is the observing of thoughts, emotions, and sensation of non-judgmentally. The last one about the right concentration, it's about the cultivating of deep focus and to gain insight of the inner peace. And then I would like to speak on the concept of impermanence. Anika, Buddha taught that all the phenomena, such as physical, emotions, and the mental, all the phenomena are impermanent. Depending on anything which is permanent only leads us for the suffering. So by understanding the impermanence, individual learn how to let go of the attachment and cultivate of equanimity. And then I would like to speak on the nature of self, anatta. Nature of self. The self, which is a combination of 5 aggregates, which includes forms, sensation, perception, mental foundation, mental formation, and the consciousness. Recognizing of the self as impermanence and independence help us leads to dissolve the ego-driving attachments and suffering. And lastly, I would like to speak on the mindfulness and meditation. Buddhism emphasizes about the mindfulness and meditation as the key tool for end of the suffering. Through the practices of vipassana and the samatha, we develop through the meditation we develop our self-awareness, clarity, and concentrations, leading insight toward the nature of reality. Meditation also helps us people to purify our mind by eliminating the greed, hatred, and the ignorance, as well as is also help us to develop the compassion and loving kindness for all the beings. It also helps to develop the ethical conduct and living life for the moral integrity. Meditation also helps us to let go of the attachments and move on from the difficulty from our lives and others. That's all. Thank you everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tenzen Champel, and please give them a big round of applause for such an enriching session. This is what I meant when it comes to students. They always have something very, very substantial to add to. And let me just quickly give my comments to their individual presentations. So we started with Ashita, and she led us very convincingly through the research that he has personally conducted of the 45 studies, through the significance and benefits of consistent mindfulness and equanimity meditation through her research, and also showed us the positive impact that she has observed through her research. So thank you, Ashita, for that sharing with us. Next we had Karma Sompala, and quoting His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and also very courageously sharing her personal experience. Karma Sompala showed us the intersection between the cognitive behavioral therapy and the Buddhist thoughts. She showed us how we can use the the insights of the cognitive CBT and combine it with the very rich Buddhist thoughts of impermanence, compassion, self-confidence, and overcoming negative emotions to overcome the stress and anxieties. And she also reminded us that the mental illness has no boundaries, so we should take care of it. So thank you for that. Next, we had Ms. Sangamitra Gautam, and through her presentation on Buddhist psychophysics reminded us, and she has quoted rich citations of references from Buddha's direct words in Pali, and she told us that since we are not just the body, but a psychophysical complex made up of 5 aggregates, we should take out time to learn about them and to take care of them. And she told us how we can be smart when we take care of mind, which is equally dependent on body, not just of the body, which is dependent on the mind. Next, we had Ms. Jigmet Dolker, and through her presentation, we could see her passion for Buddhist psychology. She was ready to share everything she knows about Buddhist psychology today. She told us how Buddhist psychology is not just mindfulness, but also there is a mention of the cognitive and affective minds, conceptual mind, non-conceptual minds, typology of the 7-fold division of mind, and I could see her passion through her presentation. So thank you for sharing this, Jigmetla. Next, we had Ms. Karma Sichola, and her presentation on changing perspective through Buddhist ideals for a happier life. She digged very deep. I would say she digged very deep into some very, very profound philosophical concept. She touched some nuanced points that how, while we are taking care of the immediate and the temporary happiness points, we should not forget that the lasting cause is the self-grasping ignorance and self-centered attitude, and that can be overcome only through gaining insight into wisdom of emptiness and dependent origination and a very beautiful mind of bodhicitta. She very courageously again shared her personal experiences and reminded us that actually, Karma Sombala and Karma Sichola, they are the coordinator for Nalanda Master's course where they learn Buddhist psychology and philosophy, and this presentation tells us about their mindfulness and concentration while they are serving to take care of these courses. They also managed to learn so well these philosophical details and share with us. So thank you so much. Then we had Ms. Ashita Jaden talking about mind wandering and mental well-being. She raised some very important questions that mind wandering is always bad or not. And since morning we were discussing it, and I was pleasantly surprised and how she made a distinction between voluntary mind wandering and involuntary mind wandering, where she shared how voluntary mind wandering, we can also say voluntarily mind movements is very beneficial when it comes to creativity, innovations, and also discovering new facts. Whereas the involuntary mind wandering can lead to stress, anxieties, and lack of control. So thank you so much, Anshika, once again. And last, we had Mr. Tenzen Champel. As his bio said, he was really, really into the Buddha's direct words, and he showed us how after enlightenment, the first teaching that the Buddha gave is 4 Noble Truths, and how this teaching, he taught us that there is a cause of suffering, but don't worry about it. There is a solution to the cause of suffering. And through all his 84,000 teachings, he taught us that we should integrate the right. Finally, it's not just to learn and talk about it. We have to integrate all what we have learned today and what Buddha taught in our life through right actions and right livelihood, through resorting to ethical means, benefiting each other, knowing the interdependent nature of us. So thank you once again for this very rich student panel. And as my concluding remarks, I have nothing new to share. They have learned everything from all these great panelists that we had since morning. But I would like to quote His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and since we know his enriching mindfulness practice and other experiences, I don't dare to even change a comma. I would quote him directly. So this is an address to 25,000 students of University of California in San Diego. So this is the message that we can take today. I quote, His Holiness says, you have the responsibility to create a better world. No longer violence, no longer this huge gap between rich and poor. You can do that. We elder people may not see that kind of world, but you can see and you can enjoy. Combine warm-heartedness and this brilliant brain, and then the individual will be happier, calmer, more relaxed, and to others too. The kind of attitude automatically brings more friends. His Holiness spoke personally about how finding inner peace and having more concern for others helped him develop more confidence, and how these traits are essential for all humanity to achieve a more peaceful and just society. And I also would like to quote his address, which he gave in Thiagraj Stadium when Tibet House first launched his Nalanda Master's course. And we can see many of us, including me, are the students of Nalanda Master's course. We are the product of this course. And he was very happy. Again, I quote his words. He says, "If we want to change our world, we need young people full of enthusiasm, determination, and willpower. A lot of problems are there. If we look only at problems, then sometimes we feel demoralized and like one cannot do anything but kind of feeling. But from wider perspective, if you look logically, more problems that we are facing are actually our own creation. Therefore, logically, we have the ability to reduce these problems and eliminate the man-made problems. Therefore, we should keep our enthusiasm no matter how difficult it is. We must do something." So I very much appreciate, this is His Holiness words, he says, "I very much appreciate the audience today. I think it's wonderful to see so many young people. Maybe in some corner, some are sleeping. Otherwise, all are fully present and alert, which is wonderful. Thank you very much."
Indeed, it was a lovely discussion. Once again, thank you, Chairperson, and all the panelists. I appreciate the persuasiveness and the thoughtfulness of your comments, supported by real research, and your deep understanding of the topic and your ability to share key concepts and practical ideas in such an interesting way. Thank you for making this discussion a great success. Thanks so much. As a token of gratitude and honor, I now request Geshe Dorje Damdula, Director of Tibet House, Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, to kindly offer a khata, white scarf, and certificate to our distinguished chairperson and the panelists. We have a chairperson of today, Venerable Dr. Pooja Debril, Assistant Professor, School of Buddhist Studies, Nalanda University, Rajgir. Kindly give a huge round of applause to our panelists as well. First, we have Ms. Ashita Jaden from Gagodia University, Noida. We have Ms. Jigmet Dolker as well. We have Ms. Kama Zomba Tenzen Champel from Tibet House. We have Ms. Sangamitra from Delhi University. We have Ms. Kama Siche Tenzen Champel from Tibet House. We have Ms. Ashita Jaden from Gagodia University, Noida. And we have Mr. Tenzen Champel from Delhi University. I humbly request Keshila to kindly remain on the stage for some time, as I would like to invite Dr. Ranjula, who is an Associate Professor of Psychology, Gagodia University in Noida, for being so kind and generous to have accepted our invitation for the two-day conference, and also for showing great interest and excitement for bringing their student from Gagodia University in Noida, who are pursuing their post-graduation in psychology. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Dr. Ranjula. Thank you so much. And also I would like to welcome on the stage Professor Tamadipji, Assistant Professor, Department of Buddhist Studies, Delhi University, for his great modesty and always being associated with the Tibet House and its program. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Gesila. Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Kunga Chandela, Program Coordinator of Tibet House, to kindly moderate the valedictory session of today. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tenzen Champel. With this, we had a very interesting student panel discussion, and now I would like to seek your permission to move on with the valedictory session, for which I would like to invite our Chief Guest, Honorable Professor Ajay Kumar Nair. He's a neurologist and the director of EBAS, Delhi. And I would also like to invite Venerable Gido, the director of Tibet House, the culture center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, from the Buddhist psychology perspective. And may I invite Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilji, who is the chairperson for session 6, and she's the non-residential senior fellow, Center for Excellence in Himalayan Studies, Shiv Nada University, Institute of Eminence, New Delhi. And last but not the least, I would like to invite Professor Urmi Nanda Biswasji, our keynote speaker from the Western psychology perspective. Thank you. Now may I take this opportunity to request our chairperson for the valedictory session, Venerable Gido, to kindly proceed with the session.
Thank you so much, Kumud Chandela. So first of all, so this is the conclusion of our two-day program, and I'd like to truly congratulate, number one, the Tibet House staff. All these many years, particularly the last, perhaps like 8-9 years, I see that there's qualitative progress happening in how the programs are being conducted. And of course, always like after every 2-3 years, there's a change of staff, and the more experienced ones leaving, newcomers joining, and this is a huge challenge for us. But overall speaking, there's a great the leap in the quality of the programs organized by Tibet House. And at one point, perhaps like 2 years, about a year ago, when Tibet House programs are there, I always get the credit, but the works are all done by the young staff, and I don't even have to supervise. I don't even have to ask what are you doing, whether something's going wrong, right. So this was what was for the last like 2-3 years. A year ago, it was highly of incredibly great quality of the programs. And then the last 1 year, there's a change in the staff. Again, newcomers are here. Again, is stressing me a little bit. I can see all problems here, there, have to call the staff here and there, and so forth. Okay, so overall speaking, it's a big progress, and particularly with respect to the audience, is the students, many students who took part in this program, and I profoundly appreciate the professor, psychology professor, Professor Ranjuji. So I profoundly admire Professor Ranjuji for bringing us students. Find all these programs, they are for the benefit of the society. And as His Holiness the Dalai Lama so well decided by Venerable Pujala, that the youth, young ones, you are the future of the world, future of the nation, and future of the world. So when we see that young ones are benefited, then it makes the whole purpose of our programs fulfilled. And for this, we need somebody to navigate. It's not that the young ones, they will say, will come. There should be elders to navigate, to give some directions. So we have Dr. Ranjuji here, who navigated all these young boys and girls to this program, and I really congratulate you. This is the real task of the teachers. I really appreciate it. So, and Tibet House, we've been taking initiative to communicate, to talk to communicate with various professors in the universities, colleges, and so forth. And perhaps I would say that in the history of the humanity, except for the Thegra Stadium program, where we invited I think about 10,000 of these, many were from the schools, universities, colleges, and so forth, which was actually again helped meaning there's the volunteer group, Flying Dharma group, who really worked so hard to make that happen, that the 10,000 youngsters were able to hear His Holiness's words of wisdom. So this is so important. So with this in mind, the 2-day program, because of the quality of the audience and the hard work of the Tibetan staff, particularly our secretary here, this Kunjabla, really overseeing everything, given that he has been into Tibet House, we're taking the various responsibilities and finally taking the responsibility of the secretary, and I really, really congratulate his effort. And then we have Mr. Kunga Chindala, you see the gentleman, young man, running here and there, and young people must know him. That he recently, I know that he was growing so much in these skills, and suddenly there was another job offer that came to him, and secretly I came to know that he was applying, and I gave an amazing recommendation. I said that even if you carry a golden lamb, you will not find such a person. And that person was going to hire him. She was so happy that, and then to my amazement, he was not leaving. Then I asked him, what happened? Did you not apply for another job? He said, yes. And you did not get it. He said, I got it, but I declined because I want to stay in Tibet House. That really touched my heart. And then the staff, now the assistant, Napemba Dunla, very newly being appointed initially as a receptionist, then promoted to the program coordinator, the assistant position. And then we also have Tenzen Champel and Tenzen Champel, both of them amazing. So I've been always describing Tibet House today for the last almost 1 year. It's a golden era for Tibet House, where all the staff, they're amazing. So I truly, truly appreciate the amount of the dedication, commitment, and you're learning. Not only that you are a staff, you're also learning something.
as Dr. Bujala rightly indicated, that these two girls here who represented as students here, two of them, while they are staff there, they're also learning. Usually the point is that when they are staff, they think that, okay, we are here just as a job. But they really learn something. So this is something extremely inspiring for the future, the generations who would join any other programs, including Tibet House. So with this mind, now is the concluding part. So we have the professor, the director of the IBAS, Professor Rajendraji, and yesterday I was extremely touched by him when I come to learn that he had the fever, the cold, and still he made the inauguration program possible. And then he told me that I will stay here as long as I can. So, and then today also, he just made it a point to come to this program, and we see his profile. We see that we are very fortunate, particularly the younger ones, we are very fortunate to actually hear from somebody like Professor Rajendraji. And next to Professor Rajendraji, we have Professor Gavriji from Cambridge University, and also the professor in the Shivnadri University, and also the principal, the former principal of the College, and highly, highly learned, and not only learned intellectually, but having a heart, want to really grow, want to see the world is growing in peace and happiness. So likewise, we have Professor Urmilaji, the head of the Department of Psychology at Delhi University, and earlier from MSU, from Baroda University, and so there also we have been communicating for all these many years through Dr. Parishaji, her own student. So, so what I like to bring to this, in this, the valedictory session is just to request each one of the panelists here to kindly share your thoughts. Number one, pertaining to your thoughts on how to improve these programs further, what other things to be done, and then your own specialization in terms of, for example, like Professor Rajendraji, about the background in neurology, and being the head of the director of the institute, and also representing India on the UNO level and so forth. So that way, your experiences, if you want to share something on top of what you have shared with all of us here during the inaugural session. So first of all, I'd like to request Professor Rajendraji to give your thoughts a little bit about the mainly 2 points about your personal specialization pertaining to the topic that we discussed, and as to what advice would you give to Tibet House pertaining to how to improvise this program further. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It has been a fascinating experience yesterday for me, personally, coming and interacting and learning on the inaugural session. I must congratulate Keshadorji Damlaji. It is his leadership. We all work, but the leader is the one who is leading and giving the light, so that any event, any conference, any congress can succeed. So I request all of you to give a big hand to on a personal note, I'm really grateful and with profound gratitude that he invited me. This is my first experience of coming here, and I've never been to Tibet House, but I'm sure that he will invite me there also someday. It would be a learning experience again. I was reading about the Tibet House activities. They have the conferences, they have the museums, and so many courses they are running. It's not only language courses, but Nalanda courses, and so much educational, arena. So it's a great contribution, I must say, and that's something which is worth, much rewarding to all the future generations. I was here for last 1 hour, and I was listening to the students, and I was really, really impressed by their passion, with their enthusiasm, the young minds coming up. They were so informed and researched about their topics, and they presented very well. Maybe for the first time on the stage, but I could see the passionate, their kind of a coming forward and speaking in front of us, which we are seniors, and then coming up teaching us from their perspective after doing very well researched topics. So congratulations to all of you, and you are the future of the country, as very well said, and you have to take this nation and the world forward by your contribution, and you are the one who will take lead in the future. So from IBHAS point of view, I invite all of you, particularly young students. Most of you must have heard and must have done internships in IBHAS. We are taking about 100 to 150 students every month as interns in the psychology and mental health division, 2 different divisions. Half of them go to the clinical psychology, half of them go to the mental health department. And this is a very enriching experience, hands-on experience, dealing with the patients, dealing with the caregivers, and learning about the principles of psychology. So I invite all of you to apply, and since I have joined, I have not refused any student for the internship, so I give it 100%. Whosoever applies gets the internship opportunity of learning in IBHAS. From the collaborative point of view, I have a request to make to the director that IBHAS and Tibet House should have a memorandum of understanding for future collaboration in terms of not only the teaching modules, but also in terms of research. So this is one area which neuroscience and research, neuroscience and psychology, whether it is the modern psychology or Buddhist psychology or any other stream of psychology, we have to take it forward. I was speaking to Professor Biswas also when I came here, that we should all work together to bring the science of psychology forward and make new initiatives which could be useful to mankind. Learning is one thing, but application of that learning to the practice is the second thing. And if you learn and practice those principles and do research, I think it will be win-win for all of us, whether it is the teachers or society or the students or the institutions. So it is very important to have a collaborative research and collaboration. So I invite you, sir, we can have a collaboration, we can have sign an MOU, giving a formal kind of a piece of paper so that we are working together. And I'm very glad that the quality of work which is being done at Tibet House, and of course in academic institutes like us, can bind us together and come up with outcomes which would be very, very fruitful for the society. I was going through the program, unfortunately I was not here whole day yesterday, but the kind of program which you have, the 6 sessions on metacognition, the mind wandering and well-being, the cognition, the self-regulation, all these are very, very important aspects. I think you must have done very, very important homework to come up with these topics, and the choice of speakers and presenters, best of minds in this area, from NIMHANS, from the universities, from AIMS, from IBHAS. So I must appreciate and I must put on record compliments that you have chosen a high quality faculty and very high quality topics for the benefit of students. Not only students, but like us, we are also students whole life. So since I'm a student of neuroscience, so I also learn every day. And in terms of neurosciences, I can tell you, sir, last 30 years, when I was student, I'm still student, it has gone a long way, not only in the terms of therapeutics, but also in terms of research, whether it is consciousness or it is awareness, and it is becoming very, very important. Subspeciality of consciousness and metaconsciousness and metacognition is coming up. And there's a lot of gadgets now, whether it is functional MRI or it is the equipments which have come up in a long way. And we are trying to club together. As you said yesterday, intersectoral approach. That is very important. So we have to all work together. They are all complementary, and intersectoral approach in neurosciences is now coming up And I just mentioned yesterday, WHO has come up with a intersectoral global action plan. It is the same thing which you mentioned yesterday. So that all stakeholders have to work together and complement each other so that the best possible outcomes can be produced. So all these things are very important, and there's a lot of exciting things happening. In this month only, as I said, in Switzerland there is a World Economic Forum where I'm also going, and then in the last week of January, again G7, which is again the Canada is the president, they are having a program on neuroscience and psychology. So G7 brain integrating neurology and psychology. There will be a 2-day program in Toronto, I'll be there. So a lot of things are happening in this area, not only in India but at the global level and at the universities level. So many things are happening. I'm sure that the students will have that exposure, that kind of an opportunities to have that kind of interactions with the leaders and the leaders of tomorrow, the future. The students are here, and I'm glad at 5:30 p.m. on a Saturday evening you are here, you are attending and you are presenting. This shows the commitment to the cause and to your profession and of course to the larger extent to the society. Once again, I must compliment Tibet House and coming up with this conference. It is not easy to organize a 2-day conference, I can tell you from my experience of 30 years. And fortunately, it is now coming to a successful conclusion, successful ending, and a very happy ending. And my compliments and my congratulations to all of you who have worked hard to come to this concluding session of Valedictory function. Thank you very much for having me. And it's my privilege and honor to sit here with the stalwarts and interact with my young minds. And you feel young when you interact with the young minds. So it's both ways. It's two-way traffic. It's not always one-way traffic. It's two-way traffic. And we teach each other, we learn from each other. And that's my philosophy. And I will end by just telling you this quote from His Holiness Dalai Lama. Every day, I quote, every day, thank as you wake up. Today, I am fortunate to be alive. I have a precious human life. I am not going to waste it. I am going to use it all my energies to develop myself, to expand my heart out to others, to achieve enlightenment for benefit of all human beings. I am going to have kind thoughts towards others. I am not going to get angry or think badly about others. I am going to benefit others as much as I can, unquote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rajendraji. This is a great inspiration, blessing for all the participants here. Thank you so much to hear your very inspiring words. Next we have Professor Zala, Professor Kabriji. Yes.
Thank you so much for having me here for this session. So I think it's really befitting. His Holiness has reached Bangalore. So I think it's befitting that our conference conclude as well. I think in the lineage of the Dalai Lamas, which is a very, very amazing lineage, I think I may not be wrong to say that the 14th Dalai Lama is the most scholarly, very secular in his approach, and a practitioner. And I think in setting up Tibet House decades ago and today under the leadership of Venerable Geshe-la, who I would say also embodies these qualities of scholarly, secular practitioner and very, very thorough, I think we're extremely fortunate, and it's befitting that we have a conference of this level. So on a Saturday evening, you have so many students and you have so many academics. This is unknown even in university settings. A little bit of personal biography, Dr. Rashmi from IIT Delhi sitting also Cambridge alumni. So I was 13 years in Cambridge, very intelligent people, very, very top in their fields, but high rates of depression, perhaps correlated with also that great intelligence, but then also related to perfectionism and competition. And this is true of academia in general, and it doesn't stop even if you win a Nobel, and there's nowhere to go from there. So now, when I started studying philosophy in Tibet House, which was a decade ago, I think what was brought home to me and what is the difference is the Buddha's soteriological purpose of teaching, to get rid of our suffering, to actually have happiness. And what I've also learned in my time there is the application to both the generation of knowledge and its ownership. I think in modern academia and in the world in general, we are always thinking about ownership of knowledge creation, intellectual property rights, where is my name, where is my intervention. And when I came to Tibet House and to this tradition in terms of my own study there, this was freeing, mentally freeing. And I think in terms of empirical demonstration of how to have good mental health despite challenging circumstances, my teachers are the younger Tibetan refugees, including all the staff of Tibet House, because they have dealt with the great loss of colonization of their own country. And Tibet House is in Tibetan Bhyo Khang. Khang is house, and they have lost their own home, which is Tibet, and yet they are making a home for other people all the time, and at ages where I couldn't even conceive of it. So I want to say that this is the application which I still feel I'm unable to myself do, because the gap between theoretical knowledge and application is a large and vast ocean. So I would like to congratulate Tibet House on an absolutely superb conference. Tenzen Champel, the secretary, all the program coordinator, all the various chiefs of the departments, deputies, and assistants, and all of you, what an amazing job. Because the measure here is really original path-breaking perspectives and research on a pressing issue of the day, which is really mental health and well-being. So I think the job of a valedictory session is to ideas for future research. So I think on that markers as well, because there are many students here, I would like to say that at least I have identified the following. Number one, truly interdisciplinary research, in this case between the hard sciences and between humanities such as philosophy. So this is not an easy task, and as I would say, from my own interdisciplinary perspective, both when I was just doing economics, in my political economy work, I have taken a very interdisciplinary perspective, and now, of course, I am also a student of philosophy. But I would say that upholding expertise and conventions in each is very, very important before you jump into the sea of interdisciplinarity. I think marrying ancient wisdom with modern science, this is another kind of research agenda. I think lab measurements of internal empirical phenomena such as the mind and various other things we identified like meditation and very big words. I think here it's very important to have clarity on the concepts, on the definitions, on the causality versus correlation, because those two are not the same thing, and on the interpretation of numbers and images. All of these are very critical if we are going for this. And the last thing, which is not my area, but I would say medical interventions versus other kinds of therapeutic, because we are dealing with things like depression and mental health, and there can be a physiological other kind of basis where you may need more serious medical interventions versus other kind. So with that, I will say to the primarily student of body here, what an exciting time to be young. In these 2 days, I thought if I was 20 years younger, I will definitely be doing different subjects than economics. Thank you so much once again, and congratulations.
Thank you, Professor Zala. Now, let's welcome Professor Urmilaji, the HOD of the Psychology Department at the university.
Thank you very much. I am really humbled and feel that it is my privilege to be here. Last 2 days have been excellent, but I would also like to tell you, you took the name of Parisa, one of my students who worked on equanimity. We tried to compare Buddhist psychology and the scriptures and Gita, and looking for the similarities and things like that. But before that, I was inducted to, I'm very happy to say it here, mention it here, inducted to Buddhist philosophy a little bit and the SOS schools. My first PhD student was Yanki Tisring, and she worked on children from SOS schools in Dharamsala and Bangalore and everywhere. So that is when somebody today was talking about the strict warden and looking for, kind of searching for love and everything. I could really empathize because we have, kind of visited the schools and we have collected the data there. So the journey started from there, and I have been very fortunate to be associated with Tibet House through Gesla Darji Damdal and also by my students, kind of Parisa. The thing is that when I was listening to some quotes from His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and he said that if you want to change the world, you have to, that you have to be take care of the youngsters or young children. Similarly, now when today we are talking about Vikasit Bharat in 2047, we are also talking about young minds and the potential of our young students. And mental health has been a very key issue for the government, and there have been a lot of workshops and things have been being organized. And I'm so happy, so excited. I am really, kind of overwhelmed with the kind of presentations the students made here today, and also the, kind of what we deliberated in last 2 days. That we have started acknowledging that it is okay not to be okay, and mental health problems can happen to anybody. Saying that, I am doing a small research on mental health of Delhi University students with a very small grant. And the research is going on, but what is kind of an eye-opener is that almost more than 50% of the students, they have acknowledged at some point of time they have gone through some kind of mental health issues. When I was reviewing the literature, I didn't want to believe it. I said that this cannot happen, and I always tell my students that you are in the prime of your life, how you can be perturbed about issues. So some of the students come and say that we are really disturbed about existential issues. I said that, okay. I mean, that is something which was not happening when I was a student, I was younger, kind of in our generation. So it's very heartening to see that young students, youngsters nowadays, and there have been research that now there is a change. They are more inclined towards spirituality. And we are ready to acknowledge the fact that we are having mental health issues, and we are ready to, kind of use different types of contemplative practices apart from the medical sciences or CBT or, the Western traditional therapeutic ways to deal with it. We are ready to use the contemplative practices like mindfulness meditation, or somebody talked about loving kindness meditation, compassion, creativity, and all those things. They are coming in huge ways all over the world through research. Being from the academics, I don't have, I have never, like Professor Gill, I have never gone to the depth of the philosophy, but the thing is that I always believe that if we can document more and more scientific research and we can publish it, I mean, it is nice to look at the scriptures and the things and to understand the philosophies. Here now, as the young generation, you have to take a step forward to document and publish it, the relationship of brain and mind. It is being done. Neuroscientists all over are doing this, but this needs some fresh energy to use contemplative practices in intervention studies for physical and mental health. We did a comparison of practicing monks from different types of faith and everything, and people who are not practicing, and looked at its effect on their physical and mental health and their equanimity. There are scales, standardized scales. We also developed a scale on equanimity. and equanimity, people who are practicing meditation and they have better physical health parameters also, apart from subjective well-being and all. So that is what I can suggest, that is what I would look forward to from the young students. And Delhi University has already got a Center of Buddhist Studies, but Gesla has visited our department and we have some kind of students have been inspired, and we would like to do some kind of research collaboration, maybe a MOU with psychology department to do some kind of experimental research to look at the effect of mindfulness practices and health, cognition, and all those things. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. It has been very nice to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Urmila ji, for your very insightful and inspiring inspiring the youngsters to go more into the research and so forth. We need the young minds. So with this in mind, finally, what is the takeaway? Meaning that from this, all these, very sophisticated, the perspective presented from the point of view of the neuroscience, again, from psychology, and then from the other denominations. So then finally we see that it's not that one discipline is superior by the other, one is inferior. So where, I remember His Holiness the Dalai Lama made a statement that which medicine is best? Which medicine is best? He said that there's no one medicine which is best. All medicines are equally best with respect to the particular ailments to be treated. So for tuberculosis, isoniazid, rifampicin, ethambutol, these are the best medicines. For temporary headache, paracetamol is best. Don't go for other things. So the point is that all disciplines are equally important. It's not that one is superior but the other one is inferior. So having said this, the psychology is a very important discipline. Finally, all these disciplines are meant to heal the world, to heal the youngsters, to remove, somebody in the presentation said that, when the health is improved, the economy of the nation improves. So this being the reality, finally the point is that everywhere people talking about the GDP, and in the UNO, people talking about the SDG. So what is this? SDG is all about the well-being, and the GDP is about the economic growth. So there, well-being is there, economic growth automatically happens. So with this in mind, and practically speaking, everybody, as all the speakers presented, we have some problems. We have problems, and we are bound to meet with more problems, anxiety issues and so forth. So under this situation, we need to keep in mind that as the Lokesh, he's not here, Lokesh Jindal ji, what he said is that make sure that what he said is you meet the good teachers. What I would say is that read the good books, read really standard books, because we talk about mind wandering all the time. You have, each one of us, youngsters, don't forget it, each one of us, we have a tremendous potential. And usually the metaphor that I give is that if you have a land which has a capacity to produce 1,000 tons of grains, and if it produces 1 ton of grain, people will say, wow, this is amazing, but it's shame on you, because your potential is 1,000 times more. People may congratulate you that you have produced 1 ton of grains, a ton of grains, but your potential, you missed 999, the part of your potential is wasted. So you have a tremendous potential. Just mind wandering. So it has
its own small benefits. For example, say somebody who's going through, let's say, severe health issues, where, say, let's say, severe sugar problem, and hospitalized. There, the doctors, out of skillfulness, may give you extra sugar. Extra sugar for what? Not sugar, but food. Because of this sugar, you can't eat. You are forbidden from eating anything. Because you are not eating anything, medicines, you cannot really tackle the medicines. Medicines do not work. So to make sure that you get some energy, that the medicines work, they give you, the skillful doctors, they give you any food first, and when the sugar rises, they will inject you with the insulin. So this is known as symptomatic treatment. So symptomatic treatment can be all right, permissible on a small scale, but overall speaking, don't underestimate your potential. You have a tremendous potential. So instead of mind wandering after the gadgets, hours and hours, we say that, okay, 15 minutes, okay, 15 minutes changes into 4 hours. This is where we are wasting our energy, your potential. So therefore, now that the next question is, how to utilize this potential? All these disciplines, psychology, neuroscience, neurology, philosophy, and all these disciplines are amazing. The thing is that we have to make the most of what we're doing, and also think about what our chief guest indicated, the interdisciplinary. Don't simply be confined to one discipline, but try to learn as much things from other disciplines as well. And then before I close this session, I'd like to bring it to your notice that finally, whatever we are doing this for the welfare, well-being of you, your family, the nation, and the world well-being. His Holiness the Dalai Lama, wherever he travels, in fact, I had the honor of traveling with His Holiness for 6 years all over the world, and as the translator. So when I was doing that, there was one question which so frequently comes up, that is, Your Holiness, where are we going wrong? Our modern education is supposed to give us the well-being, the peace. On the contrary, there's no peace. The world is going downturn with respect to peace. The world is becoming more chaotic with greater crisis. Where are we going wrong? His Holiness would say that the problem lies in the limitation of the modern education system. Modern education system is the legacy of the 19th century Britishers, where Industrial Revolution was at the peak, where any nation who can produce more weapons through industries, they can rule the world. That was the time. This was the education from that legacy. Today, the world is different. Today, the world has to now survive on the good heart. That part is missing. All the modern education that we have is the legacy of the 19th century British system, which is the focus on the brain development and no focus on the heart development. This is where the problem lies. Now is high time that the world has to focus on including programs, curriculum on heart development as a part of the program, as a part of the modern education system. So with this in mind, His Holiness not only talks, he also implemented that in the form of today what is known as universal ethics, taking the form of social, emotional, ethical learning, learning. And this program is being pioneered by Emory University. US actually should be India who should pioneer this, because this concept of universal ethics comes from India. And Mahatma Gandhi was an Indian. So it should come from India. Unfortunately, although all these brilliant thoughts came from India originally, but the vision that His Holiness came for the world, not for the Buddhists, not for Tibetans, for the world. It is first pioneered by the Emory University, the USA. So now that is being spreading everywhere on the grassroots level, everywhere, in the universities, institutions, colleges, so forth, in everywhere in the world, in the different nations. So India also has the India chapter. C is the short form referred to as the C learning, social, emotional, ethical learning. And the younger people, particularly those from the psychology background, I would highly recommend that if you take note of this, you can get all these materials free. You can download all these materials for free, download them for free, C learning. So this, if we can integrate whatever we are doing, the neurology, the psychiatry, neuroscience, psychology, or even painting, arts, music, whatever, integrated with the C learning, we can see the hope for the peace of the world. Thank you so much, and all the participants. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable Gido Jadamdullah. Now, may I invite on stage our Secretary, Mr. Tenzen Champel, for his final words of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Secretary, Mr. Tenzen Champel.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Tibet House, New Delhi, and our director, Venerable Gido Jadamdullah, I would like to thank our chief guest, Professor Ajay Kumar Nair, Director of EBAS, and I would like to also thank all the keynote speakers, chairperson, and our esteemed speakers for accepting our invitation and for taking out your valuable time and spending the last 2 days with us. I would like to especially thank Professor Bindu Kutty, Senior Professor of Neurophysiology in NIMHANS, and Assistant Professor Dr. Parisha Jijuna, Department of Psychology, MS University, Baroda, for convening this very conference. Due to their contribution, we are able to gather a lineup of such high level of scholars. And I would like to thank the audience and students for actively participating in the 2-day conference. And I would like to thank my colleagues for their enthusiasm and effort into putting all this together. At Tibet House, although we all have different designations, but when it comes to working at a conference or events, we don't set boundaries on our job designation, and I'm very appreciative of all the staffs working at Tibet House. And as Keshila have advised us to read good books, so since we have many students, I would like to suggest one book to the students. How many of you have read the book Atomic Habit by James Clear? Okay, so I would highly recommend reading this book. It will help you with building your good habits and breaking down your bad habits. If I can just conclude the gist of the book, it will be how to align your attention with your intentions. You can repeat after me: align your attention with your intention. Attention with your intention. So don't let social media take your attention, and don't let your attention wander. For the students, I would like to announce that we have certificates for all the students who have participated in the 2-day conference, and you can kindly collect the same from Tibet House, Delhi, which is just adjacent to Habitat Center. Next week, you can collect it from the reception. And one more book I would like to recommend is Beyond Religion by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. If you like to attend future conferences and seminars of Tibet House, you can follow us on our social media platforms. We have a very active Instagram and YouTube. I think almost all of you have Instagram and YouTube accounts. So Our channel is Tibet House Delhi. Our website is www.tibethouse.in. We have a very interesting another conference coming up in February on 22nd, quantum physics and psychology. So if you have any friends who are from the quantum physics background or non-medical background, you can spread the word. We will also be opening the registration soon. It will be available on our website, and you can also subscribe to our weekly newsletter. We send out all the announcements in our mailing list. You can send an email to our programs team, programs@tibethouse.in, and you will be added to our weekly newsletter. Actually, you are all registered, so we will add you to the mailing list. And if you don't want the notifications, you can let us know that. Please remove us from the mailing list. Yeah, so with this, we have come to the end of today's two days conference. I wish you all a very happy weekend and a happy New Year 2025. Thank you all.
Hello, may I have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, I will request all of you to kindly come on stage. We will have a group picture before we leave. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants who have gathered here with us today, I would request all of you to kindly come on stage. We will take a group picture.
I found this glass on the dais. Please let me know who this belongs to. Okay.
गति गति